go live too, and I don't have a pre-stream setup, so hey, I'm just live. So hey, there we go. Hey, what's up, live people?
What's up?
Yo, what's good? What's good? Walky Talky, gang.
That's right.
That's
Now to actually confirm it actually
Walky Talky.
did go live.
What's up, Walky Talkers live?
Walky Talky, gang.
Gang.
Listen, I try to speak the language of the common folk. Okay, so it is what it is.
Is that what common folk sound like?
No.
They say like they show up and they say yurt or something. That's what Bar says. Like,
What?
Okay. Are you okay?
I haven't heard the word yurt in years.
That's what Bar said when he came in here.
Exactly.
The only person I know
Do we have like a
always
tri-state
says
area
that was-
bias? Like, what's up? What's up with the word yurt?
Don't ever say the word yurt. Oh my gosh.
Doesn't
I
freaking
have
call
to, I
people
have to
slick?
say yurt because we're inside and I can't necessarily do it the correct way.
I didn't say
I can't.
Where
do
does the word yurt come from? I don't even know what a yurt is.
It'll be like if I'm like down the street and I know somebody that's walking, but it's too far to like actually yell. You got to make a sound effect that carries weight. So it's like ear type of thing, and it just morphed into yurt. But it's really ear, and people will look. Yeah.
Is that like the?
It morphed.
Okay.
Is that like the skirt thing? Is that the same?
Nah, it's really just to get someone's attention. That's far away.
I understand the
Just the
idea
real
of making
language.
noises. I guess I can get that.
Yeah, we've been doing it since caveman
Audio
times.
check, visual check for chat. Let me know.
All right, you know what?
Okay.
Here, I got an icebreaker topic to be like specific and professional instead of whatever nonsense we're doing just to segue to Naruto Boruto. But it's not. Okay, so it's an icebreaker topic. All right, so something I was thinking about earlier. What would be the worst brand or marketing or commercial collab of all time? And so, okay, for example, it's like two products that do not work together but are just going to be together. So okay. So mine is, if you've ever seen like the Band-Aid commercial, you know, stuck on Band-Aids cause Band-Aids stick on me. Imagine that collabed with toilet paper. That's my worst one.
Okay.
Ew. What the
Yep, that's my worst one. Can you guys top that?
So sticky toilet paper?
Yeah.
Someone
Well,
has
more
that.
specifically,
God.
toilet paper that sticks to
Bro.
you.
Oodie.
Oh my goodness.
What have you been thinking about?
Well, technically, some already have toilet paper that sticks to them.
Believe it or not, I thought of this topic while on the toilet.
I'm still bored. So two blue vortex.
Alright,
Sarada officially has the strongest Mangekyo Sharingan. Does anybody disagree? What is the problem?
Sarada's terrible, bro. No, I'm just joking. Yeah, her Sharingan's great. She's great. She's great.
So when you say
you said
Mangekyo
audio?
Sharingan,
Relax, bro.
do you mean the eye itself or the ability?
Well, to be fair, we don't fully know all Sarada's abilities as of yet, but the specific ability that we have seen, it seems like one of the most OP abilities that we've seen a Mangekyo Sharingan produce.
Well, to be fair, we don't know if we haven't seen all of Sarada's Mangekyo abilities yet.
Good point. I'm heavily assuming, but I think
That's
that
right, that's
they're
right.
probably going to give her something else.
I would
We
say
haven't seen Susanoo, so technically we haven't.
Wish.
we didn't see the other eye ability. Everything she did was with the one eye, probably.
Not
That's the
necessarily,
impression
but
I
it's,
got.
it's possible.
Is there something else in this chapter that makes it seem like it was the other eye?
Only
Well, it depends though, because like for example, with Sasuke's
no.
eyes, he's got two eyes that have to do with Amaterasu. One's just making the flames, one's
Yeah.
controlling them. Obito has two Kamui related abilities, one for each eye. Granted, Kakashi had it
So-
most of the time. So
Mhm.
hypothetically, some of the stuff Sarada did could have been done between eyes. Of course, we only saw one bleed, but that didn't happen for like 20 minutes, the end of the fight. So for all we know, she was going back and forth and then one bled. So we
but
can't really say for sure.
Also, I don't remember, so correct me if I'm wrong. Did Itachi only had one eye bleed when he used, I guess, flame control rather than Amaterasu? Was it just one? And then
Well,
was
Itachi
Sasuke-
never used
Yeah,
flame
both?
control just to start off.
Okay,
He
whatever.
doesn't have
Okay,
that.
bro. I don't want to hear it when the Amaterasu is literally chasing down Sasuke, like going around corners and stuff, and Itachi's following it with his eye.
No, the
I mean,
blue eye
so
thing is actually
rephrase
a
your
good point.
question.
So, Did Flame Control ever make a Mangekyo Sharingan bleed, or was it the Amaterasu?
I mean, I would have to double check, but I wouldn't be
yeah.
surprised if Sasuke's Flame Control made it bleed. Similarly, I'm pretty sure Itachi Tsukuyomi made it bleed too at some point. I know Amaterasu's like the famous eye bleeder, but like I
mean,
think
shoot.
Tsukuyomi did it.
For Itachi, the eye was bleeding
Kagetsu,
before the ability even came out. It's like bleeding in base before even activates.
But yeah, I'll double check.
Yeah, but
okay, so
go ahead.
Oh, no, please continue.
Yeah, I was thinking, whereas I want there to be two abilities, and I hope there's more than one ability. Technically, you could still say there's two abilities if it's just one is creating the black orbs, the other is manipulating or controlling them. Which is again
just
the
like
same as Sasuke's.
But even past that, do you think there could be another ability past this orb ability?
I think there
of course, could be.
And I hope there.
Well, that was my question. If you were to predict, do you predict there will be or will there not be?
I think there will be. I think it'll have something to do with those little triangles, or that could just be a third power, or they're doing like some One Piece type thing to where like it was just a visual depiction of her visual eye, of her eye's visual aesthetic. It's not actually there. It's just like an artistic thing. I would hate that if that was true.
I do think that is the case because keep in mind, we do see that one wide shot and there's no triangles there. So either the triangles just disappeared immediately or that was just a representation of the eye, which I do think it is because it is just Sarada in the middle acting as the pupil.
I think it's a cool artistic decision that they haven't really done before that I really noticed. And it's very One Piece, but I still want it to be something like, because it looks cool as shit. Yeah, I want there to be a second power for sure.
I'll also clarify her ability, whatever the name is, Orihime, that's the name of the Bleach character. I just keep mixing up with that. It translates to like goddess of the sun. It's like the female name for Amaterasu. And I do think the symbolism of this imagery would make sense for that, like as a metaphor as well. Since, you know, her like sun spokes in her eye, whatever you want to call that.
That said, her ability with the black orbs doesn't feel the most sunlight. I mean, it blew up Ryu as opposed to sucking him in like the iron sand. So maybe that's the two different abilities. Well, no, but it was sucking him in though. Was it? I mean, I don't think it did. He was like being sucked into that black orb thing. I don't think it was. No, I think it was just crushing him. He said he literally was saying he was being sucked in and couldn't escape. Yeah, sucked into its horizon. He's not being put into a different reality like the black sand was.
Did you guys see my tier list?
I mean, it's still being sucked. I have not.
No, how'd it look?
Well, if you want,
it sounds like Saran has based off his reaction, though.
Let's have it, Saran. Let's get it.
It was.
I don't know if it's gonna send you. I don't know if it's gonna send you the picture or just send you a link. But...
I heard you debated Juju, but I haven't seen it yet. How did that go, by the way?
If you disagree, sorry.
How did that go? That debate with Juju, by the way. Haven't seen it yet.
Oh, was that a debate?
I haven't seen it. I'm assuming it was.
I don't know.
Okay.
Is Juju like a like somebody I should know?
You know Juju.
No. I know like the Juju that used to be in Discord. That wasn't that guy. That was a different guy.
Oh, okay. Well, I haven't seen it. I thought it was the same guy.
Okay. Okay. That guy was black, and that guy sounded like a white guy. So.
Okay,
so he could have had a change of accent. You never know. He could have started hanging around different people.
I can't find the Steam mode.
But was that before we found out Sarada's abilities?
No, this is my post 21 list right there.
Oh, okay.
That list looks crazy, but every single positioning for the most part, except for like maybe Demi and the other shit is and it don't matter. Really just God and the strongest. Everything in that list has a reasoning and it's sound. So if you disagree, just let me know. I'll explain it.
So I did watch some of
we
the
don't even
streams.
we don't even have to talk about it. We can talk about anything else, but I'm just letting you guys know. This topics.
Yeah, well, I will say, just going into it, I'll gladly talk on the tier list if you want, but if we do just disagree on something, then that's fine. I think we can just move on. I'm more interested in the discussion than the debate, because we can just have two different interpretations, and that is just fine, I think. But
I agree.
So, okay. So, first of all, I'm really, really glad that you changed your mind about Daemon and put him up higher. That being said, are you out of your mind? Why is Daemon so low?
Why is he so low?
Yeah.
He's like number 3 behind Juro.
Oh,
I mean,
thank
he's number 3
goodness
behind
you
Juro. What do you
changed.
mean
Oh
he's so
my
low?
lord! When I was looking at last night, you put Damon below Code, and I was really confused. Oh my goodness!
Well, I think he is above Shibai.
I made a good argument for him to be.
No, I just popped on to see what your tier list was looking like. I didn't hear anything you had to say.
Okay.
I was just oh, Mello made a tier list. Let's go look at it. And I was like, okay.
That seems to be the case with me. Like, I'll do a tier list and people just like see the list and don't see the explanation and then just make assumptions.
My eyebrow
He's the
raised
worst
and went.
scaler ever.
And then I clicked off and went to go continue what I was doing.
And then I'd be like, yo, hop on stream and just like ask me questions. I can explain everything. And like nobody does, and the few people that do, they disagree with me. They just all agree. So, but yeah. So what do you disagree about?
I don't think Sarada's stronger than Boruto. All due respect.
Okay.
This is coming.
What do you think?
This is coming from.
What do you think?
Coming from someone who wants Sarada to be the next Hokage. But I'm just saying it.
A ninja legend. But no, I'm saying like, what do you think? Like, why would you put Boruto over Sarada? Just out of curiosity.
Well, a few things. I mean, Boruto is Boruto number 1. I mean, just off aura, I think he mogs Sarada. That's literally the worst way to start.
Honestly, though, I'd say as of this chapter, they're pretty equally mogging. I'm not gonna lie, bro. Off of this chapter, I can't lie, bro. She looks fantastic.
Sarada's aura. She got that Borishiki taking out Boro aura, bro.
I know. She looks fantastic. That's not fair, Bora. That's not fair.
Yeah,
say something else.
But one thing I will say, I don't think Sarada would be able to keep up with Boruto's speed. Now, hacks is definitely a question. You got to ask, how is Boruto going to get around her Mangekyo Sharingan ability? That's a question. I have absolutely no idea. We haven't necessarily seen too much information. We don't really know all her weaknesses and stuff like that. It could be the fact that, hey, she's not necessarily that used to it. And of course, in the last chapter, it did show that she kind of fainted from chakra exhaustion. So like that could be a way that Boruto beats her. But the thing that Boruto did to Matsuri, and in all due respect, Matsuri was significantly weakened. But it just seemed like Boruto, every time he fights someone, he makes him look like child's play, whether it be Matsuri, whether it be Mitsuki, whether it be Cold. It's pretty much, I don't think anybody actually like gave him like a legitimate, challenge at all.
Bro, Mamushi beat him.
I'll disagree with that.
Bro, why do you guys keep doing this to me, bro? He literally ran away and begged Code for help. How's that not an L, bro? He fought a 1v1, ran away and begged another dude for help. How is that not an L? I'm so confused.
But defeating Bug means then of course the soul bulb will pop out, and of course Jura activates. I don't think that Boruto wanted to like actually kill Bug in that particular situation.
Okay.
Then why do you ask Code for help? What was Code gonna do?
Well, Code presents another possibility. This again, my belief. I think he presents with a possibility that Kashin Koji saw. If hypothetically Code joins, it creates a bigger chance of them actually defeating the Shinju later on down the line. And I think that was like one of the biggest like turning points. Like, hey, Code's probably not helping us.
Bara, you ain't spoke high nor hair about Kawaki's placement on this list. Just out of curiosity. Sarada over Kawaki? Question mark?
At this particular point,
I put everyone over.
I don't even know if I can say
Sarada should be higher than Kawaki. I don't know how you put her lower.
Put Chicken over Kawaki at this point.
How do you argue elsewise? Like, Sarada's definitely over Kawaki.
Well, to be fair, we haven't seen Kawaki have a real fight in Two Blue Vortex at all.
That's true.
You're not wrong. He has to use Karma too.
Or his eye. Well, not really.
No, I've seen him have a real fight. He got his ass beat by Boruto. and then Jura.
All right, that's not a.
He got
No,
perception.
Jura beat his ass like when the combo was activated. Like,
Again.
that was a real fight.
Yeah.
I know those are real fights.
Kawaki will be stronger than her when he comes back, but right now he's got nothing to put her above her. To put him above her.
Can you add Rain? He said he wanted to hop on if you have him.
Yeah, I got him.
Oh yeah. So by the way, apparently Rain texted me. He said that the Juju you did talk to is the same Juju that we know that you knew in the past.
Why does
So
he
he
sound
did
so
start hanging
different?
around different people.
Oh, that was the same
How
guy?
you bugging off my guy? Let him be, bro.
I swear to God, I didn't know that was the same dude, bro. I thought
Yeah,
it was a whole
that's
different dude.
yeah. I didn't even know
would've
that
been
you talked to Juju.
I would
I
have
was
been way
so
more
confused.
cordial with him. Like I wouldn't have been so.
No, there's no
I
reason to
thought
do
I was talking
that.
to I thought I was talking to a stranger. So I was just.
Yo, shout out
No,
my god Juju, bro. Mello out here bugging.
I would never be cordial with Juju. That's an
Well,
unnecessary.
I thought like he didn't like me or something. I haven't seen him in like years, so I swear to, like I've seen him in my chat. I just didn't think it was the same guy. I just thought it was a different dude.
Mm-hmm.
So he's been around for a while. Okay, well,
Yeah, he despises me. That's for sure.
I'm off all that shit. So,
I'm not even caught up to all the Juju lore. I ain't about to lie.
I just want
But-
friends. I just want happiness and peace.
I feel. But for the tier list though, was it left to right? Like, is the strongest people on the left and the weakest people on the right per tier?
Yeah, strongest left, weakest right. Yeah.
What does NA mean?
Non-applicable. Yeah,
Non-applicable.
it's a place to put the shit. Yeah.
The
those aren't right.
Hidari argument now. I'm not. How could you put Hidari above Boruto? Question.
Because they're basically relative. They clash. Because me and you already debated this like a year or so ago. They clash. They match speed, and then they match output, and then they fight again. But he's teaming up with Sarada and Konohamaru and even Nishi for God's sakes. And in this fight, he sneak attacks him a few times, but really I don't count those. So the best feat between these two is when Boruto sneak attacks him, hits him with a Rasengan. Sarada says it's not enough. Boruto continues with the attack, and Hidari just outspeeds him. And then Boruto has like a speech bubble, like exclamation point question mark. So that's like the best feat between these two, is just him outspeeding Boruto's Rasengan post being snuck attack, which is pretty impressive. So that's why. But either way, I could put Boruto in front of him, but they're pretty relative at this point. Yeah.
Would you consider any of his like shortcomings in the bell versus Sarada, like Sarada being able to hit him with the Chidori, stuff like that? Do you?
No, because I think Sarada, without Mangekyo, is stronger than Hidari and Boruto. Yeah. Without Mangekyo, yeah. With Mangekyo, she's just OP. She jumps into a completely different tier. Without Mangekyo, she scales relative to the god tiers.
So you have Ryu significantly over Hidari then?
Sorry, Kamui, you sound a little low.
Do you
like
have
away from
Ryu?
your mic? Do I need to turn you up?
Do you have Ryu over Hidari?
Do I have Ryu over Hidari? Oh, they didn't even show my updated. Oh, yeah, I had Ryu on this list. They didn't show that. That's weird. I must have not saved that. I don't remember where I had Ryu. I think I had Ryu behind. Yeah, I had Ryu behind Mamushi. He was behind Mamushi. He was in between. He was behind Mamushi. In front of Hidari.
My next question was going to be if he had, what's it called? Sarada without the Mangekyo Sharingan over Boruto, since Sarada over without the Mangekyo Sharingan is over Hidari.
I think it can go either way.
I think they're all. I think they're all that Sarada has been displaying, but I think
they're all extremely relative.
Find it very difficult.
Sorry, I didn't
want
to talk over you. I just wanted to clarify.
Konohamaru showed feats to where he was like absolutely like matching god level characters.
Well, yeah.
But all due respect, it's like I don't know.
But that's the thing though, right? Like you'll be presented with that fact that Konohamaru. And by the way, I had Konohamaru like probably in front of Mitsuki or behind her in God tier.
There's definitely no reason to put her near her. To put him above her, I wouldn't say that. That's for sure. Like, what did he even do to get? What's your reasoning? I'm curious. I'm a Konohamaru guy.
Really, it's just that he has feats against Hidari that scale him faster than Hidari, and I have Hidari over Mitsuki, so I would put Konohamaru over
the Chidori thing.
Yeah, like he's able to like he can perceive them. He turns 360 degrees physical movement while it's mid Chidori strike, not charging it or about to hit. He's mid strike. And then he does all of that and still gets a jutsu off in time. And the jutsu is of level to defend against it. And then
I love using
when Boruto's charging his spirit bomb, he jumps from off panel to wherever the fuck Himawari was.
To stop Hidari from using his,
Exactly. Blitz it. And then the output even cancels out Hidari's Chidori stream. So it's just very impressive. Like, he's clearly God here. Yeah.
Yep. Thank you. I love hearing this. I wouldn't. I would still put her below. Still put him below. I don't think that he directly scales to the Shinju like in a one-on-one battle like that, because like clearly he can't like. He got absolutely demolished with the Chidori. He got sent flying. So clearly he can't like fully defend against her attack. But I still think that he's strong when many people think that he's really weak right now.
You know, he's a monster.
I got a question for y'all. I got two questions actually. So both questions are pretty similar. So both of them are related to the Shinju. Do you think the Shinju? First question: do you think the Shinju can run out or low on chakra and have that like make a difference in their physicals? And the second question: do you think they have like stamina, and do you think they can be fatigued, like tired, like muscle fatigue or anything like that?
I have.
I'm saying yes, but they're very easy to recharge. The reason I say that is because Boruto is saying that the reason like the tree host like Sasuke is being kept alive is because the Ten Tails is using it, presumably mostly for the Shinju themselves. Which kind of makes it seem like that's a requirement. So they're not just doing everything on their own, willy-nilly, endlessly. I imagine they can run out, but then they could just hook up to the tree and recharge instantly the same way they regenerate. So it doesn't really matter that much.
Okay.
And also, since
if for some reason they couldn't do that, I think they would run out.
Yeah.
Well, let's say
And
hypothetically. Go ahead, because I was about to ask another question.
Yeah, for me, I was just like, well, since they're 10 tails, to be honest, I don't even ever really think about their chakra cost. I'm just like, they probably just have like so much chakra, it doesn't even like really matter. We've never seen them like.
I don't even know
seen any
that's
indication
true,
of any draining from them.
No sensory ninja's ever been like, oh my god, this Kaguya level of chakra has appeared in the village. They're just like, yeah, it's Sasuke. They're not even making it seem like they have that much chakra.
I don't
Granted,
even,
Sasuke has a lot. But...
I don't even know if Hidari has Sasuke's chakra rather than just chakra signature. He might just have only nature energy. I don't think it's the same thing now.
Yeah. No, I don't think he actually has. I think it's just innate. Because like, it's weird. Because like, you would.
Well,
I mean,
one question.
Like clearly, they know that it is Sasuke. Like it seems like Sasuke, but I don't think he actually has his chakra.
Is there a reason to separate the chakra from the chakra signature? Like, is there something in the material that will lead us to arrive at that conclusion? Because as far as I know, they're both one and the same.
Yeah.
I thought chakra is just the amount of chakra, and chakra signature is the specific type of chakra.
Yeah, I'd have to go back and double check specific things, whatever Karian says about Sasuke, maybe. Because we know the quality and quantity of chakra are separate things. And sensory ninja are able to pick up on certain people's chakra. I think they can do that when people are out of chakra as well. We know that Kawaki in the Code Arc was able to hide his chakra signature. He obviously still had
That's not really the argument I would make.
Like fingerprint.
The thing I would point to is Zetsu. And the question is how you want to interpret this. Because you could say he's either has the chakra signature of the person or that he just copied it. Copied, that's two different things. Because if he's copying it, he doesn't actually have the chakra signature, funnily enough. He just made a duplicate. It's not technically the same.
Yeah.
But if he has it, that would be it's the same. I don't think they specify. I think they just say he can copy, to be honest, but I don't know for sure.
Yeah, because he's not using their chakra to steal it. But...
Until there's like something mentioned that gives them like infinite resources, I would say no.
Okay. We haven't seen them
huff
and puff, but we've seen them go like goff from damage, but that seems also inconsistent, weirdly enough. The reason this would obviously be important is because they're fighting people in prolonged battles who obviously would tire, so if they don't tire, that would obviously be taken in consideration.
Well, I mean, I don't know if I really...
Androids.
No offense, I wouldn't really say the prolonged battle point, because the most prolonged battle would be Ryu's, where he wasn't really trying that hard until Sarada was just bodying him. And at that point, he was getting bodied. So all his huffs and puffs were him just going, ah! So it's not really the best thing to judge.
Okay.
The other fights really weren't that long.
So
no, they're very quick.
The
and
way
they're not using like that many jutsu.
The way I think of Chakra signature is going to be similar to blood. Regardless of the amount of blood you have a blood type. Even if you're drained of 100% of your blood, you still have that blood type, even though you don't have any blood to like prove it or whatever. Like if you were to make more blood, that would be the type of blood you were to make.
Out of curiosity, where's this going? I'm just curious.
It was what we just discussed the previous point. The fact that they're fighting human characters that do fatigue.
Yeah, we were seeing if the Shinjus have like 10 tails amounts of chakra levels.
So
if not, then
this would also be important for context such as Boruto versus Hidari, to where obviously Boruto had already used chakra earlier that day. I don't think he had recovered 100%, so I think going into that fight, I wouldn't consider him fresh necessarily.
Real quick, off topic, this is funny. I didn't realize these were marked NA at first, and I was going to say, why the hell do you have Inojin over Borushiki?
Oh, you thought that was a part of the list? That's crazy.
I thought that was just the bottom tier, and there was just 2 tiers apart. I didn't look at the actual names at first. I was like, bro, what are you doing?
So hypothetically, if Hidari uses all of his chakra, and then potentially Sasuke, because Sasuke is like a human being, he doesn't have infinite chakra. If he uses all of Sasuke's chakra, does Sasuke die?
No, because Sasuke still has chakra regardless of Hidari. They both have chakra. So if Hidari runs out of chakra, Sasuke still has chakra. Obviously, Hidari can siphon more chakra. If he siphons all the chakra from Sasuke, Sasuke might die. But you might need to lose all of your energy in addition to your chakra in order to die. And if Sasuke's sleeping, then he might not die. It depends if he would be shriveled up like the god tree from the Warwick did or not.
Yeah. Like, I don't think they're connected like that, to where, like, if Hidari uses all of his chakra, he has no chakra. Like, Sasuke's just gonna die. They're not constantly siphoning and refilling like that, I don't think.
Well, we know that, chakra comprises of every cell, blah, blah, blah. They're plant cells, I'm assuming. I don't know if that counts, but at the same time, that nature energy from the god tree. But then also, if you destroy their body, they can just go to the Tintels dimension.
Even though they are defined trees, I think specifically you just need to forget that they're trees to some extent.
Yeah.
I really don't think they're going to play the plant biology route with the Shinju as much as you might think. I don't think they're going to say, oh, the plant cells are different from animal cells or some shit like that.
But what I was getting at, I think it's pretty clear the tree in the Tintels realm, whatever we're going to call that, the one that's like birthing the soul thorns, etc., the one that they're healing from, it's reforming their body, I'm assuming with new material or the wood from that tree, and I'm assuming that's essentially a chakra refill anytime they were to have that, at least to some degree.
Makes sense.
It seems like it, because when Hidari came back, he was just like perfectly fine from a fatal attack. Oh, what's up, man?
Yeah.
You're a little low from me.
All right, so let's say hypothetically.
What's up, y'all in a minute? Or specifically Mello, bro. I don't want to get the.
I haven't. Well, for me, it's both of them.
We're all still alive. Congratulations. We made it.
I was surprised that Baryo was still alive. My lord.
Damn.
Yeah, facts.
Like,
let's say hypothetically, good things happen, and then we start to free majority of the people that the Shinju essentially turns into trees, and there's like only one person that's essentially connected to the tree and feeding their chakra. Would that person be in danger, hypothetically, if the rest of the Shinjus run out of chakra?
If I might have missed the question. The other Shinjus wouldn't exist anymore because they would have been freed, right? There would only be one Shinju.
No, it would be Jura plus that version of the Shinju. So let's say hypothetically, there's only one person connected to a tree, and Jura plus another Shinju starts running out of the chakra. Like, is that person just clipped? Like, do we just start saying our condolences now?
I still don't.
I think Endgame. That's a high possibility.
Well, Jura's not connected to any person. connected to the trees or to any person outside the trees either, seemingly, as of right now. It's just the incarnation of the Tintails itself.
So you don't think he gets any chakra from like the trees?
But he gets it from the big tree.
I don't even think he needs to heal, unlike the other Shinju. I think he just automatically does it.
Really?
In fact, I'd go as far as to say it might be Jura that is controlling the tree in that realm, rather than that being separate from Jura. Almost like how it's almost like how Obito is technically controlling the tree in the war arc.
Mm-hmm.
It could be like that.
That is very possible.
It's possible.
Didn't Jura allude to having high levels of regeneration?
Yeah, when he's fighting Himawari. He says that Himawari has healing just like us Biju, or whatever it was. Us Shinju.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that would also be like considered, that would also like incorporate like Hidari and Ryu, because those are Biju.
Yeah, it would.
Yo, Rain.
What's good, bro?
Why is Damon over Sarada on this list?
Why is Damon over Sarada? Do you have my list?
No, my list. Wait, you got a list? Let me see your list. Wait,
well, no, I was wondering if you saw it. You made it seem like you seen it.
Wait. Everybody post their list. If you got a list, I want to see what your list is.
I can go far.
I've
never made one.
Well, you're asking me why Damon's over Sarada on your list? You're asking for like my opinion or why I think you do?
Yeah, it's like, why do you think Damon is stronger than Sarada, and why?
I don't know if she could bypass his ability.
What ability? In a 1v1?
The reflection shit? Yeah.
Who's he touching?
Who's
Grass?
he touching?
Yeah, you gotta touch somebody to use that thing.
I don't know. We've seen some panels in the manga.
Yeah, it is.
He wasn't touching it.
I've seen some silly nonsense where he. Yeah.
Even so,
I just know the description, so
I'm not gonna count Bug as the lore.
No, but he is. He's the Lord. What are you talking about?
I don't.
Yeah, wasn't Boruto literally scared that like he was gonna get damage reflected on him? And Damon wasn't even touching anyone at the time.
Well, he needs to touch somebody. Is Damon not somebody? It's really that easy.
Wait. So you don't think he's in her domain. She uses gravity on him. He reflects gravity back to a person who can manipulate gravity. How does that work?
Well, I guess it would be the end result of her intent. So if she intends to like suck him in and make him explode like he did with Ryu, it would just happen to her.
So she would get sucked into her own gravity and.
Nah, she wouldn't get sucked, but she would just pretty much explode, like the end result of it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I agree.
Ooh, I did have a question. So we're assuming that.
But okay, I got you. If that's a win condition, I understand. Yeah,
true. We're assuming that Damon can't beat Jura because Kashin Koji didn't say that, right?
No, I think he can. No, again, I genuinely believe he's stronger than Shibai. What's the problem?
Who?
Why not?
We're not getting into that.
Why would he not know how strong Shibai is? Why would Shibai even be strong? Why did he ascend? Tell me why he ascended.
He's not real.
He's instigating. Don't indulge in this conversation.
Is Ood saying Damon's stronger than Shibai?
It's probably an ability. Damon probably can ascend. He just doesn't want to.
So we can dead that with the will to make anything real.
Yeah, exactly. So Ada straight up can ascend. She has omnipotence. Why wouldn't she be able to? She's choosing not to.
We are not getting into this.
In a way that upscales her to Shibai.
The next generation always surpasses the last. What, is Hashirama stronger than Naruto?
No.
Naruto has Hashirama cells just like Damon has Shibai cells. What's the problem?
We just have to pretend like he is not speaking right now.
Just the Boruto version.
Just because Shibai made the ability, why would Shibai be the best at the ability? Okay, Kakashi made the Chidori, Sasuke took it and evolved it. Damon's just better at reflection than Shibai is. Prove me wrong. The only thing we've seen from Shibai is him using his storm ability. Why would he even need to rely on that?
Are you talking about like current Shibai when he was alive?
No, Rain.
I'm talking about current Shibai.
He said Shibai just had like better abilities than Damon.
Bro, that's crazy.
This is not how we reel in Ood. This
Well,
is not
that's
how we
not.
do
That's
it.
objectively not
Bro is
true. It's
asking
the
probing
same
questions.
ability.
That's crazy.
It's the same ability.
What's the same?
The reflection. It's not a better You don't have a better or worse version of reflection. You just have reflection. If you change the ability, it's just not the same ability. You can't make it better.
Oh no!
Is Sarada going to be the next Hokage or not? I
The
think
next
we could all agree
Hokage?
Konohamaru is eliminated from that discussion.
Not the next.
Konohamaru, bro. If you want to say next, it'll be Shikamaru, technically.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know why not.
It's either Konohamaru or Shikamaru. That's it. Don't nobody want that lame ass job.
I don't think Shikamaru's ever gonna formally take it. He's just.
Yeah.
You're never gonna have an official 8th Hokage Shikamaru. Like if he didn't do it at this point, he's not doing it. He's just gonna say no. Let's wait.
I feel like
hot take.
I don't know.
Hot take. Shikamaru's the best Hokage ever.
Ooh. What about Tobirama? He's similar to him, right?
Ew.
Way better than that racist bigot.
Tobirama?
Tobirama
is in question for the best Hokage of all time.
No, Tobirama's nasty. He's nasty, but he built a lot of the infrastructure, but his conclusions led to a lot of fucked up stuff for the village.
Yeah, like he screwed everything up.
Tsunade are kind of underrated.
Kakashi's the best Hokage.
Didn't do shit.
Yeah, Kakashi underrated.
Kakashi's the one that built the current era. That wasn't Naruto.
Yeah.
He's the one responsible
That's
for
the
doing all the
problem.
things that Naruto leeches off.
That's a problem.
That's leeches off.
No, I agree with that. Naruto's a dog shit Hokage, and he leached off. Yeah, absolutely that. That's true.
I didn't even mean it in that way, bro.
That's true. That's 100% true.
Oh my
You know, Shikamaru's the MVP for the Ojin in all of Boruto. Yeah, even part 1, especially
bro.
part 1.
Kakashi did a lot, bro.
Not in Boruto, which is what he's talking. Oh, as Hokage. Yeah.
I think we hopped from 2 different topics.
Yeah, we did. That's why I got confused.
Well, that was a good thing. Thank you, Bara. You did a good job.
No problem.
So I think Shikamaru absolutely could take the
You
Hokage
said what?
position if his hand is forced. Like if it's a Death Note situation where he's about to be discovered because of Kawaki doing some shenanigans, or he has to take Hokage to prove his loyalty or something or the other. I can imagine him officially taking the position, at least temporarily, for that reason alone.
Low-key, I
forgot about this.
Maybe like
Boruto
a
and
that'd be
coming
cool.
back.
The
Boruto
only thing is
anime.
the elders are already like skeptical of him.
Yeah,
Takes
TV's
a
in
run
production.
about
skeptical, but they haven't kicked him out yet. Like he's not guaranteed to not have it. If anything, he's still
They
on
only
track
asked him.
to have it.
They just asked him to be
That shit ain't
formally.
gonna make no sense though.
Yeah, if anything,
Right,
they
right.
trust him now more than ever. They want him to take it quicker than before.
Yeah, you just
Is
gotta,
this
you
your
gotta put some
official
checks and
tier
balances.
list?
My official? Holy shit!
Like
I have an
up to date,
official?
up to date. Like
It's not finished.
Collab with
Everything from like the
Well, half
strongest
the
and
entries
God
are
level.
NA.
Everything
What's an
strongest
official
and God
tier?
level. I don't know, bro. I was
Bro,
asking that. I was like,
Yeah,
One you make a video on?
I was just about to say like, yeah, Mello already made an official tier list. I thought this was the official tier list.
that's what
Dang,
that's
there's
this is,
sprinklers
like-
everywhere.
it makes it sound so adult.
Well, no, what,
It's
I mean,
like,
I mean, like up to date. Like, do you agree with like pretty much all the placements on it?
He made this
everything
last
like
night.
God, that's God level.
I don't think
and
anybody
the
can make, like,
strongest, I
a-
agree.
I live in the strong. Okay, that's fair.
Everything below, everything demigod and below, I don't know what the fuck. It can go either way. I haven't really. Yeah.
So where would you place Baryon Mode Naruto here?
Somehow I knew
You don't want to know. You don't want to know about
Baryon
He's the
Mode's-
guy. Like he's
So-
the hack
so-
guy.
so-
People
but
can't explain.
Every time people always say this stuff, I always ask them, how can X character beat Sarada? But at this point, like how can Baryon Mode beat Sarada? Just answer the question. Just answer.
If he's just fast enough to blitzer and do whatever.
Yeah.
So how
Sometimes
do you
it is just
measure-
that
how do you
simple.
measure that how do you measure his speed relative to hers?
That's kind of the problem, is that we have too many. It's not really the best way, because like I'm sure there are
Also,
ways you can do
this
it.
like a
I mean,
who's
if I
in the
really
fight?
want to be like ratty with it, I would just use the fact that Mitsuki's like the fastest character in the verse, and then somehow base Sarada is just even with him now, which
Mitsuki's
means base
the
Sarada is the
what?
fastest character in the verse, and
Wait,
there you go. That's how she beats Baryon Mode
I'm
Naruto.
sorry,
But
Character in the
I'm still suffering from the lingering effects of edibles from 2 days ago. Okay, what did you just say?
Some
Mitsuki's
strong
the
shit.
fastest.
Mitsuki's apparently the fastest person in
Bro,
Maybe
he
because
was.
I think he was
Bro
giving it.
was
I
like the
think he
best
was.
character ever up until Two Blue Vortex, where
maybe in
I
terms
You better
of
chase him
travel
out.
Well, no,
speed,
up until the end of
travel
part
speed.
one.
yeah.
Was he? Was he
Travel
getting
speed.
dodged
He
by?
was.
Wasn't
Maybe.
Boruto dodging him?
I mean, he did
What did he
blitz
do?
Orochimaru, who Naruto needed
Wait.
Sage Mode to be in front of.
Hold on. So how does Baryon Mode beat her? You
Come
said
on.
speed, okay.
Well-
So how do you measure that?
Well, no,
I guess
like
through feats and
I'm
statements?
not saying he does, but you're like, well, how? I said if he speed blitzes her, it just like blows her up with a Rasengan or something. Like
So
that,
for
it would
anyone-
be that simple. As long as he can.
So he
Well,
did
yeah,
essentially
but-
attack her before she be able to move or even activate her Mangekyo.
Yeah, I'm not saying he is fast
wait,
enough
wait,
to do
hold on.
it because
This is
I
weird.
haven't scaled it.
So-
but like,
So this is weird. So we're gonna give Naruto in his Baryon Mode state and then say Sarada's not in her apex? Like what? Like what?
what do you mean?
No.
Well,
'Cause we're taking
hypothetically, she is in her
Baryon
apex.
Mode We're taking
Well-
Baryon Mode Naruto, and Baru's like, oh, will he attack her speed blitzer before Mangekyo activates? I'm like, why would you take? Why don't you just start Naruto at base then, and start her at base? Like, why is he at his peak and she starts at her base? Like, that's weird.
Oh, that wasn't me.
Yeah, no, that was Bar, really. But
Quick question. Well, that's arguing speed. Let's argue force. Are we assuming that Sarda's let's say magnetic force is like the strongest force in the series? Like, could Jura potentially go against that force and beat it? Like how let's say a Five Tails Naruto did with Pain.
He's either gonna tank it or he's just gonna avoid it because Koji said that if he's mad, there's just a 0% chance of winning.
So she has gravity manipulate. She has gravity control, or gravity and then gravity manipulation. But there's no like set limit. They just tell you what she has. So in the absence of a limit, you would just go based upon what's presented in the material. So I would say, however much gravity she wants to have, and however intense gravity can get, that wouldn't destroy your planet. So until they add a limitation to it, I just go based upon what they said, and they said she has gravity powers and she can control gravity. So that's it. Yeah.
Good point. I think that there is likely going to be a limit. I think that limit is probably going to still like be extremely helpful to what Boruto is going to do. I think that's again specifically why Kashin Koji wanted Sarada to actually like unlock her Mangekyo Sharingan. I think that gravity thing is going to allow Boruto to match up with the speed of a Jura. But Jura's probably still going to be able to resist the gravity just off pure force.
I don't think anybody can resist her gravity when she turns it up. That's why like physical stats are kind of irrelevant versus her in that domain, because you can just like gravity you and lift gravity off of her. So if you think she's slower for whatever reason, she can just bridge that gap pretty effortless.
Mello, I'll make an argument for you. I think it's pretty creative. It's not just stats. So here I'll post images.
I love it. Let's go.
Yeah, okay. So I think because KCM, the Kyuubi Chakra mode, was like a cloak. It's Naruto can control the chakra seemingly autonomously. You could argue him clasping his hand was the jutsu. Maybe can't keep this mode up for too long. I'm going to push it to the max. So I think it was him flexing his chakra more. So I don't think the hands were required. I think there's other instances where he uses his chakra hands to do stuff. And so I think he can just do that outside of needing to lift a single finger and or gravity. So I think he could just, through Baryon Mode, just poison her through going through her domain, regardless of gravity, and just poisoning through the chakra cloak hands.
It wouldn't matter because we know chakra has mass, and then also even light that doesn't have mass has to travel through the space that the gravity is going to be manipulating. So you can even bend massless things like light. So like space-time rifts, chakra, if you think chakra is massless or some types of it, and Rasengan certainly not, he gave it to Boruto, it's heavy, right? But yeah, just that. Even if it has mass or no mass, it has to travel through the space that she's controlling. So she'll warp and bend it no matter what.
So we know that physical chakra does have mass, such as the Rasengan. This is more spiritually, because, you know, there is a difference between physical and spiritual chakra. This is obviously like floating almost like fire. Would this have mass? Because hypothetically,
well, energy does have mass. So I would say yes. I looked it up just to make sure.
Just hypothetically, we do see when Madara like absorbs all of the world's chakra. He's not like falling through the center of the earth. Kaguya had a ton of chakra. She was only 100 pounds.
Well, it doesn't mean that. It doesn't mean that like the energy weighs a lot, but it does have a mass.
Well, likewise,
I
Boruto was able
possibilities, mass or no mass. Sorry,
the father-child son Rasengan was heavy, but it wasn't cracking the ground beneath Boruto. Boruto wasn't struggling to hold up. In fact, Boruto was able to move through like he was in midair, and he was using it, and he's not like changing his momentum angle or anything. So.
The weight of the mass wouldn't matter, and having mass wouldn't matter. Like I said, like light can be bent, right, by gravity, gravitational force. So whether you have mass or not, it doesn't matter. She can manipulate you as long as you're moving through her like domain, her space, her territory. Like you're just fucked. Like close quarters combat is death. Mid range to long range won't even touch her. So like, what do you do?
What does
I think the main disagreement that I would.
Sorry. Yeah, what does the light have to do with
the main disagreement?
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
So what's light have to do with it?
I'm sorry. I was just saying like regardless of if you think, because like you're saying like his chakra appendages are like don't have mass, even though they're like interacting with things that do. But regardless of if you think they have mass or not, if you think that's like something he can do to like bypass our gravity, like it just wouldn't work. Because of the examples I gave. Now, if you think it's some spiritual thing that just bypasses, then I would just need proof of that. But
we do see examples of things that aren't physically there that interact with the environment. The most obvious example being Madara's limbo, but then also the Reaper Death Seal. No one else can see it except for the user and the person being affected by it. Also King of Hell.
So starting with Madara, I did take that into consideration because I'm like, Sarada's the strongest Uchiha, but I was like, okay, Limbo, what happens? But Limbo, it's not a problem for her. Limbo clones, they do interact with the physical world. Because when Sakura launches an attack, she doesn't intend to hit them, but they do manifest in the world. They're just invisible to her, but she still can interact with them and they to her. They do still have mass.
Well, actually. So it's just want to clarify. Mm-hmm. It's weird, but she can't touch the Limbo clones, but the Limbo clones can touch her.
Okay, so just replace Sakura with Sarada. Whenever the Limbo clones go to touch her, then they'll just be affected. Okay, cool.
Well, no, I don't think they would be affected because Limbo is just weird. It's like. They interact with the world without being in that world.
Okay, so well, Sarada's a Jigen plus tier combatant, and he just wouldn't scale, and his Limbo clone scale to him, so he just wouldn't be up level to even damage her while she's.
Yeah, your argument would be that it would just do nothing.
And then she would go after the actual origin, and then just dominate and destroy him by speed blitzing and killing him. GG.
We're gonna go with that way.
That'd be your argument.
Would Obito be a problem?
I mean,
if he doesn't manifest until. He essentially sucks her into the Kamui round.
The only people who are problems are Kaguya and Hashirama. I mean, Hagoromo. That's it.
What about Danzo?
He has like creation. He has creation powers that might potentially be used in combat. It's similar to Sarada's gravity. The question you asked earlier. In the absence of any like specificity, adding limitations to the creation of all things, I just take it as presented. So he has creation powers that can bypass gravity. Obviously, Kaguya. I don't want to get into Kaguya. This will be a while. You guys know my stance on that, so
yeah. I think Danzo.
She has like hack-based abilities that are kind of nasty.
Danzo doesn't have to scale. He can just die over and over. But I think his time limit would just outlast her.
Based on what we saw, it might.
Nah, probably. I doubt that.
I mean,
it would be more helpful if this was an anime time, just to give us a better sense versus the manga.
No,
but
it's fine. I'll just use 3 Tomoe. Yeah, no Mangekyo needed. She
she doesn't.
like every time you bring up a character, like she just wins. Like it's just nasty.
The main disagreement I have is I think there is a limit to the gravity. Now, of course, it hasn't necessarily been stated yet, but I think we're probably going to get to see that once Jura pulls up to the battlefield next chapter.
I mean, it's reasonable because, like, similar with the Diva Path of Pain, he's got gravity powers.
Yeah, she had her showcase. They're not going to like neg her after her showcase. There's no shot. That's just bad writing.
Well,
I mean, you say that, but I
mean,
they did that to Koda before he even got to showcase himself without the letters.
I also
bad writing.
To Mello's point, the daughter of Sasuke Uchiha.
I don't want to use this as an in-universe argument, but the first time a jutsu's used or shown is usually when it's like at its strongest. It was like that for Rasengan and Rasen Shuriken.
Oh,
Yeah.
the way more examples. The first time the curse marks used, the first time KM0, like the
Or-
Naruto QB eyes is used, literally everything.
What do you
We're
think this is
gonna
the peak of Sarada's powers?
Well,
She'll
the
never
peak
get
of this
anything beyond this?
jutsu.
Yeah,
It
I
will,
think that
it
this
will
is-
be nerfed based off
I think this
consistency
is
with the
going
rest
to
of the
be
universe.
this is going to be the peak showcase that
I
we
agree
see
with
of
that.
her, where she's not being pushed, but we'll probably see her maybe a little higher. But she's never gonna be this dominating again, probably with her ability, with nobody being able to counter it. Because this is the
last
time.
words.
No, I'm pretty confident about this. It's usually how it goes. I think that
In
this is
Naruto
the
and
most.
Boruto, yeah, the first time a jutsu's used, it's just infinitely stronger than all
This
the other
is the
times.
most dominant I think that she'll be in one single fight. I think the next few times we
I
see her
agree.
ability, we'll actually start seeing the real limitations against people who might be able to counter it.
Especially with the
It'll get
blindness.
better sense.
Yeah. So for this, I don't think we need to employ the no limits fallacy to say that we don't know if she could do something stronger than this, because the narrative itself is telling you that pretty much has to be the case. There's two different things to
Yeah.
point to. The first one being that it's made clear in this chapter, she instinctively understands her ability. So it's not like she's going to figure out things later on. She just already knows how to use it. That's not to say she's not going to get stronger with it or use it in different ways in the future, but she should already know how to use it. And then the second thing being, in this chapter, as she's telling Ryu, she's not going to hold back anymore. She's going all out.
That's not
Yeah,
true.
Why?
Well, first we ain't got the official release, so we need.
Okay. Besides,
I mean,
come on, we
the
have
official
got
release
the
has
official
Shikamaru
release.
saying Shinjitsu instead of Shinjutsu, and Mitsuki saying I love Kawaki,
Hey,
and
listen, it's still
Yodo
official,
saying
though.
something that makes no sense. I mean,
In all of its
official, my bad.
flaws, it's canon, so it is what it is. But yeah, no. Sorry, my ADHD's kicked in. So what did she say? What did you ask me?
I said that based on the narrative, she should be going all out
Yeah, like this is.
and understand her ability as well. So this should be the peak performance of her ability.
I usually understand to use
When did she
how to
say
use
that?
their ability.
When did she say that she's going all out? Like chronologically.
She
Like
said she wouldn't hold back anymore, but she's like bodying Ryu and
when in
she's
the
like
chapter.
explaining things.
Beginning of the chapter, middle of the chapter, end of the chapter. So the reason why I'm asking that,
sometime
there's
after
actually
she started fighting.
So the reason why I'm asking that is because she's monologuing half the fight and then slow gliding, and then she just further increases it just arbitrarily and then just kills him.
Okay,
So
let me
she
double
states
check.
at the start of the fight that she's going all out. That's clearly not the case.
You can double check, but that is true. So that being said, I do think, okay, you made 3 different points there. I do think all 3 of those are consistent. So the first is that she's monologuing. I don't think that means she's holding back or anything. If anything, you could argue that means she's even more mentally amped. Think about Naruto whenever he's talking to Gaara, like during the fight, he's saying that he's going to do this to protect the people closest to him. I think talking was essentially Sarada's way of expressing her emotions and even embracing her emotions. I think it's essentially yelling during combat.
Maybe even
Yeah,
amping
question.
herself up.
Her
in terms of,
like big monologue that we're discussing is when she's like blowing up Ryu with that big orb.
Yeah, I think if anything, she's hyping herself up. So-
Okay.
I also don't think
So-
she's
Well,
slowing
Rain-
herself down by doing that. It's not like she's only talking and not using her ability. She's doing
Look
both
at
at the
this
same
one.
time.
Yo, why does your tier
Rain.
list look so cinematic? Holy fuck. Look at the shading and the colors. Damn. That shit look
Shut up,
bunk.
man. I could
Listen.
send you the template, bro.
This is
Why
a real.
Konohamaru down there, bro? Why he down there?
Konohamaru
I could
can
barely, I could barely
probably.
see him.
Wait,
I
Konohamaru
see him.
can probably defeat Boro. Anyway,
No, he can't,
Nah.
bro. What's he doing for the virus?
Who
Absolutely.
blew
Oh,
Vortex?
but you
Konohamaru?
can say that about a lot of characters, though.
That
Exactly.
virus doesn't
That's
just
why
kill you
Goro is
immediately.
considered very dangerous.
It
You
is
can't
very
do starter.
dangerous.
Yeah,
Wait,
his
hold
is-
on, hold on, hold
on.
his
Wonder
is
what
tier,
virus shit ain't working on her,
definitely
but
is.
Either way,
Suck
okay,
that
back to the
virus
3
up.
points. I remembered at least
Yeah,
2
yeah.
of them.
Oh shoot!
So,
Freaking mosquito.
I don't know if
Mello, you said she
it's
has...
up to date. Oh, it is. Okay.
Mello, you said that
Or you got
Sarada has
Ada?
2 different abilities with her Mangekyo. It was gravity control and gravity manipulation.
Yeah.
What's the difference?
Yeah, that's the first question. What
Oh,
is the
sorry.
difference?
Yeah, what is the difference?
So Never mind the terminology. If I said it that way, it's probably not correct or whatever. So the why am I telling you guys? You already know what the fuck the powers are, how it's described. The fucking orb creates gravity and she manipulates that gravity in that order. Yeah. So just use whatever terminology to get you to that conclusion. There you go. I meant the utility of language because you understood what I meant. Okay.
Well, I don't deny the ability has an effect on gravity, but you were making a distinction between gravity control and gravity manipulation to say she has two separate distinct powers.
The terminology used to describe the thought. So I've already done that. So you don't have to keep going back to the...
Okay, sure. She has control of gravity. Okay, sure. So either... Okay, we see her black holes. She manipulates
gravity within her field of influence within her territory. Once the sphere is up, it creates a gravitational field that has a fucking radius that seems to span pretty far because those orbs are huge, and when she first manifests, they look small. So they must have been some far out into the distance. So her domain is pretty fucking... The range is nasty.
Domain expansion.
Domain, territory, Yu Yu Hakusho, JJK.
So Kamui,
if
you can post the chapter in the chat just so I can pull it up easily. So
where's the chapter? Well, it's out? Oh, yeah,
they got the unofficial.
I was just looking at your link that you sent me, Oodie, but okay.
Wait, what?
But you got Ada that high. This must be part 1. This has got to be part
1. I think she wins, yeah.
Ada shouldn't be that high.
I know you got TBV. You got Ada over Kawaki?
TBV? TBV kind of... I don't...
Yeah,
he doesn't really do anything. I think she wins, yeah.
Bro, I put TBV Kawaki down, honestly.
TBV Kawaki's... Fuck, what they do to that dude, bro?
He's not even stronger than GN, bro.
Yeah, low-key, he might be weak. I think he is weaker than GN now.
He's definitely not stronger than him in, like, Karma 1, the one that he uses regularly. Since he seems to not be able to... Character? He doesn't seem to remember how to use his horn form.
Might be the parallel to, like, Naruto, Shippuden. Came back like Sasuke was just portrayed so much stronger than him.
But so he's gonna be weaker.
And Kawaki had no real improvement.
But
just like Naruto.
Though. Like making people like weaker than your rival or whatever is one thing, but to do it this way, it's like Ikimoto. And then in contrast,
he deserves to get beat up though.
Sarada's the GOAT.
But not like
it's very cathartic. I really like it.
Like contrast how he's writing Ikimoto's writing Kawaki to like Himawari and Sasuke and Sarada. I went through her dad and her mother. Damn. Yeah, it's like fucking. It's like, yeah, like what the, like why are you doing that to Kawaki? I don't like Kawaki. I think he's a little brat, but he was the MVP of part 1. That's undeniable, I think. So like, what the fuck is this fall off? It's crazy. I don't know, but he loved him some. He writes female characters very well.
I think you're meant to feel that Kawaki has fallen off. I think that's kind of the whole point. He was on kind of a high in the ending of part 1. He's meant to just kind of fall off right now. Yeah. Like he's kind of just.
For 21 chapters?
This used to be Kawaki series in part 1.
That's really not that many chapters. Like this is like 40 Naruto chapters.
Alright, it's 2 years.
It has been no.
That doesn't matter.
I mean, maybe in the anime it'll be a better watch when the anime comes back. But like even when the anime comes back, like because they're in production right now, they said in TBV. Where are they starting?
Sure, they are.
I feel like it'd be weird to start where the anime left off, no?
I don't think they're legally allowed to start until they finish those 4 Naruto episodes.
Legal. No. Before they finish the code arc. Ain't no fucking way. The Naruto still talking about that. Wait. When we
never getting those episodes.
Yo, what happened to the Naruto crossover with TMNT? And then also, yeah, where's those Naruto episodes, bro?
Didn't they drop that?
No, they're actually up to issue 3. Hey, we should check those out sometime.
Naruto TMT came out.
Yeah.
They dropped it.
Issue 2 and 3.
Oh yeah, Oodie asked. Okay, never mind.
Well, yeah, let's check it out. We'll check it out sometime.
Ada is grown up aura farmer. Does Ada aura farm? Is that true?
No.
Sorry, somebody in chat.
I mean,
she poses.
She vogues, but
so if we're gonna count Sun Jin Woo as aura farming when he's not fighting, then Ada's the master class in aura farming.
I don't know. The blushing kind of is like a negative.
That shit.
That's what fine.
That shit Sarada did where she like levitated for no reason. Like she didn't need to levitate. That was fucking aura farming.
That panel
That's what I'm
with
saying. Like, she's like, I'm going all out. She's just doing unnecessary shit.
that one
I don't know,
panel where like her pattern was in the background. That was
Yeah, like
was
what the,
amazing.
she probably used the
That's cool.
genjutsu just to make you see that shit. Like you're doing too much.
Ikimoto really is. I'm past 2 chapters. Some of his art's been so great. It's been so good.
Oh, I thought you was gonna cook them. I
Hell
agree.
no.
It's been pretty.
Hell no.
There's a vast improvement from when he started to
And
now.
he loves Sarada.
He fucking loves
yeah.
Sarada. Hey, listen, this Ikimoto series now, boys.
And Konohamaru's Rasengans apparently,
is
because he drew the hell out of that too.
Yo, look at this panel, bro. Like, there's so many like creative artists in this community. Like, look at that shit. That shit looks beautiful.
The Sarada panel, I think,
That's
is the best panel in
Crazy.
this entire chapter. Yeah, with the 8 spokes behind her, it looks really good. The triangle.
The
I love
chapter.
it.
Yeah,
This chapter,
yeah.
it reminded me of Kawaki at his peak, at his prime.
Don't disrespect her like that.
That's not
silly.
disrespectful to say Kawaki at his peak and prime.
Kawaki. Anything comparing
Let's
anything
go.
to Kawaki is disrespect.
Yeah,
No, not-
Yeah, you kind of.
No, it's not.
Like between Code and Kawaki is a race is a race to the bottom. Like I don't know what
Like
is happening.
you doing that's kind of like me, like, oh, this cake tastes really good, but like there's a piece of poop in front of my face.
Bro, you guys are haters. This is insane. Okay, whatever. I'm gonna address Mello's thing now. So okay.
Wait. Is Konohamaru doing like the sage mode shit? Like, is he like a sage mode tier?
Apparently he just has enough chakra to just do all this in like base.
See, that's the thing. Okay, so
sorry.
Mello,
Please continue.
Mello, you're not gonna like this because I'm pretty sure you said this was like your favorite chapter of the entire franchise of Boruto in general.
This and Himawari's chapter, yeah.
This was
Really?
like
Heavily
in terms
biased
of
though, because he
in
really
terms of
likes Sarada.
2 blue vortex. This was me and Kamui's 3rd least favorite chapter, if not 5th. So like bottom 3.
Are you fucking kidding?
This
I
is
haven't read
What is your favorite chapter? The first one?
This is the most hyped. Bro, this is crazy.
The first
What's
chapter
your
is
favorite
bad.
chapter?
Chapter 4, 5, and last chapter actually.
Last chapter?
I think I'd probably agree. Yeah.
Last chapter was kind of meh. It was like the last 2 chapters felt like maybe like transitionary chapters, and the whole like Konohamaru Mitsari shit was kind of meh. Like I wanted him to box, bro. Like all this bullshit. Like,
Well, that's it. That's exactly
him
it.
To, like show everybody who he is.
Exactly. No, that was the thing I've been waiting for all month. I didn't even care in comparison about Sarada's Mangekyo. Not that I didn't want to see it, but technically we already saw. It's not like they did anything new with it this chapter. They just did more with the same thing. But the Konohamaru Matsuri thing is the stuff that I was actually engaged with. I was compelled. I was interested. I wanted to see him actually have a fight, and they didn't do it. Okay, I'm fine with Boruto coming in and pulling a Dragon Ball Z. That was straight up cool. I'm glad they did it. I agree with the writing decision. I wanted to see Konohamaru fight. I waited all month for it. That's the one thing I wanted from this chapter. It didn't even need to be this chapter. I just wanted to see it done at some point. We're not going to get it now. He skipped over the fight. He didn't need to do that. I was underwhelmed.
Bro, he already proved his metal versus Hidari.
He did
It's good.
like 2
Bro, he
Rasen
did a
barriers.
Rasen barricade to get blown into the like wall, and then one to defend Boruto.
Okay, Mello, let me ask you this: Have you?
Is he dead or alive though? He survived
Okay.
So is everyone else there.
Yeah,
Nishi's alive.
No. That's not true. All the characters that scaled are alive, but Nishi was so pathetic. Bro didn't even do anything.
No. He was so strong that Hidari was scared to attack him.
Boruto asked Nishi for help.
Didn't he get? Isn't he unemployed? How does he still have a job?
Yeah, he fled Team E.
Kawaki shenanigans.
Bro, he never reported back to Shikamaru.
Shikamaru forgot. No, that's crazy.
Yeah, literally. So did Ikimoto.
Goodness. Mello and Sauron. When was the last time y'all watched the anime? The Lemon arc. You know, the Konohamaru Remon arc. When was the last time y'all watched that?
Yeah, Konohamaru the last.
When it first came out, probably.
I despise that arc. But
Okay, let me
yeah.
remind you guys of how it ended, because Konohamaru did
Like
get
a
a fight,
wedding?
a 1v1 against a being a lot stronger than him, and he actually had abilities to counter it, and it was extremely cool, and I was praying it was going to become canon. First of all, he had 2 different barrier sealing jutsus. He had a green triangle jutsu that was really cool, and then even cooler, he had this pink translucent hand thing that just reached out of the ground like a soul and just grabbed the thing and squeezed it. It's basically a Susanoo, but cooler. It was insane. And then above all else, okay, this is a Sarutobi member, the grandson
the
of the
biggest Konohamaru
honorable
fanboy
third
ever, I have
Hokage,
to say.
who his goal is to become Hokage. Okay, Sarutobi clan member. He's the leader of Team 7, and in this arc, the Remon arc, he has
Sarada's
Monkey
leader,
King
Team 7.
Enra, and that was the one jutsu he could have done here. It's a 1v1 solo fight against someone stronger than him. Why would he not summon it, even off screen?
Wait, prove that.
Because
Wait.
Kimono doesn't know it exists.
Hold on.
Prove she's stronger. Yeah.
He does. He probably does. It's also in a game, but he
No,
probably doesn't know
bro.
about the game.
Kimono does not watch the game cutscenes, and he doesn't watch the anime. Okay, everything with Mitsuki proves that.
Not necessarily.
That's kind
Oh no, necessarily.
Anyway,
Mello, I think the
Anyway.
easiest way I would go about it would be, rather than feats, it would be the lore, of which case, assuming Koji is just being honest and reliable narrator, the fact that he's telling this team to go about it in a way to backstab them so that they don't have to actually fight them tells me that they couldn't just defeat them in a fair 1v1 fight.
But Sarada literally just did that.
Yeah, that's a good point. It seems like Koji intended for this whole thing to fail anyway, because he wanted her to awaken the Mangekyo. If she just does backstep for you, she ain't awakening the Mangekyo.
Yeah, I think there's some futures where she just didn't awaken the Mangekyo.
That has
yeah.
to be true.
Yeah, but I don't think Koji actually wanted them to successfully backstab them. Maybe Konohamaru for Matsuri, but like, not Sarada. I think he wanted Sarada's team to fail.
Well, but at that point, why even make the mission like that in the first place? Just go in there and fight them. It doesn't change anything, right?
I guess for Konohamaru's side, potentially.
No, both of them ended up fighting.
Well, actually,
this
no,
is the
actually, now that I think
circumstances
of
wouldn't allow.
did
plan came from
Koji tell
Shikamaru,
Shikamaru to do that
not
mission
Koji.
in that exact way, or did Shikamaru come up with that idea?
I thought it was Shikamaru got it from Koji.
Koji gave him
No.
the prereq. Like,
No, he
Koji,
gave
I mean,
him
on screen,
information.
Koji just told him
Yeah.
to send that team, and then he ran away. Then
this is just
Shikamaru
Yeah,
gave
exactly.
the
Shikamaru's
mission.
plan.
He
Yeah,
he
this
just
is-
gave him information. He didn't tell him what to do.
Yeah, it has
When-
nothing to do with.
When
Koji.
Shikamaru's giving the mission to Konohamaru, does Koji have a toad on Shikamaru, like, talking to him?
I mean,
No?
the toad
think
hopped
so.
away from Shikamaru in the previous chapter, but I'll double check.
All right, Luna, go drink water real quick.
So I
But
could've
every
sworn
time
he did.
Koji speaks with Shikamaru, it's through.
Oh, you
the
just did.
toad.
Never
So it
mind.
have to be.
Yeah. I could have sworn he had a toad in that
I'm-
Hokage
I'll
office
double
when he
check
was
right
talking to
now.
Konohamaru.
There was a toad on the desk when Konohamaru was in the Kage office, I think.
Yeah. Okay.
I just don't like how they did Mitsuri, like Boruto cutting her up like that. It's just
It was cold. It was cool.
She'll be back. It was
no,
awesome,
the art
bro.
was amazing. Like really, like he's really improving. But I
Well-
just wanted Konohamaru to fucking. get
Okay, yeah,
away.
it's on
Like,
his
what the fuck?
shoulder.
Exactly. That's what
Good
I'm
luck
saying.
with that, bro.
So,
Good
She,
luck.
I
Like,
I
like
told
Boruto
you
didn't
what-
need this. Like what the fuck?
I told you what I wanted. Like, I knew that he wasn't gonna. I knew that he probably couldn't win, but like, I did want to see him like use the Rossin barricade to like block some of her attacks. At least get a bare minimum of like a mini fight between the two of them. Even
Bro,
though
he should
I
use
don't
the
think
Rossin windmill, the jutsu we made up on stream.
What he
yeah,
did was
like
still
the
cool,
Rossin
though.
barrier to block some of her attacks, but we don't really. It's all entirely like off screen, and we don't even know how long they even like fought for.
No,
Like,
I
the
know.
thing-
Let me based off this
Okay.
chapter, I don't think they fought on screen. Matsuri has Konohamaru in the same position he was in at the end of last chapter. I don't
Exactly.
think. I think this
So-
is just 2 seconds
What I-
later.
Yeah, so I was about to get to my second interpretation was all the stuff that was happening with Matsuri and Konohamaru last chapter, was that like all happening concurrently with all the other stuff that was happening in the chapter? Because like,
Yes.
why were they
There's
in
no way
that
to really
position?
tell.
Why were they in that position for so long? In
They
order
did the
for
same
like,
thing in a previous chapter where like Matsuru's yelling at Konohamaru, and then the next time like they just have Sarada, Ryu, whatever stuff for half the chapter.
I mean, they were
then it cuts back
talking.
to Konohamaru, and she just repeats what she yelled at him before, but in a paraphrased way, just slightly different. Just like they just restart. So this is what they then do.
Let's
So
keep in
I
All
mind.
think
happening
that-
at the same time, just to make sense of it simultaneously.
I don't know. I think the Matsuri and Konohamaru stuff happened. I think all the stuff that happened with Sarada awakening her MS and stuff happened before the whole Konohamaru stuff. Because like
Well,
otherwise,
No,
how I
it
don't
has to,
understand
at least
how-
now, it has to line up, because otherwise Mitsuki and them would have just gone to assist Konohamaru. Which is, I think, what did
No,
happen at the end of the chapter, because it seems like someone, I think it was Mitsuki,
What did-
threw the pendant for Boruto to teleport to around near Matsuri.
Yeah, that pendant
so
shit was weird too.
I don't, yeah,
understand.
that doesn't make sense to me either. I don't understand, because it happened off screen. It's weird.
Like, did Boruto teleport to where Mitsuki was and then just like darted towards Konohamaru?
Did Mitsuki
Like,
just
ran
think
there?
it was
the weird
gonna
thing is
work?
the thing was in the air,
Yeah.
like away from where Boruto was. So I don't
There's like a
understand what happened.
shuriken there. It's almost like he teleported to where Mitsuki was and then threw a shuriken from that point all the way to where Konohamaru was and then teleported to the shuriken. It's like, where did the shuriken come from? Like, how the fuck did he
Weird.
get there?
I'm pretty sure that's what he did.
I'm
though.
pretty sure he just teleported through a shuriken and then teleported to her. I think that's all he did.
Yeah, I
But
do
I'm
Yeah,
think.
but like, why
out
was
where
he
he
thinking that he
teleported
teleported
to.
to the first time just in the
Yeah.
air?
The first time,
like,
probably to
Huh?
the
Where
pen.
where was he when he arrived? When he first arrived there, where was he? Where Mitsuki and them are, or is he where Konohamaru and them are?
Was he in the air where the
Yeah, like
freaking
where the fuck did he come
Mitsuki
from?
tool was?
Well, I think he definitely did
'Cause
teleport to
I
the
know
tool.
the Shinju
but-
found a piece of metal or something. Did he teleport to that found metal?
Yeah,
It
well,
seems
because
like it, but it
Mitsuki's
seems
the
like
one that
was
picked it
Mitsuki.
up. Yes, I think Mitsuki threw it near Konohamaru for Boruto to teleport to, but I don't know why Mitsuki would do that. Why would Mitsuki think Boruto's going to teleport to it right now?
But when he,
Huh? Hold on,
Yeah,
go back.
exactly.
That's the
Does somebody have
problem.
any of those pages? Because like I don't think
I
Mitsuki
have
threw
the-
anything.
yeah, so I
I
was
don't
about
think
to
he
It's
ask,
threw
off
anything.
screen, but
do you-
Mitsuki was
do
the
you
one who
think
had
he
it.
did it, or did he actually? Okay.
No, I just
That
think
doesn't
he
mean
did
that
it.
he's
I
the
mean,
one
they
who
even
threw
flash
it.
back to it.
Do you think that he just randomly threw a shuriken at Matsuri for no reason? I don't think he's the one who threw it. That doesn't make any sense.
No, Boruto's the one that threw the
Not
shuriken
the
so he could
okay,
teleport
still
to
here.
the shuriken. Because me
I
and
will
share
me and
my
Kamui were
screen.
talking
I'll
about
share
it as
my
well.
screen.
Okay, you'll share your screen. Okay.
No.
That was
Yeah,
pulling it
share
up
your
on mine.
screen.
Okay.
But yeah, all I want to say is I'm not shocked that Konohamaru didn't get a fight because he was already like massively injured last chapter. Although a bunch of stakes that were in his back seemed to be missing, but hey, one art mistake there.
Bro, who cares if he was injured? Matsuri was injured. They could have just. It's the
She's not
basic,
gonna
most
feel-
easiest writing
I
setup
don't
of all
think
time.
that
They're
she feels
relative
pain.
because of wherever they were before. They're both injured
No.
now.
No, I don't think that she feels the same the pain the same way Konohamaru feels pain.
Okay,
like
then
he's
they're both
literally
mentally
bleeding.
nerfed from the love. Whatever you want to
But
say.
yeah, look, like all the things that were stabbing him last chapter are all missing. I don't know how Ikimoto forgot that. Like there was literally things in his chest
Yeah.
and in his stomach. He forgot
True.
all of that.
Maybe he took him out off screen when he was fighting.
Yeah, so
You know what?
So
No,
Konohamaru was
okay.
already-
To make myself happy, Monkey King Enra did it off screen.
Wait, what's
I mean,
happening?
Monkey King Enra?
Yeah, he did it off screen.
Anyways.
Real quick,
But yeah.
So I'm noticing
let's
something
see.
I
if you
didn't
look at
notice
my
last night.
screen,
Oh, I didn't see these panels.
if you look at my
Okay.
screen,
So it's in front of Boruto there, but it's
where's
behind
the
him there.
second piece of metal? This makes no sense. So this is the same shape. It's in front of Boruto here,
Then it's
while
behind him
also
there.
being behind him.
So
here.
what I think happened, this doesn't make sense, but I think
Pretty sure it's just on the side of him.
it doesn't make sense, but it must have been someone from around where Konohamaru is, or Konohamaru himself threw the metal. And so we're seeing it in real time being thrown from Konohamaru to behind Boruto. Like it's going in that straight line, if that makes sense. But again, that doesn't
that's
make sense.
not how this art is depicting
Oh.
it.
Well, that's definitely well. That's how the art's
Wait, hold on.
depicting it. But I don't think it makes any sense. But it's how the art's being depicted.
No, it's not. This thing isn't this. First of all, there's no movement lines. Second of all, what did
Okay,
Konohamaru
whoa.
do? Throw like an insane loop-de-doo curveball this way?
Wait, okay, you're not. Now I'm looking at this. This is kind of weird. How is this working?
It's in front of. It's over. So it's in front of Konohamaru, in front of Boruto, like in a triangle thing. And then it's just behind him.
Actually,
They're only emphasizing one of these.
Okay.
Mitsuki only found one piece of metal.
Okay,
Where
you're
did
not
they
gonna like
fall
this.
from?
You're not gonna like this.
The pin?
It might just be an illusion because of the uncanny valley, not uncanny valley, but like the background, the blank space, because the gap in between where the sky is. It might just be that it's to the right of Boruto there and straight to the left of Boruto there, aka it hasn't moved and it's literally right next to him. It's a small pendant.
Yeah, I think it's just
Bro, that's the worst art depiction of my lifetime if that's what's going on.
I agree.
Wait, who threw the pin though?
Maybe Sarada through her gravity made it fly up or something. I don't fucking know.
I think it was.
But she has like such control and precision. I doubt that happened.
Luna, no, thank you.
Piece of metal.
I mean, they're also emphasizing
teleportation.
Yeah,
that's cool. Reminds me of that girl from Harry Potter.
Yeah.
I mean, when Mitsuki's talking, do you think that's from Konohamaru's perspective? Like that's a memory he has?
No, Konohamaru didn't. Wasn't there for this.
No, Konohamaru was reacting to Boruto.
This is just a flashback.
No, I'm saying I'm saying when Mitsuki's talking, is that a flashback from Konohamaru's perspective?
Well, Mitsuki didn't see that
because Konohamaru wasn't there.
So it literally has to be Mitsuki who throw it. It just doesn't make sense otherwise for the paneling.
Well, what do you mean Konohamaru wasn't there?
He wasn't there when Mitsuki said this.
Was he not?
Sitting down.
He was with Matsuri and then
chapter.
No, but
Mitsuki say this in the chapter.
Konohamaru is like literally like looking at the pendant. Like you are we supposed to say that he doesn't know what this pendant is?
No, what I think this is that Boruto by some means teleports. That I can't figure. I don't know how to.
How did he teleport here?
I don't know. But Konohamaru's part in particular, he's looking at Boruto arriving, not the pendant.
I agree.
Oh, I guess he yelled it to Matsuri. Okay, never mind. This could be from Konohamaru's perspective because Konohamaru hadn't fully walked away yet.
I think he was
on that panel where Mitsuki's saying the piece of metal fell. If you look at in between Boruto and Mitsari, there's like a little dot in the middle there. Is that the pendant? Or is that just rubbish?
That's the pendant. I think Konohamaru is actually looking at the pendant though.
Yeah, I think
the next
at both.
Yeah, I think that's why it literally cuts the pendant.
You know what?
Literally in the air.
Yeah, the paneling is a close up on the eye, then a close up on the pendant. I think he is looking at the pendant. I think Mitsuki threw the pendant. Yeah. Konohamaru sees the pendant, looks at it, and then Boruto teleports.
Is it possible that Boruto teleported to Mitsuki? They talked, and then he teleported to Konohamaru.
That doesn't make any sense. Why would he do that?
Yeah, I don't.
Well, because that was the only pendant in the area, wasn't it?
Yeah.
No, look behind Boruto.
Like the one that Mitsuki had.
Well, I mean, there's just two in midair right now. So
I think it's
look behind Boruto. There's even one like when he has his superhero landing, the front facing one. There's one right towards his left.
No, I think that's the same one.
I think it's all three.
That doesn't make sense.
I think all of those are the same one.
I agree.
How the fuck did it get there?
Wait, why does it not make sense for him to have just teleported?
No, it doesn't make sense the way it's drawn. So I get what Oodie's saying. It's small. This is to his right. This is to his right. The problem is the art depiction is depicting this as in front of Boruto. It's just the way it's drawn.
Yeah.
It's a depth thing to where this is in front of him, this is behind him.
I agree.
Yes, technically, you're probably right. The most sensible answer is it's to the right. But this is a terrible way of drawing it if you're doing that. Because you shouldn't add these background shots that make it look like it's back there.
Exactly.
Wade in chat says, aren't there pages missing? So maybe it's explaining the full release. I don't know if this page is missing.
No, this said 40 pages.
In order.
The pendant should be larger as well if it's like that's too small.
I think that's just
that's true. Yeah, it's
art,
like I mean it should be as big as his fingers.
Boruto is really
unless
fast.
It's in the background.
The fact
far
that
away.
he blitzed her before she could even finish.
I thought he just teleports to the Shuriken.
He
teleports to the Shuriken, presumably.
No, like he seems to be a distance away from them when he first shows up.
Yeah, so he teleports to the pendant and he throws the kunai to teleport. Well, that's a shuriken. Teleports to the shuriken. So he does two teleportations.
He didn't run there. Yeah.
Presumably.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Okay, never mind. Yeah, Boruto's trash. Never mind. My bad.
This Konohamaru though.
I just lost 1 billion subs. Goodbye.
I just barked. My bad.
Speaking of Konohamaru, let's actually look at Okay, this versus the end of last chapter.
Pick a place, girl. Come on.
I would say Konohamaru threw it, but his arms seem
So
like
Konohamaru definitely didn't throw it.
unusable.
I
Yeah.
think
He
the only way to make it make
absolutely
sense
did
until
not
they
throw it.
explain it, which I don't
Wait,
think they
I
will,
don't know
is
how
that
it would
Mitsuki
get
just
there.
trusted Boruto because
He don't have
Boruto's his
Endeavor
son,
energy.
and this is like post all of that stuff.
Ru just
Okay.
doesn't have his spikes.
So, or like me. Okay, so hold on. Is my assumption was just that, like, okay, so Boruto like teleported to the only pin that was in the area, the one that Mitsuki had,
Bro, you know
and
what-
then
you know what I think
he's
happened?
yeah.
Sorry, please continue. Please continue.
and then it gets thrown into this area. He teleports to it, then throws the kunai, then slashes Matsuri.
Yeah, that's it.
Because like
I
the
wouldn't
only
use
pin
that
in
word,
the area
but yeah.
was Mitsuki.
Maybe not
That was the only
flashes.
pin in the area. It was Mitsuki.
If you
So,
look at
but
Mitsuki's,
Oh,
Yeah.
What happened to this
you're
shit?
fine.
I'm telling you, Monkey King Edward took it out.
dialogue, he
Stop
said
being
this
so
pin
dour, Kamui. Put a smile on.
he said Boruto might use this for teleportation. So the whole
Exactly.
idea, like he met Boruto. So what I think you're right. I think he says this piece fail. I think the fail part is like when like, whoever the fuck had it dropped it. Basically, it's not that it fell from the sky mysteriously. It's like, hey, during the ruckus, Ryu must have dropped this, or Sarada, or whoever the fuck had it last. It fell from that. He might use this. So I think he threw it to Konohamaru, to be honest. And then Boruto teleported to it. It just seems very convenient. And then he like throws the shuriken. Like the timing is all just very convenient. If that's how it happened.
If he went
But-
to go meet Mitsuki, he could have thrown it himself. Like Boruto could have just taken it and thrown it thrown it to
And
that
then-
location,
And then like
and
the
then
panel
teleported to
placement.
it.
The panel placement would imply that Mitsuki has it after Boruto is already there. Not
Well, I
prior.
think that's the explanation for the audience.
I think that's
So I think
No,
it's
no.
it's
This is
very
explanation
simple.
for the audience.
It's these two events are happening at the same time. So Sarada's Ryu fight has already concluded, and because that fight's now concluded, they can now go assist Konohamaru. Mitsuki, because Boruto's his son, he's believing and trusting in Boruto, and because he thinks that might happen, he's just trusting it will happen. So Mitsuki's first thing
No,
he's going to
that's
do is throw
ridiculous.
the pin
I don't
in
think
there.
that's happened. I don't think that happened at all. I don't think that's happened at
might,
all.
might
I
That's
think
a
that's one of
little.
the best-
That's
might-
a little too Mickey for my taste. That's
It's
even more.
super
That's
convenient, but it's a good explainer though. Like
it's
best.
extremely contrived. That's
It
really
is.
silly.
I don't
I
see
would
any
despise
problems
grasping
with
at
it.
straws at
Be-
this
it-
point, though.
It's not like he's banking on
Ooh.
Konohamaru or like on Boruto,
No,
as if
'cause, like,
Boruto
oh,
doesn't
that's
teleport, then it's the
oh,
end of the
no.
world. It's like, why not throw it if he doesn't teleport? He'll just go assist as quickly as he was going to do anyways.
So what do you guys rate this chapter? Since this is your third worst chapter ever. What the fuck?
Yeah, that's great. You're talking about in the Boruto manga? It's the
Boruto
third
Chapter
worst?
Vortex.
Your
My
chapter
least
21.
favorite 3 chapters.
So
Out of 10,
again,
what
to
do you rate him?
clarify, I had very high expectations for this chapter. I expected it to be top 5 chapters of Two Blue Vortex, which you can say, well, oh, Oodie hates Two Blue. No, that is actually a very high praise for me. My top 5 chapters are very good chapters, in my opinion. And so that's where I was expecting it. It wasn't there. It was bottom 3. So a big gap in expectations. So I was very underwhelmed and disappointed in this chapter.
Okay. Oh man.
And
they
that's
lost
not.
Mr.
I mean, I
LeBron.
had very low expectations. If anything, it exceeded my expectations.
Oh.
Kami's just a
I had
hater.
low
is that-
expectation for Sarada's Mangekyo awakening. That's crazy.
It wasn't her awakening.
I mean, like I know I'm biased. I just conceptually and executionally have not cared about Sarada's Mangekyo or really Sarada into Blue Vortex Spirit. I'm not.
The problem.
I just don't
That was the
care.
problem.
And everything I wanted from Mitsuki, I knew I wasn't gonna get based off these last 3 chapters. So juxtaposing them together is just as I'm just like, man, I already know I'm not gonna like this.
We all know
Yeah,
the
so-
real reason, Kamui.
You're
Chose
basically done with
Mitsuki.
Boruto then. You're just basically done with
Metaphorically, yeah.
Boruto. Yeah, I'm getting that vibe. Yeah, I can feel it. To me, Sarada.
I'm gonna keep reading it, obviously, but like I have metaphorically dropped it.
Other things that you want? 'Cause I'll just sit here and gush about Sarada. So maybe you should pick the topic.
Well,
Yeah.
okay. So again, I'm not going to say your interpretation is wrong, and the chapter isn't out yet, so I don't even know what my interpretation is. But what I
Interpretation
understood
of what? Sorry.
I'm just doing a lot of preface.
Okay.
From what I understood from Sarada's ability, it's not that she has full control over the gravity in like a way that she can like fly freely however she wants to like the most intense, insane, infinite reaction degree or whatever. It's more so along the lines of she can do to herself the same thing that she was doing to Ryu, of which case it was just picking them up through the orbs, because I don't think she has full control over the gravity of the dimensions. I think it's just the 4 orbs has sucking force. And so she's like lifting herself and Ryu off the ground through those orbs. But like I don't think she can just move herself wherever. I think if anything she would have to move an orb and then suck herself to that orb.
So I arrived at this conclusion the other day as well. I was like, because I kept saying she could push and pull, but that wasn't true. She can only pull. So she can pull you towards. So, but here's the key thing though. She can effectively push and pull. And so here's the thing. Once you have 2 orbs, that's so the number of orbs, and that's where her creativity comes. If it was 1 orb, I think she would be fucked. But the fact that she can manifest 2, and then 4 is actually insane. But the 2 is all you really need. So basically, she can simulate. So if she puts an orb behind her, she can pull you towards that orb, which simulates pull, and then put an orb behind you, and it'll suck you towards it. That simulates push, or push and pull, vice versa. So she can, depending on the placement of the orbs, she can effectively manipulate the field in between both orbs position. So because of all 4, it creates like a box. So it creates that field of influence, that territory, that domain. So through the number of orbs in their placement, she has full gravity manipulation. It's actually really brilliant writing. If it was just 1, it would be fucked. Yeah, it would be like kind of dog shit. If it's 2, it's nasty. 4 is just fucking ridiculous. And if there's more, it's just, my God, help us.
I would agree if this was a 2D plane. So I think she would need 8 to make it more like a cube. She would need to have a cube around them.
Well, I think she might have 8, though, because she's got 8 triangles. It kind of makes sense.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's going to go up to 8. I don't think she has access to 8 right now. I think she only has access to 4, because I do think that's the most she could do at that moment.
I wouldn't give her anything past 4, because I haven't seen it. So
okay.
But I think 4 is plenty.
Okay.
Because with that, you get basically she gets freedom of movement in totality. Between those 2 points, all you need is 2. 4 just give you more control. It makes it even more busted. 8, I think anything beyond 4 would be like not necessary because of their size and the distance. And like I said before, when they first manifest, they look small next to her, but that's perspective. They're actually bigger than Ryu.
Well, I thought she was just making them bigger.
That is
later on.
what she
I
does.
could be wrong.
And in fact,
happened?
I'll go even further. I think that's how she has to do it, because again, I do think that was her going all out. I think they start small and they get bigger. I don't think she can just manifest them already big. I think it's in a way similar to the Susanoo, but like way slower. How you can't just instantly manifest the perfect Susanoo. It has to go like to the skeleton form, and then the full rib cage, and then the like partial, and then the full. I think it's kind of like that.
That could be a drawback then, to where it's like if she wants to make it that big, she's got to have the Mangekyo in use for longer, which means it's going to bleed, and I guess in this case,
or
pass
even
out.
I think it's even cooler to where if she's fighting someone, the longer you fight her, the stronger she becomes.
Yeah,
up to a certain
until she
extent.
runs out of gas, basically.
Yeah, or up until the point where she can't make it any bigger, which I think is also a possibility.
Yeah, there's so when it first manifests in chapter 20, there's the perspective thing, right? So it looks like it's like small relative to Mitsuki and Ryu's bodies. And the same thing goes for like Sarada as well, in chapter 21. But I do think they're just that size. See, I'm about to go through 21 and confirm this or debunk my own thing, but I just think it's a perspective thing, to be honest. Unless I see something that indicates that there's some expansion, then I have to arrive at the reasonable conclusion that they were just like that on manifestation.
Yeah, they might all just be that size.
I think they are, and I think they're very far off. I don't think they're very close to each other. I think her field of her territory or whatever, I think that shit's like very, 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 very vast. Yeah.
Looking at it right now. They might be actually.
I mean, to be fair, it could. I mean, I'm looking at it, and even like pretty late in the chapter, as they've seemingly got bigger, there's one. So it says 040 at the bottom right of this page, when she says, I also knew I was denying this power. I kept hitting on that page. There's one to her left that looks pretty small compared to the one to her right that's bigger. You could argue it's because the one to the left she made later on versus the one on the right, but it also might be farther away.
I can't find the link stuff.
It's here, I'll relink it. There you go.
The orb thing just seems like an extra thing. I can't tell that's coming from one of her portals, or if it's just a new thing that's spawned behind Ryu, because he's like, just out of nowhere is there on him.
If it was to grow bigger, I feel like he would mention that, like, or have a character say, "Oh, it's getting larger."
Yeah,
that's what I was going to say that. You know, I agree. Yeah, I think there would have been some kind of dialogue that would have mentioned that, because like it seems like through Ryu and Mitsuki, they're explaining what's happening or interpreting what's happening, and I would have feel like if that was increasing in size, that's definitely something that would have been mentioned in his internal dialogue.
I also can't really tell what happened to Ryu, how he blew up, because the final thing we see before the explosion is it's literally wrapping around him. Like, the black sphere isn't a sphere. It's almost like Kawaki's Daikoken, how it's going in front of him to, like, pull him into it. It's weird.
It's like he got sand coffined, but he got, like, black orb coffined.
She just made it
the particle style. Like, I don't know, like,
she died.
What happened there?
You like just look at like the design of the explosion. It's like an atom nucleus or some shit. Yeah, it's actually really interesting. But like, yeah, just look at like the perspective of those orbs in that one shot right there. Like, look at how their size is relative to like everything. Yeah, like they're so fucking far off, and like their range is nasty. Like, look at the Grimes in comparison to them. This is fucking weird. And look how high up she is. Like, what the fuck? I didn't even know she was that high.
Yeah, I think she was rising while she was talking.
She is high.
This power is nuts.
To be fair, I don't know if the range is that big, because it looks pretty impressive with that wide shot, but you look at the ground, it's just like one sand dune in distance. Like the distance between Araya on the left and Yodo and Mitsuki on the left, and the claw grimes on the right, it's just one sand dune. It's not like those are mountains. Those are just like normal sand hills. So maybe it's just like 20, 30, 40 feet.
I don't think it's like miles, but I think for this level of power, this type of ability, and her precision with it, to have this much of an influence is fucking insane. Like pretty much anything in between these like four things is like death. That's nasty. Like, that's kind of crazy.
It's like a block, like a neighborhood block almost. Like half of that.
I mean, what's stopping her from pulling him in 4 different directions simultaneously at full gravitational force and ripping him apart?
Yeah, like
just her whim, her fucking desire to just play like aura form and levitate, and like that's what I'm saying. Like, she was not going all out, and it was so casual, no strain, no sweat, no fatigue, no nothing.
Well, I would say no strain, because she does bleed.
Yeah, well, I mean, how would she strain using this ability? It's her dojutsu.
Well, we've seen like Sasuke strain using Amaterasu versus Killer B. He's like, his eyeball is shaking. He's like, veins are coming into his, like, whatever those little, I guess, red veins in your eye. Like, yeah, like we've seen the visual depiction. She has zero emotion.
I don't think that's from him using it to like a stronger degree. I think that's from overuse. Is why I would like that.
So because there's plenty of times where we see it bleed, and they don't have like the like they're gonna die look on their face. It's just is bleeding. Like, in her case,
of the specificity of why he bled, this would be a visual example of someone straining using their ocular powers. That's what I mean. So we've seen someone strain using their ocular powers. So you're saying, like, what would that look like? That's the example, regardless of the specificity. Or
I think his eye was straining. I don't think Sasuke was straining. I think Sasuke was straining to continue to do it, but I don't think he himself was straining to do it.
I think you're missing my point.
Okay.
I'm just trying to give you a visual representation of someone straining. Never mind the specificity of it. His eye, whether it's his chakra, him, his eyeball, God himself, okay? Like, he looked like he was straining to sustain the jutsu that was stemming from his visual prowess. I think if Sarada had any kind of difficulty with this, we would have seen something akin to that. That's all I'm saying. That's it.
So, okay, I see what you're saying. When you say go all out, I'm assuming you mean like giving her maximum effort.
Well, when you look at the panel's progression, there are 3 progressions at minimum. Yeah. So the first progression is they levitate, and as they're levitating, he's moving towards the orb. So that's first progression. The second progression is when they zoom in on her eyes and he goes hurling towards the orb. And I think that is...
Well, I don't know if he was moving towards the orb or if this orb just like spawned behind him, because it's like there's just nothing near him, and then all of a sudden out of nowhere it's there.
So that's why I'm saying it's an escalation. So if you go to the page, you see speed lines. We says quit your babbling, and he attacks her. They zoom in on her face, and then all of a sudden the orb is there with speed lines behind him. This is him being attracted to it. So she increases the force. That's my interpretation of it. So this is escalation number 2. And then escalation number 3 is when he's trying to escape and use a grime, and then he can't move his finger. His hand slams back. That's escalation number 3, and then he dies. So you can call that escalation number 4. So the reason why I'm saying like go all out, there's no reason why she couldn't do number 4 at number 1 and skip 2, 3. That's my point. So yeah.
Well, what I will say though is her dialogue about the whole going all out dialogue stuff is after she's already started, doing this here. So I think you would just say this stuff not going all out, and then it would only apply to once the big orb comes out anyway.
So my analysis isn't even based off her dialogue. It's just based off of what I'm seeing from my end. I didn't even know she said she wasn't going all out, or she was going all out. I didn't even know she said that. That had absolutely nothing to do with my analysis. I just see what I see. It's very clear that there's like 4 stages of escalation. The 4th one is death with the explosion. The first one is the levitation. So in absence of any explainer for why she can't just do what she did on the 4th escalation, the 3rd and the 4th one at the first, then I have to just look at what's presented and say, she can. And because she didn't, that means she was not going all out. It's pretty 1-to-1.
I think she didn't because she couldn't.
Okay. What's your reasoning for that?
So I disagree with Kamui. I don't think it matters when she said she's not going all out anymore, because clearly they're making an indication between an association, I should say, between her not going all out and her using her Mangekyo, because she's not reserving it for Boruto anymore. She's using it for herself, or whatever narrative thing they're doing there.
I mean, I generally agree with what you're saying there.
Well, also like her comrade died. And like did she arrive at the conclusion at the ass end of the escalation in part 4 to just go out right then and there? I doubt it. She probably arrived at this conclusion when she awoken. And she's just now like verbalizing it outwardly.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying.
Would that imply that she's been going all out the whole fight then?
No, whenever she awakened her Mangekyo.
But that's what I meant. The whole Mangekyo fight. Sorry.
No. Because again, in absence of any explainer as to why she couldn't just immediately suck him towards it and then blow him up, then I have to say she can. And the fact that she didn't would suggest that she did it. She wasn't going all out.
Well, why would you?
But then why would she be talking about going all out though? Then that becomes weird.
But it's not. My analysis has nothing to do with her talking.
Well, that's fine. But now that you know that she's talking about it,
whoa,
would it be weird for her to talk about it if she's not doing it?
I don't know how to answer the question. Like, why is another individual doing things? I don't know. I can't.
Well, here, let me question your logic, because I don't quite understand. So, we both agree there's an absence of not knowing here. So, why are you assuming that she can do it because of that absence?
What do you mean the absence of not knowing?
The thing that you said, I'm badly misquoting it. What did you say? The absence thing of knowledge or whatever? We don't know if she can do it, so we have to assume she can.
So you take what's presented as it's presented. If there's nothing adding limitations or anything like that to the ability or the situation. So in this case, right? if I'm saying she's holding back when she starts, like at the start of it, because she's talking, monologuing, the levitating, I'm saying she's holding back because there's nothing in the material that says she should not be able to do at the start of her awakening what she does at the end of the battle. And because there's nothing that says that she can't do that at the start, I have to arrive at the assumption, which I think is based upon a reasonable, logical reasoning, rather, that she could have done it at the very beginning.
Well, but that's where you lose me. You don't have to do that. We know that she can do what we saw her do. We don't know if she can do anything more than that. You're just saying that, you have to arrive at that conclusion.
I'm not giving her anything more than what was presented. All I'm saying is
that's what I
when
thought
she
you were
sucked him
saying.
when she sucked him towards the sphere and blew him up, why didn't she do that when she first awakened the Mangekyo?
We don't know.
Why can't she do that then?
So that's what you mean by holding back?
Because nothing is presented that will lead you to thinking that she couldn't do it.
We don't understand how the ability works yet fully.
You don't need to. You just go based upon what's presented, and you arrive at. I didn't call it a conclusion based upon deduction. I called it an assumption based upon logical reasoning. It's an assumption based on induction. I'm not saying it's a 100% valid fact. I'm saying it's likely the case based upon the material presented.
But the material.
Unless you can give me a reason why she can't do what she did at the start. Like why?
Oodie, are you saying her gravity has to like potentially gradually build up?
Yeah.
What's the evidence for that?
What I'm saying is that Mello's coming to a conclusion on the things that was presented. I disagree. I think he's coming to a conclusion on what wasn't presented, actually.
Okay, so what is that? Tell me what that was. That wasn't presented.
What wasn't presented was her just jumping straight to stage 4.
Well, yeah, because it's a series that they have to have an escalation. There's a monologue. There's a story being told. They have to build it up. Yeah, of course. But I think absent of like the narrative reasons why you would have them build up towards that climactic end, there should be no reason in real life or even in the material that's presented why she shouldn't be able to do what she did at the end, at the beginning. Unless you can point to something. And if you can't point to anything, my point stands.
So it is the argument hypothetically going forward in the story? Or like if Sarada was in real life? Maybe I got lost on that.
So if I ball my fist up, or hand up, make a fist, and I hit you lightly, and then later on, 10 seconds later, I ball it up again, and I hit you really, really hard, there's no information saying I couldn't have done that the first time. I just chose not to do it. So now I'm working backwards. I'm saying, okay, well, there's nothing saying I couldn't do it the first time. So that just means I chose not to go all out when I hit you. I chose to hold back. So in absence of that, I'm saying it's reasonable to arrive at this conclusion that the reason why you weren't hit at full power is because the person chose not to do it, and there's nothing stopping them from doing it. So it's reasonable to assume that they could have if they wanted to. That's all I'm saying with Sarada.
Okay.
I'm not saying it's an absolute fact. I'm saying it's
okay. You're saying it's possible. I would agree. It's possible that she might be able to do it. I thought you were saying that.
I think it's possible, and I think it's the most logical thing.
Well, real quick.
Well, okay, I don't think it's most likely because I think the answer is that we don't know.
Just to clarify, because this just has to do with what I was saying earlier. Mello, do you think she was going all out when she did the black orb? So not before, but when she did the black orb blow him up thing. Was she going all out for that attack?
If I go based upon the visual depiction, I would say no. There's nothing visually depicting, in my opinion, her going all out with that. However, that's one aspect of it. I would also say that there's a lack of maybe information about what all out may be. So all I have to go based upon is what I have.
Although in terms of the ability, because obviously she wasn't like running all out there, she was just levitating. But like in terms of the ability,
my answer is I don't know. Like she did all this it's seemingly so effortless, and like she's like out of chakra or whatever. But okay, fine. Like I don't care about that. Like within the battle, she's like completely dominant. There's no visual indications or anything of huffing and puffing, fatigue, nothing, no strain whatsoever. It's just all just effortless. It's eerily effortless. So it gets difficult. Is this her apex? I don't even think so. But is she going all out in terms of doing what she needs to do to finish the battle? I think so. Similar to Kaguya and Naruto. So when I say she's going all out, it's in service of the goal, which is to defeat this guy. But she's going all out in totality of what she can output. I don't fucking know. But yeah.
Okay. I think I understand where we were misunderstanding each other. You were using the word could, and I was interpreting that as you saying she is able to do it, she just didn't do it. Whereas you're saying could was meaning that she might be able to do it.
Did I say could? I don't even remember.
It was that was the word. It was good.
I genuinely don't know how to explain my position in another way besides just repeating myself, I guess.
Okay, let me go with your balling up your fist and punching example, and you do it like lightly the first time and then hard the second time. So the first time you punch me, I know you can punch that hard. I don't know if you can punch harder. That doesn't mean I can conclude that it's reasonable for you to be able to punch harder or not to be able to punch harder. The simple answer is I don't know. I could speculate, I could theorize, and there's nothing wrong with that. But I cannot like base anything on that. It wouldn't be reasonable to do so. There'd be an absence of evidence.
So, okay. I think you're approaching this from like a super like debate bro perspective, and I'm approaching this from like a practical human being perspective. So if I, a full grown man, balled up my fist and hit you, and it was really light, there's no fucking way you think that's the maximum output that I can bring to you. Like, do I know that you don't know that? Of course I don't. But it's a reasonable assumption for me to arrive at that you likely know I could hit you a little harder. I'm a full grown man. 1 + 1 = 2. We arrive at logical conclusions. That's what I'm saying here. And you would base that based on that context. I'm a full grown man. Maybe my form didn't indicate that type of shit. So you're looking at context clues, things, visual indicators, whatever the fuck. That's what I'm doing with
the
Sarada.
whole point was in absence of evidence, and this was from your perspective that you're the one knowing the punch. I don't have all these context clues based on the original presentation of the form or how hard it is lightly versus how hard it is at full power in the first place. If it's, let's just say your max is 100 psi and your light was 80 psi, then that's not a light punch. It's light in comparison to you going all out, though.
I didn't add a number value to the light punch or the hard punch. I just said it was a light and a hard punch. I think, I don't know. I've been in a fight with full-grown men, teenagers, whatever, wherever the fuck age group I was at the time. I'm not a grown man fighting teenagers. That's mid as fuck. So I could ascertain when a motherfucker could hit me a little harder. Like I slap box when I was in military school. So we slap box each other. Motherfucker hit you hard. It's like, yeah, he could probably slap the fuck out of me if he wanted to. But he didn't. And there was like content, like So if you're saying, like, if you're looking for me to give you something like super definitive and fact-based, I haven't done that and I'm not doing that. I'm saying it's a reasonable conclusion to arrive at. Hey, Sarada I'm looking at all the visual indicators, all the information presented to me. I'm looking at the dialogue, the lore, the feats, the visuals. I'm like, there's no strain here. This seems to be effortless. Do I know she's going all out? In terms of destroying him, yeah, because she did it. But do I know she's going all out in terms of her output? I don't fucking know that. So I think it's reasonable to say, in absence of something, hey, maybe she, I don't know, fucking needs to build up. Maybe that's some dialogue that she has in her mind. Then that would be an explainer. And then I can say, okay, well, now you have a point. She needs to build towards this. But there's nothing like that. Like they're just there and she just manipulates it. I have Mitsuki's dialogue. You want to call Mitsuki an unreliable layer? He said it's gravity and she can choose her targets. There's nothing saying she can't do what she did at the end, at the start. Nothing saying that.
Yeah, I'm not saying she couldn't. I don't know if she could, but that's more of what I'm saying. Whereas it feels like you're saying.
So if I ask you, why couldn't she then? You don't know if she could. Okay, cool, that's fine. Why do you think she couldn't do at the end, which at the beginning?
Well, but I'm not saying that.
But I'm not saying you're saying. I'm asking you. Yeah, I'm just asking.
Do you want me to take that hypothetical stance that I don't have? I could come up with an answer really quick.
Well, no, okay. Maybe I asked it wrong. Like, okay, why do you think Sarada can't do at the beginning what she did at the end?
So okay, so are you asking me or like the royal me?
I'm asking you because you said I'm going off from memory, but I think you said that you don't know that she can do it, right? And I'm saying like, okay. What's your reasoning for that conclusion?
But okay,
I'm trying to figure out why don't you know?
I think you mean. Well, the reason I don't know is because of the absence of evidence.
This semantics. I don't mean no, fact-based. I'm not looking for like, okay, so yes, this normie talk and there's debate bro talk. Okay, I gotta be super like fucking specific. I'm not asking you for like what you know to be true, right? I'm saying you seem to be pretty confident about what you couldn't do. I'm saying
no,
okay,
no. Mello, you're asserting this negative stance onto me. I don't have one either way. I don't know what she can do. I'm not confident in either. That is my stance.
Wait, isn't that a negative position?
It feels like you are confident in what she could do, but it feels like that's no longer how I'm interpreting it.
I am confident. I don't know. Maybe we move on. Okay, I don't know how other way I can explain my point. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not trying to ascertain conclusions based on deduction.
So
it's just reasonable conclusions based on induction. What's likely to be true based upon what's happening. Like I don't know what else to say.
Okay, so just to make sure, so you're confident that she can do it.
I'm saying in absence of a reason why she can't, I don't know why she can't. I don't know why she, in absence of a reason why she can't do it, I don't know why she couldn't. Yeah.
Okay. And I'm saying that I'm not confident either way. So whereas I think that your interpretation of my stance,
you're arguing against me. You're like you're putting
it feels like you're saying
to mine.
It feels like you're saying you're confident that she can do it, and you're saying that because I'm arguing against you, you're saying that I'm confident that she cannot do it. Whereas I'm not saying that. I'm saying you shouldn't be confident that she can do it.
Can you define your definition for confident, please? Don't go looking it up on Google.
Okay.
Just say it.
It feels like you believe it is likely.
Yeah. That's exactly what I believe. I believe it's likely. Yeah.
Well, based on what?
And now we're looping.
Yeah, but because an absence of evidence isn't evidence.
I'm not looking for... Let's move on.
Okay.
Any other topics?
Well, let me ask you this, Mello, because I do agree. If you are saying, I think she could have done, in your case, step 4 at step 1. But why would you say she didn't do that?
I don't know. I don't think I ever said a reason.
Well, yeah, I was asking if you had one.
If I had to, the closest I could get is just narratively, you want to build to that climactic end. This is a showcase of her new powers. You're not trying to rush it. So you want to, just from a writing narrative perspective and entertainment perspective, it probably should play out at a certain kind of pace that's a little slower. That would be my answer, I think. I think it's less to do with the character's motivations and like just the writer needing to pace it out a bit. Yeah.
I think that her behavior and her using her powers are separate. They're independent of one another. I think based on Mello's answer, they should be combined. But I think realistically, it's closer to something like the apathy that Kawaki showed as he tried to blow up Code, or did blow up Garo, or Borushiki when he's making his giant Rasengans against Boro, or Naruto in the Code arc. I would say those characters could be going all out, despite it being very clear that they're not straining. In fact, intentionally so. They're being cold and callous, but that doesn't mean they're not giving it their all.
I already addressed this, Oodie. I said I think she's going all out as it pertains to her goal to defeat him, but I don't know if she's going all out as it pertains to her overall output. I have no way of measuring her overall output. I just know what she stated via the context, with the mission, with what the goal is, and she accomplished it.
I mean,
So in that sense, yeah.
I was answering Rain's question. Why would
Oh,
you
my
need
bad,
to
my
address it?
My bad, my bad, my bad, my bad.
Okay.
But yeah, I just wasn't looking for evidence. Evidence kind of points you to like something valid, and I think I've tried to stay away from conclusions and deduction, fact based, valid, all the yeah. So again, I wasn't looking for evidence. So I'm just, but yeah, I think we can maybe move on. I do hope those triangles are not just visual depictions. I hope those are actual abilities.
Because the sun goddess Amaterasu, it feels like it.
We haven't seen her left eye ability yet. Every time she's like shown her ability, it always focuses on the right eye. So it could be a left eye ability.
That's crazy. It only manifests when she names the attack, which is fucking cool.
Yeah, here I got a comment.
Look how big this thing is.
We can go over real quick. Well, we have a comparison how big Ryu is, and we can compare how big Matsuri is, and we can compare how big Konohamaru is, and from there, it's pretty easy to compare other characters, but generally they should be bigger than most people. I posted a comment in the group chat that I thought was pretty interesting based on this like whole conversation in the first place. Fun fact, this is from genetic mutation, shadow genetic mutation. Fun fact, the black hole is also known as the black sun. And she might also surpass Naruto, because Naruto is a red giant sun, but in comparison of the black hole, Sarada, the black hole is scientifically more powerful than the red sun. And I haven't actually looked into that. I'll just believe it on face value, but I think that could be a very interesting, just at least scientifically, an idea to explore. Are black holes, which black holes are collapsed stars. That's usually how black holes form. Not that that's the only way, but that's generally what people associate black holes with. It's a collapsed star. Is a collapsed star more quote-unquote powerful than a star when it's still quote-unquote alive? I don't know. I could see argument. It depends however you come to the analysis of whatever
one thing
power
at a time. I like the idea of the black hole, black sun thing simply for the fact that this ability is doing black hole-like things, and her eye is like a sun-like design, and she's naming it after a sun goddess.
Obviously, Baryon Mode was like a sun as well, especially like what was it? The dwarf sun, the sun on like its last legs before it becomes a black hole. What was that? It's a something. But
bro said, and she might surpass Bort. That's crazy. You lost me at that point. I'm still waiting for somebody to tell me how Baryon Mode beats her.
It all just depends on like scaling things, really.
Really?
Yeah, tell me. I always love how like when I try to scale stuff, people are like, "Man, I can't. Man, what? Man, what? Man, seriously, man." I'm like, bro, just present the argument. Damn it, just come.
You don't think there's a hot take?
I'm not sure I care if it is one, to be honest.
I mean, given the hot take, I think a lot of people would be surprised when someone says it. I don't. That's an issue, but
well is asking a question a hot take? I mean, so I have a conclusion. I think Sarada wins.
That question, it kind of implies you think she beats him.
Well, maybe. Either way. So I think Sarada wins. But
your best bet is to use Boruto as your anchor, because Code's stronger than Jigen, but presumably weaker than Ishiki. Boruto did kind of beat up Code pretty good. So depending on the gap between Code and Ishiki, Boruto could be around that area. And if he is, Baryon Mode, Ishiki pretty similar. And then that would mean Boruto pretty similar to Baryon Mode. And then it just have to debate Sarada versus Boruto at that point. So it kind of just depends on where you think Code versus Ishiki is, really, is kind of the difference maker.
I feel like if Baryon Mode is so easily surpassing Sarada, then it should be easy to explain it. But no one, like, it seems to take like a fucking fortnight for me to get like an actual argument for why he beat Sarada. Like, it's been 3 days now. I haven't gotten one.
Well, her ability is weird. It isn't explained in detail. You don't know exactly what he can and can't do. Yeah, that's why I feel like it's kind of.
Thank you for that.
Not.
I got you.
It's not. I wouldn't say it's hard, but someone wouldn't want to argue.
So you would
in this case.
So can we quantify the quality and quantity of his chakra in comparison to hers? I say no. What do you guys say?
Naruto's chakra?
Can we measure and quantify the quality of his chakra and the quantity of his chakra in comparison to Sarada?
I don't think we can quantify it, but we can. You might not like this, but I think it's reasonable to assume that he has more quantity, at the very least.
Why?
Nothing has ever implied that Sarada, with or without Mangekyo, has chakra quantities anywhere comparable to a Biju, let alone the Nine-Tailed Fox plus Naruto. And based off what we saw, and of course you can just argue it's the most taxing high chakra requirement jutsu of all time, but she did pass out after like 5 minutes. So, she probably doesn't have the stamina and chakra reserves that, Naito's and Jerky Naruto has. Probably. It's more likely.
My bad. Hold on. Give me a second.
No, go ahead.
Gamer, and FBK, I'll get to you guys in a second. Oh, I think Gamer gifted FBK, so never mind FBK. Never mind for you.
I mean, you can still shout out any game.
No.
So to your point that you just made, I do think your reasoning is reasonable to arrive at the conclusion. Yeah, no, I'm fine with that reasoning. You're not presenting anything definitive.
Yeah, right. It's just more likely, because how are you going to quantify it in the first place? They have to be side by side doing similar jutsu. Like,
I mean, I can at least qualify something. Is that the reason Ishiki was so monstrously strong was described because he was brimming with power in reference to his high levels of chakra. Obviously, Naruto Sasuke couldn't contend with that. Naruto activated Baryon Mode, was able to contend with that. And so I'm just going to make an association that Naruto got up to that level of high brimming power. Nobody has ever stated that Sarada has been brimming with power or chakra. Therefore, based on that, I would just associate that Sarada should be weaker. You could poke a billion holes into that logic, but I think it's at least a line of logic that could be followed.
No, it's fine. No, I follow your logic. It's reasonable logic. I don't agree, obviously, but I understand how you arrived at your conclusion. It's fine. It seems reasonable.
Yeah.
But I only think it's applicable to the quantity.
I agree.
I don't think you can measure quality at all.
Very hard to do. Like, certain things, like you could assume, like Hakurama's 6-patch chakra is higher quality than like Gaara's chakra or something, but like
and then after a certain point it becomes like God Key and Dragon Ball Super, to where like God Key may be of higher key, but like Piccolo and Gohan can like surpass that level of power in like Battle of Gods, like effortless. Like, it's insane.
It's ridiculous.
So like after a certain point, does his quantity and quality even matter? Even if you could measure it, if she's like Jigen plus at minimum?
Well, okay, actually, this is an interesting conversation. This is something I did want to discuss with you, Mello, and I don't want this to turn into a debate. I'm just going to preface it now, so we're probably going to disagree. It has nothing to do with Ishiki nor Kage, so thank goodness. But this is something we're just probably inherently going to disagree with, but I think that's okay. We'll just agree and move on rather than debate it. So, okay, what are your thoughts on the fact that certain characters, just considering all of the lore and history of the world, that certain characters just seemingly are scaling up for seemingly no reason? In fact, you could even use your own arguments in the past of how Naruto and Sasuke, why would they scale up in the Boruto era? You could apply that to, say, Konohamaru. Why would he randomly Konohamaru, who shouldn't be much more special than pretty much anyone, why is he now randomly Jigen plus when Jigen, obviously you don't view the Otsutsuki very high, but in comparison to wherever Konohamaru was, at like 33 years old, whenever he's 34, he's now like 10 times stronger than that or whatever. Same with like Araya. Why is Araya Otsutsuki level of all characters
without even using his signature technique?
Because I don't think the Otsutsuki are as powerful as you guys keep claiming they are. That's why. Because the scaling doesn't make sense otherwise. That's why I've been saying this shit for years. If you downscale the Otsutsuki, the scaling in Boruto actually makes a lot more sense. But if you like, base Momo can like destroy a star based upon novel shit, then of course you're confused by Boruto scaling. Because you got them, because you're trying to get Boruto characters to Dragon Ball Z levels. It's fucking weird.
I mean, honestly, even if you ignore that, I mean, the gap in power between base Momoshiki at the arena versus friggin' Araya is pretty big.
I mean, my answer to that question would just be the context in which they're dealing with. I mean, Sarada, their growth from the old gen to the new gen is probably not that substantive or substantial, whatever. Because of the era of peace, there's not really much of a motivator. But if you're asking me why Kawaki, I don't know how your Konohamaru, I don't know how your math works from 33 to 34 in a 3-year time scale.
Well, you know,
I
was just saying, you get the idea. You get the idea.
Yeah. But if you're asking me how Konohamaru, like, yeah, it's the context. Like, his fucking master just got packed up from his perspective, dead. He, like, yeah, like Boruto's life got blown up. Like, yeah, it's a major problem. So yeah, he wants to step up. I imagine he's going to put in some work. Sarada's motivations, Mitsuki's motivations was presented in part 1. Himawari was training. We know her motivations from her dialogue with Chocho. Like, yeah, it seems like the context has everybody motivated in comparison to an era of peace.
But is it reasonable to just train up to that level over like 3? Like, how are they even training? Like, considering Rock Lee never stopped training, Neji trained every single day.
Brilliant Gamer 401, thank you so much for the support, man. So I can't let that slide for a moment later. You're gifting subs and that $5 dono. You're awesome, bro. Thank you. I'm sorry.
While you're at it, guys, why don't you donate to the Walky Talky podcast?
In particular, sub, please. We're almost at 1,000. We need it.
Yeah, actually, yeah. Screw that. Don't even donate. Just sub.
Yeah, you guys are almost at 1,000, bro. I saw that the other day. I was like, yeah.
Mel, how many people are watching your stream right now? On your stream,
53.
All right, all 53 of you, don't donate a penny. Just hit the subscribe button.
That's all we want.
You never watch the video again.
Unironically, your viewers subscribing for free would probably be more than their dono would be worth anyways, because once we hit 1,000, that's monetization.
Yes, like literally. Don't even watch the stream ever again. Just subscribe so we get one. Literally.
Yeah, we got monetized.
Do it for us.
I'm about to take them peak fiction videos and upload that shit, boy. Y'all letting that shit rock. Them some good videos, boy.
Holy.
Have to divide them up evenly or something.
Definitely could.
But did I answer your question? I don't even remember. I kind of interrupted myself.
My question?
Anybody who ever asked the last question.
What was the question?
I think we were talking about.
You were asking about whether it was feasible for them to scale up to that level in 3 years or something like that.
I'm sick of ADHD. This shit's getting annoying. Fuck. Yes, that's exactly what we're talking about. Fuck. Yeah, I think I answered your question.
I remember how you worded it, but it was something all this.
In context. It's just context. In comparison to the era piece, yeah. I think that was my answer.
Oh, so you think the Otsutsuki aren't that strong, so the gap to reach that level isn't that big.
Exactly. So Sarada managed to surpass Kinshiki, base Momo, like fuse Momo if you think he's under Jigen, like in 15 years. And if you like to narrow it down in 3 years, while being mentally suppressed, having no confirmed master, and no future training, no external elements that boost her, it's all steady, no steroids, no nothing. And she got this far, and I'm supposed to be impressed by like thousands of years from the Otsutsuki, and she surpassed them in 3 to 15 years? Nah. I'm not gay. Bro, fucking Shinki was boxing Urashiki in part 1. Come on. Oh, come on now.
I never understood the age argument though, because the whole narrative of the Otsutsukis is that they don't train, so I don't know why their age matters. They could be 10, they could be 10 million.
Oodie, I want you to think about that. Take 10 seconds to think about why their age would matter. Why the time that they have to accrue resources would matter. I just gave the answer.
Yeah?
It's a similar thing like, hey, why is it wrong for a 45-year-old to date a 15-year-old? It's like, my answer would be, because the 45-year-old has had time to accrue things that the 15-year-old doesn't have. So the likelihood of the 45-year-old deceiving or manipulating or using the 15-year-old in ways they can't even process, it's an unfair dynamic. The same thing with the Otsutsuki and Sarada, or anyone. that of her age range at this tier, which is no one. Maybe Boruto, but he has external powers. It's like, hey, they have thousands of years to accrue resources. They have a mechanic in which gives them ultimate power, genetic information through chakra fruits, and she surpasses you, all presented. You can make an argument for Ishiki, presented in 15 years total, 3 years really, for a time skip. Come on, that's insane. While nerfed and have no master. The fact that we can even have the conversation that she surpasses Boruto, the fact that she's even relative with him having future training to Sasuke, one of the most powerful shinobi ever existed, training him for an entire year. Demon parasite alien powers, some magical fucking alien Toneri giving him Jogan powers, and we're still, man, he might win, he might not. Bro, it's a testament to how OP she is, bro. That's all I'm saying. I told you, I'll just gush about Sarada all night.
I mean, you are definitely a big Sarada fan. Removing Sarada from the equation. Let's just
lying. Point out the lie.
Let's go with Araya, since I'm assuming you're not a huge Araya fan. So Araya's probably the same age as Sarada.
Now, why is Araya just faster than Sage, Mitsuki?
What?
Listen, because Shinki. look, the truth is, I can explain Araya's power, and it really is Shinki. So I've always said, Shinki and Sarada are the 1A, 1B of their generation. They're the only two natural combatants that reach top tiers, Otsutsuki tier. Again, Shinki cucked an Otsutsuki in part 1. He blitzed him. He's fucking insane. So he's training with Shinki is training with Araya for like 3+ years.
I mean, he was training with him the first 12 years, though.
Yeah, but like for the first 12 years, I don't know like what level. Well, first of all, he got adopted at like 5 or 8. So
okay, but you get my point though. Like they were on the same canon team for a while.
Well, yeah, they had the build towards it, and also like I don't know their relationship, how much they were training. I just know during the flashback in TBV they were training, and they looked a little older than they were in part 1. So I assume they've been training over a period of time. Shinki is literally him. So he's
but keep in mind, Mitsuki was pretty relative without Sage Mode, and he had the Sage Mode. Like,
no, he wasn't.
He was doing pretty good.
Shinki. No,
Shinki was going to win, yes, but Mitsuki was doing pretty good.
No, Shinki, no, that fight was a low diff, and Mitsuki even said like, I don't even think I could win with Sage Mode. Like,
well, he said he wasn't sure. But
see, Kamui, you debating Mello on this is the exact same thing as me debating you on Hinata versus Neji. Now you know how it feels.
Hinata.
Okay, but no, Hinata versus Neji, man, that's even worse.
That sounds like a Walky Talky podcast topic.
Which versions? I'm actually curious.
The prelims match.
So the one that we saw?
I think it was close.
Yes, you know the one where Neji just bodied Hinata without like trying all that hard?
You know, after like 15 minutes, to where he was trying to body her that whole time and couldn't. Until after 15 minutes.
We're both gonna say the most obnoxious way possible.
Bro, Neji was toying with that girl, bro.
I'm
so sorry about, bro.
I agree.
Like it's revealed at the end of that fight. If you're talking about the tuning exams fight, that like she like at the start of the battle she was already fucked because she had already cut her shit off. So all that shit that she was doing, all the back and forth, it looked good, but it wasn't doing shit to him.
Well, no, but it was, though, because it's not like the audience, was under Genjutsu. She was shooting chakra out of her palm. We see it.
That was his chakra, bro.
Nah, it was both. It was definitely both.
No, but he cut her off at the start of the battle. Like, that was revealed. Like she had all these little dots where he was hitting her pressure points, and he had none.
Listen.
But they were hitting each other.
He was either lying or he did it over time. Because he didn't just do all, like, 100 dots all in one strike. It had to be, like, 1 dot per strike. And also, she was doing half of the attacking. It's not like she was on defense all the time. It was, like, 50-50.
No, she was attacking like how you would attack him. But he cut off her superhuman ability to attack him. So she was hitting his arm, but she wasn't infusing any chakra into his points. Because she got cut off at the start of the battle.
At one point? I don't think it was the start, even if that's what Neji says.
Okay. Well,
I just don't think it makes sense.
I'm not even going to argue it. Okay. Well, okay. Interesting topic.
Okay.
I didn't even know FBK was in my chat. I only know he's in my chat because he got gifted a sub. He was just super quiet, just like low key there. not saying anything.
Shout out to
Kind of weird. Could have said hi.
Kind of weird.
Kind of weird. Like
I don't
hi.
know, maybe he was doing
Like,
something.
He might have been lurking just to support. That's something that a lot of people do.
I mean, hi. Like I haven't seen you in a while. Like what the fuck? Okay, cool. I guess.
Okay. Back to the previous topic. Okay, so you were saying that because of the era of peace, they were training but not getting much stronger, but they didn't have to, so that's perfectly okay. Whereas now, the past 3 years, they've had to step up, and that's why they're able to scale much stronger based on that 3-year training.
Yeah, aliens came down from the sky and blew our fucking stadium up. Yeah, we gotta get busy.
Okay, from what we've seen, regardless if you think Naruto, Sasuke, or Rusty, or whatever, the Otsutsukis generally have been much stronger than the Tailed Beast. In comparison, obviously Naruto's generation never had an era of peace, and so they were just stepping up from the get-go. So rather than 3 years of training, they had like 12
minus
up to
the Ten
part
Tails,
1.
right? You're not including the Ten Tails in that?
No, just the Tailed Beast, since obviously the Otsutsuki haven't fought the Ten Tails that we've seen.
But you used to like measure.
Unless
power,
Ishiki did off screen, but we don't know.
feats and statements, but.
And if anything, I think that
the nine-tailed beast.
Yeah, I think Perfect Jinchuriki are stated to be stronger than the Tailed Beast anyway. So, for example, Boruto era B is stronger than Gyuki. And obviously, Urashiki, you want to call it anime canon or filler, whatever. Urashiki did fight and beat Shukaku. You also had, obviously, Ishiki, Jigen, whatever, beating up Naruto, who has the full Kurama. Regardless of Naruto, Jigen beat Kurama.
Okay.
So in comparison, we have part 1 characters, these kids, even going in the time skip, they're 15, 16 years old. Why aren't they Tailed Beast level, or anyone from a previous generation either? Maybe with like a couple exceptions, but those are obviously exceptions to the rule.
Yeah, how do you know they're not? You got very little screen time from a lot of the new gen characters. I mean, I think Inojin outspeeding Jura in flight was pretty fucking impressive. I think Araya matching and reacting to the godly Ryu is pretty impressive. I think Shikadai's ability to thwart Jura and stopping him from getting Himawari was pretty fucking impressive. Like a lot of this stuff is like really impressive stuff. But yeah, we didn't see like butterfly mode Chocho. Or like we didn't see like full Inishikacho like strategies in full bloom. They just didn't have time to cook.
Oh yeah. So okay. I mean, if you put like say Inojin in Shippuden and you had Inojin fight like Shippuden era Kiba, why would Inojin be stronger?
Shippuden era Kiba. I don't know. I don't really know if he would be stronger. I mean, I guess.
So do you think Shippuden era Kiba can just like do well against the Shinju?
Who should be stronger than the B2?
Yeah. Was that your answer? Yeah. You think
my answer is yes in terms of your question. Am I asking you? Of which, because I think it was Kamui's question. I was answering for Kamui. It's convoluted. Yes, go ahead, answer, Mello.
I'm super confused. So I think Kamui was talking to Oodie. That's what I think. Okay.
I was talking. I'm just asking in general. Do you think Eddie Rain can answer? I don't care who answers. Do you think Shippuden era Kiba could do that well as Inojin and Shikadai and all them against the Shinju, and or do you think Kiba could beat a Biju in Shippuden?
Fuck no. Hell no.
So then, why was Inojin so much stronger than Kiba?
I never said he was. What are you talking about? You said that.
Okay, so if we take Inojin
I'm not one of these people that give Boruto era characters like some weird tax that like amps them or some shit, or I guess tax would be the wrong analogy.
Sure,
but I'm not giving them a stimulus that amps them. No.
If you're saying that they're having impressive feats against the Shinju, though, what do you mean by that?
When I say they, I mean like
Inojin,
Shikadai, and all them. I mean,
because you're saying Inojin like outsped Jura flying.
Well, okay, I see what you're saying. That was impressive. Do you think that wasn't impressive?
I think
Jura, like Jura, literally resorted to a projectile. Like I would imagine if it was like faster, maybe he would have just blitzed him. I mean, I don't know. I'm not gonna die on the Inojin hill. Like, yeah, he can be trash. Fuck Inojin. Like, I want him dead. I didn't want him to come
Okay,
back,
I'm
so
glad
I'm
you.
gonna
I'm
die on
good.
the Inojin.
Okay. Because you're a Sarada fan, I'm glad we have a character. Screw Inojin. He's the one we can talk about.
Fucking-
Okay.
So
So
smug since the academy days. Fuck him. No, yeah.
yeah, perfect.
I wish he died too. Then Kawaki could have had a point.
Yeah. But I don't think it's necessarily impressive if he outspeeds Jura, because I don't think Jura was obviously going full speed at that time.
I mean, I don't know. I just
Well, he does say
it's
in the
something-
Himawari
something.
fight that now he's interested in testing his true power, so that does imply he wasn't
True.
using his full power versus the.
Well, sure, but I mean, out stopping or evading the top guy, like that's pretty impressive. Again, I'm not gonna die on the hill if you don't think it's impressive. Cool. If you think it's impressive, cool. Like it's fucking Inoji. I'm not gonna fucking die on the Inoji hill, but I thought it was impressive. Maybe it wasn't. I don't know.
I mean, I think it's impressive for the universe, not impressive in comparison to anything really, because every main character has an expectation to have impressive feats. So even the worst of the worst.
Nishi?
He's not my character.
I mean, he scared Hidari away.
Wait, what? Nah, ain't no way, bro. Ain't no way you giving that to... Nah.
Hidari knocked out everyone but Nishi. Nishi was the last one standing.
There's a reason. I'd say it's pretty
Hidari got
impressive.
more hits on Boruto than he has on Nishi.
Hot take. Boruto is pretty relative without Uzuhiko.
To Nishi?
To like,
Yeah, I agree.
to like low tier god level on my list.
I don't think Boruto really
I
needs
think,
Uzuhiko.
I think he drops significantly without Uzuhiko.
I disagree, because I mean, you just saw what he did against Matsuri in this latest chapter. I think he can do that to any of the Shinju.
Half a woman.
I understand.
That said, though, we don't know what the hell his stupid attack was, but why the fuck did he just do that versus Hidari instead of stupid Uzuhiko?
Because he had to. Like, the only reason why that worked against Mitsuki was because she was already injured and she was off guarded. Like,
yeah, but I feel like that the attack itself was like a bazillion pieces. Like, just do that. Catch Hidari off guard with that.
I mean, if he could, but I think he did. Like, he caught Hidari off guard twice, I think, when he first showed up and then when he warped behind him and then hit him with a Rasengan. So he definitely caught him off guard.
So why did he just do the sword slash in a bazillion pieces move?
Good point. I don't know.
What's he thinking? Is he stupid?
Maybe he was like, well, I mean, I want the big gun. I'm pulling out that Rasengan. Maybe he felt like it wouldn't have been enough for his level of power.
Because I don't think durability is the craziest thing ever in Naruto. Mello, I'm sure you would agree. Hypothetically, if Bug just didn't know a Boruto was behind him, Boruto could just do the same exact thing to Bug. Same with Hidari, same with Ryu, same with any of the Shinju.
Yeah, I don't think they have like fucking god tier durability. And I get your next point, which would be why wouldn't he be able to do that in that under that context in which Kamui was talking about? If that was the case, if he truly caught him off guard, or hell, maybe you weren't even going there. But yeah, I'll let you cook.
What? Okay.
If he wasn't going there, I'll go there.
Okay, you don't go for it, Kamui.
For you. Well, no, Mello already did.
You weren't going there. I just gave you some fuel there.
I wasn't going there, but you distracted me from wherever I was going, where I don't remember where I was going.
My bad. I'm saying ADHD is fucking contagious. Am I saying that right?
Yeah, all of the above.
yeah, something like that. Type shit. Yeah. Yo, Rain, you alive? You good, bro?
Not gonna lie, I'm playing the game, bro.
Oh, okay,
Bro, what's with that depressing ass avatar? I just noticed. Is that Mitsuki looking into the?
No, that's
it's
Mitsuki crying because the stage mode sucks now.
It's from Heaven's Paradise.
His sage mode is cheeks, not the fun kind. His sage
mode. Yeah, his sage mode.
Crazy thing to say.
Fucking Araya got better feats, bro. Like why is his sage mode relying on Yodo for sensory perception? What the fuck?
That's what I'm saying,
bro. It's bad.
They don't make a big deal out of his sage mode at all.
I think when
he activates Sage Mode, and you know what happens? He gets 0% stronger. He does exactly what he was already doing in base. What's the point of the Sage Mode?
He got weaker in Sage Mode.
Exactly, you're right. He got weaker.
He had better feats against Ryu in base.
It's crazy how he doesn't even scale in base. It's fucking insane. At least Sarada can duck a mid Chidori strike from Hidari in base.
So sad.
Or at least react to it. But this fucking guy, like, at his apex, he doesn't scale, but certainly not at base. It's
actually, no, I agree with Oodie. He has better feats in base than in Sage Mode.
It's just inconsistent. Like, I applaud you for trying to find the most consistent path, Mello. It just doesn't. It's just not reality. It just doesn't make sense.
Like when he entered Sage Mode TBV, that shit was so hype. I was like, yo, this is gonna be one of the best fights ever. Him and Boruto, I've been waiting for this for years, bro. Finally, post time skip, he's gonna no nerf. He been nerfed all part 1. And then what the fuck? Like, are you kidding me?
I can't even Mitsuki is better than Shippuden or TBV Mitsuki.
Yeah, part 1 Mitsuki is way better than TBV Mitsuki. I think TBV looks a little cooler in Sage Mode, but outside of that, like
actually, I prefer his part 1 Sage Mode look, but obviously it's just personal preference. But
no, I'll take that too. Like, I always say he has the best looking transformation in the verse to me. Like, it just looks so sick, and they do nothing with it. It's so frustrating.
That's real cool.
Like he should be getting that shine they giving Sarada. He should be getting that soon. If he doesn't get that, like the next
he's not gonna get it.
10 chapters. It's gonna be bullshit.
Nah, he's not gonna get it. He's
become
become the new Sakura. Mello, look at the
exactly. He shouldn't need a Orochimaru to give a Kawaki Amino treatment. You should have already been there.
I think they need to pull the trigger on the whole Toneri Otsutsuki shit.
Yeah,
however you want to make that work.
That kind of got cut off in that Ada chapter.
Does he remember it exists?
Yeah, that was bad.
They cut his character off at the ankles with that shit because nobody was like, oh, so ain't no mystery to this shit.
After that, Mitsuki was just bad after that.
I mean, even base Boruto outran him at the end of part 1. I'm like, this is some bullshit.
Which makes no sense.
It doesn't.
Bro was gone, bro. That motherfucker Boruto got the fuck out of Dodge.
Injured base Boruto, by the way, is freaking covering his eye with one hand.
Yeah,
also, he got stalled by Team Shikacho for like 20 minutes.
After a whole fight with old boy, like he's still outrunning you. Insane, and you fresh.
Thank you.
Like, I'm confused, bro. Like his Sage Mode used to be like, wasn't that like, yo, a Shinobi on Sage Mode is just a different tier of power. It's like, bro, what the fuck? This is. But I get it though. He's going up against like the best, like Boruto and like Ryu. So of course, I think if he goes up against like, I don't know, fucking Obito, Biju Obito, he's fucking cooking.
Yes, okay. I would be completely fine with that if Araya wasn't also doing that.
That's the base, problem. He didn't even have a transformation. Base Mitsuki was stronger than Araya all his life. And then you have his Sage Mode, which is just it's not just Toad's Sage Mode level amp, which is already ridiculous, by the way. It's freaking the Mitsuki whatever Sage Mode, which is freaking insane god tier karma level whatever amp. And it just isn't doing anything.
I think he's probably nerfed in some capacity. Maybe Orochimaru put a limiter on him. I think they're going to have to write something in.
You know, I'm fine with that. If they explained that Orochimaru did the same thing as Amino, to where he just, for whatever reason, over the time skips, like, you know what, let's put a limiter on Mitsuki now. I'll take it.
Doesn't make sense.
Give me an actual reason, at least.
I think it might be something like, yo, he could probably use Sage Mode this whole time, but that whole like body breaking down thing, that was like done on purpose. Like the Anunnaki thing, like aliens created humans with a specific set lifespan on purpose. Yeah, that type of shit.
I would
like, if you use this power, you're gonna die.
Can't wait for the anime to adapt Mitsuki Sage Mode and, use the anime things they've already established.
I am about to go watch a movie real quick. I gotta hit the boys up later.
All right.
What you watching, bro? Before you leave?
Code 8 Part 2.
Code 8 Part 2. I never heard of Code 8. I have to look into it.
Yeah, I think it's Oliver Queen's voice actor. He's in it, so.
Oh. Okay.
The first one was good, so. Oh yeah, Mello. There's a dude not in YouTube chat, but in Discord. His name is Lynx. He's really likes your channel. If you could say hi to him on stream for me, I'd appreciate it. You don't have to, but you could just say hi.
Hello, Lynx. Hi, Lynx. Hello.
Appreciate that.
For rain.
Yeah, I appreciate that. But y'all boys be safe, man.
All right, man. Be easy, bro. Don't be a stranger.
Oh, real quick, Oodie, because we didn't say anything earlier. Well, apparently we got a $5 donation from Brilliant Gamer 401. If you want to ask a question,
We did.
And FBK gifted 5 Walky Talky podcast memberships.
Hey.
And I will say, guys, there's like 100 billion members only videos. So don't think there's nothing there.
This is how it should work. Networking, we all like help each other grow and build at the same time. So this is fucking beautiful. I love it.
Why did OBS tell me? It always does the ding. It just didn't say anything ever.
The only reason we even know right now is because I went on stream just to see if he got any subs. And we did get like 8. We have 979 now.
Thank you.
I do want to answer this question real quick, but I'll be right back. You guys continue.
Well, he hasn't given us one, but Brilliant Gamer, if you want to, you don't have to pay for it. If you just want to ask a question, we'll answer.
Write a message. Well, we did get at least 1 sub. How many subs have we got since?
Well, we have 979. I thought when I last looked, it was 971. So.
Oh, hey, I'll take it.
That's I don't know if all 8 of these were during this stream or just today or something. But...
You know what? I'll take it. Or today during the stream, I don't care. It's not a long period of time either way.
Good enough for me. It's only 21 to go.
Okay. So, noise?
Forget about that movie.
Oh, all right.
Wait, what?
Nah.
No, forget about the movie.
Streamer is different. Y'all still on the same topic?
He said he'd be right back.
I've been talking too much. I was playing the game. I'm gonna try to be more involved in y'all conversation.
All right.
But
bro, what do you think about my take that Ryu screaming when he's about to die is actually a feat because he's able to move his jaw under that gravity pressure?
So, okay. The gravity pressure makes no sense. I'll explain why. So, first of all, the answer is no, but then the answer is going to be weird. So I'm going to start with the no, then I'll get into the weird. So the first answer, no, he's not able to move his finger. Why? Because of how the gravity core is working. It's pulling Ryu into the center of it, almost like it's a planetary devastation. He can't move his finger because he can't lift his finger up off of it. That doesn't mean he can't move his finger like left or right. He's not moving his jaw forwards. He's moving his jaw like down. He's not moving it farther away from the epicenter of the planet. Therefore, it's not impressive. Because it's both is true at the same. It's not inconsistent. He can't lift a finger, but he can move his jaw. It's not like him moving his jaw is impressive because at the same time he can't move his finger. So why can he do one but not the other? It's because moving his jaw was less impressive than lifting his finger off. So the reason this is weird is because when you look at it, I don't understand what's happening, but like his forehead on one of the shots where he's screaming, sweat seems like it's floating away from him. Weirdly.
Is this in the screenshot of his deformed head?
I think so. I'm gonna go pull it up right now.
I mean, he's
yeah, it is.
Blow up. He's blowing up. So I mean, he got like the ugly Dragon Ball Z defeat face. Yeah.
Listen. Kamui, if you can post it because I can't find it. I'm trying to find it.
Yeah, it's like
I'm kind of joking, but what I really think is Sarada lessen the gravity around his mouth so he can open his jaw so she can hear him scream before she kills him.
That's just not in Sarada's character. I'll be honest. That's not. You can say she's aura farming in terms of like the audience or the Ikimoto. In universe, it's not in Sarada's character to aura farm. In fact, I'd argue that is inconsistent and narratively bad.
She's an Uchiha, bruh. They different. They demons. Her aura right now is like Borashiki shit. Like, oh, Rasengan. That's what this like no mercy. Like that's what her aura is like. It's scary, bro. Like, I'm scared of Sarada now.
But that's the Otsutsuki's and Kawaki's ideology, which is why they behave like that. Sarada, you could say, because this is a higher new level of power, divine, godly level of power, maybe she is acting apathetic because of this monstrous power, similar to how Kawaki acted in the Code Arc when he activated his eye. But I don't think it would be in Sarada's character to act like that.
Well, she's a descendant of the Otsutsuki. She's like the daughter of the reincarnate of Indra. Like, yeah, it's not out of the realm of possibility. She got a little Otsutsuki.
Yeah, but she's not the type of person that's going to purposefully weaken the jaw gravity so that she can hear her adversary scream in agony.
She's not evil. She's not sinister like Toad.
He just murdered one of her comrades, bro. She on demon time right now. She ain't about no bullshit.
She's not evil.
Bro, it's not. That's not evil. It's sinister, but it ain't evil. It's demon time.
It's not sinister either.
She's saying I'm gonna make an example out of you, boy. Yeah, it's pine saw. It smell like pine saw down here, bro. It's over. Shout out to Denzel Washington. It's a Training Day reference. But yeah, no, like yeah.
What is pine
I
saw?
think
Is
she
that
did it on
like
purpose.
lumber wood? That's like in a wood chipper?
What is pine? No, pine saw is like the cleaning product.
Oh,
seen-
okay.
you've
So it's
never
kind of
seen
like yeah.
Training
No, I
Day?
know. Okay, yeah.
Oh my god, go watch Training Day. Like
I
log
love
off right
Denzel
now and
Washington.
go
I will watch
Blue
it
Pill.
after the stream. I promise you.
It's a great fucking. I'm gonna hold you to that actually.
Okay, but
But
cool.
yeah. He'll bring you down to the gas chamber. It smell like pine saw down here. You're gonna be in pine saw heaven. Yeah, you gotta watch that shit. That shit's good.
I'm down. Yeah.
That's what Sarada did. That's what I call it. The domain, the bankai, the territory, the pine saw heaven. That's the gas chamber. Yeah. Good luck.
Okay. Well, regardless of the gravity around Ryu's jaw, look at Ryu's forehead in the picture that Kamui posted. Is that sweat? What is that that's like dripping up and off of his forehead? It's not just on his forehead. You see dots like above him, completely off of him. What's happening?
No, I do think that's sweat. There's actually like there's speed lines behind him. So
Yeah.
it's like what I think is she's increasing the pressure so much to where he goes boom, and this is just
Okay,
like
real quick.
before it happens.
Whereas I agree, I will say, at this point, can we even use speed lines to like as evidence for anything with Ikimoto, who puts speed lines in every band?
Wait, Kamui. At that point, I'm sorry. Wait, Rain, if you in chat, bye. You just kind of left. Then in that case, can we use sweat? Motherfucker, use sweat all the time. Too,
Exactly,
so.
yeah.
But like, I don't even know if that's what
any
this
of this
is.
image.
Like, it just if it is sweat, then it just
Alright,
doesn't
this
make sense the way it's being
sweat.
used here.
I remember
At
Cole
least
shows
you put
up.
it in a different part of the face.
Because
at
sure, if
TVV
she's
first started, I
increasing
was like, yo,
if she's increasing
hit
the
it up, hit it
pressure,
up.
she's increasing the gravity. The sweat wouldn't be going up away from him. It would be going more onto him or like past him onto the black orb behind him.
maybe
Well,
the
you could
s- maybe
argue
the-
that
maybe the
like it
sweat
is going to
like
the blackboard
rolling.
behind him. It's just going quicker because it's lighter. It's possible.
It's going to roll downwards down his head and then go to the, and then the ones that you see on the speed lines, if that's what you think that might be, that's just the sweat that's already there. I guess I don't know. The speed line they are kind of weird. Maybe that's not speed lines at all. Maybe it's just no. It has to be speed lines because it would be like pitch black behind him.
Don't know.
Or maybe it's not speed lines. They just made it a lesser black so he wouldn't blend in with it because they're both black. I don't fucking know. It's weird.
One other interpretation. This isn't it, but maybe those speed lines aren't speed lines. It is the back half of Ryu has already exploded. And those speed lines aren't speed lines. It is just Ryu's matter.
Hell no. Again,
It's not how it's drawn, but that could
Sorry,
be.
this
If anything, that would be an
If you think
upscale
that,
for Sarada.
yeah.
You should want that one. That's cool.
I just don't know why she needed to levitate to do this. Like, she's just such a fucking horror farmer, and I love it. It's just so unnecessary. Like, she just wasted chakra. It's just, I love it.
I don't know if it was a
Because I
waste of
fucking
chakra,
can.
because I think it's just creating the orbs themselves would be the chakra. I don't think manipulating herself in the orbs costs chakra.
Well,
I think
she
maintaining
chose
the orbs
targets.
does.
I feel like choosing herself, like if she hypothetically just didn't do anything to herself and only flew Ryu in the air, it's possible the chakra would be the same. But I feel like choosing more targets would require more chakra,
Maybe, yeah.
generally speaking.
I
think there's
also
a cost.
think
I mean, but think about the precision of her jutsu, like how well she is. She took the iron sand, but not a grain of normal sand was ever absorbed. Nothing else
Yeah.
was absorbed. Like she's levitating, but the claw grimes are still in the ground. Like Mitsuki's fine.
Mhm.
So her control is fucking insane with this ability.
Oh, I
which
just
actually makes
realized.
it even more dangerous.
Is next chapter going to be the first time we see claw grimes being completely uncontrolled by nobody? Well, arguably, because chapter 2, arguably the ones
Well,
that...
isn't Jura's going to show up immediately or not?
Yeah, that's true. Well, I think he's
they'll-
going to show up around Matsuri, not around Mitsuki. But then again, I think Mitsuki came over to throw that thing, so I think they're coming over anyways. I don't know. Did they
Do
defeat
you
those
think
claw
she's gonna
grimes?
head to that
Araya
battlefield?
versus the clock, right?
Watch him get
Do you
bit
think
just to screw us over.
Oh
Do you
my!
think it's possible that he might have like another plan? Like we think he's heading to the destination, but maybe he goes somewhere else.
Possibly, yeah.
I think it's possible. I don't think it's likely though. But
yeah, divine intervention is going to tell him not to go.
Do you guys have a problem with my issue of them just standing around and there's no explanation as to why? Like why isn't Hidari going after his target? Why
Bro,
is
we've been
Mamushi going
saying that for years at this point.
years?
We
That's
have
crazy.
come up with good narrative explanations. It's just about whether or
I
not
would
they're
like
true
to-
or not. In particular, it's all Jura would be.
Yeah,
Really
you
talking
can't
about.
really use it for like Mamushi. I mean, this thing, you can give a reason for a lot of them, but if the story doesn't give you it in the first place, it is just headcanon. Jura is really the easiest one, but Mamushi, it's just kind of like, bro just doesn't care. I've given a reason in my next video that's going to come out. It's 35 minutes long, but
Damn.
if the story doesn't go that route,
Mm-mm.
then there is no reason and it's bad.
We've
Bro, cut that
also
35-minute video up into parts and make more money off of it, bro. Don't. That's crazy.
Yeah, the problem is I didn't really want to. I don't think anyone's gonna watch a 6-minute video about Mamushi. Nobody's clicking on it.
If you
But if
cut
it's
in
Jura
half
at the
in
thumbnail,
30
they might.
minutes, it's not gonna be 6 minutes. You'll be fine.
Bro, I actually had a lot to say about Mamushi, which is crazy.
No, yo, when I don't script anything, I don't script shit really. I just do bullet points these days. I've evolved past that point. But if I find if I just sit down and just shoot the shit, my videos be like 20 minutes. But if I like bullet point it, it'd be like I struggle to get to 8 minutes. It's fucking crazy. I guess it's the yapping. I don't know, but
If I script, it's 30 minutes. If I don't script, it's 1 hour. So.
yeah, I can literally do every single topic in like 2 minutes. Really, that's why I used to do like 2 to 3 minute videos. Like 8-minute videos, yeah, just to get maximum ads. But man, 8-minute videos are so fucking unnecessary, bro. Like you can do all that shit in like 2 to 3 minutes, easy.
I
Well,
could never
but
at this point.
You know,
If YouTube gave us full ads with like no matter what the length is, I know why they do it. They want to increase engagement for longer. But if it's like, yo, you can get ads for a 1-minute video, bro, I'll just make 3-minute videos like I used to. Like that 8-minute shit is just so it's just full of filler. But that's just me though. Wait, do
fair.
you guys watch WWE? Real quick.
I haven't seen much now.
Wrestling. Okay. No, fair enough.
Sorry,
Sorry,
I wish I
what
had,
were
and
you
I
gonna
would have
say?
talked about it with you, but I haven't. So.
No, you're fine.
Okay, there was something I want to talk with you about though. Because I feel this was something that me and Kamui were somewhat getting to last night, but we said we are going to come back to it anyways. I do want to come back to it with Cam in particular as well, but I think you'd be very good to talk about this with. So, the current arc is revolving around love, obviously. They say, oh, the Naruto series is about hate, Boruto series is about love. I think it's obviously a lot more complex than that, but generally
love
the
themes are in Boruto. Yeah, no.
Yeah, exactly. As if love isn't in Naruto, but whatever. So the code arc
The story about the human condition. Of course, love is going to be a major
exactly.
element.
Well, no, I'm glad you're saying that because that's actually what I'm going to get to. The code arc is revolving around obsessive love. We have Kawaki's love for Naruto, Code's love for the Otsutsukis, Amado's love for his daughter, etc., etc. There's tons of examples. Even Boruto's love for Kawaki, and even Kawaki's love for Boruto, as sad and ironic as that was in that arc. But in this arc, it's more so dealing with the romantic love, but specifically from the female side of it. And my theory is because they're showing Sarada and Yodo, they're not really doing much with Araya. He was technically there, but same with Mitsuki, but that actually wasn't this arc. That was the previous arc when he's talking with Ada, which is really the problem. But there's obviously also Ada talking with Sarada and Sumire, who's also Sumire is here. You're seeing a lot of the female's perspective on love, and that like archetypal role in the relationship, the female in the relationship with the guys, or girls talking about the guys, oh, this guy is cute, that guy is hot, or whatever the girls would talk about in terms of guys. And obviously we're guys, so we can't relate to that, but it's like that femininity that is there. In my opinion, the Naruto series, as you're describing, was all about the human experience. What is a ninja? They're not tools, they're humans. Okay, the rest of the series has to be about what does it mean to be human. I think it's beautiful. If we're seeing that new aspect that the Naruto series has never delved into before, showing this aspect of humanity, through like the femininity of relationships, as specific as it is. It's something they've never gotten before, but in my opinion, it's one of the more beautiful aspects, one of the more pure aspects even of being human. It's one of the things that I think probably makes us the most core to our human core or whatever. I'm probably describing it pretty bad at this point, but I think you get the idea I'm going for. Do you think that is what they're doing? Essentially, it's turned it, in my opinion, more so into a shoujo manga, something more along the lines of what Cam would enjoy reading, like a girly romance novel first, and a shonen like as a side backfire story thing. I don't
No,
know.
sorry, what was your question again? My bad.
Thoughts?
Oh, thoughts. Okay. Yeah. No, I agree with you that right now it's among the best elements of the series, and I do agree that hey, Oodie, didn't Daigo disprove that? Oh, my bad. That's some of the space put in chat. I don't know what that's about, but so yeah, no, I like it. I like the love aspects again because it's a part of the human condition. And it's like super weird when you have like teenagers or like young adults in these shows and they have like no real romantic, like nothing happening. Even in like the heat of war or the heat of combat, like there's just nothing there, and it's mostly because of the genre. So for Ikimoto to have the balls, not only given he's doing this in a shonen, but also the era that we live in, where everyone's like very anti-women, very bigoted, very yeah, I think you get the point. Third time's a charm, but we will stick with two. So yeah, it's very anti-women, right? Anti-woke, all that shit, right? So yeah, no, I think it takes balls. I think it's very a testament to his skills as a writer to be able to put himself in another gender or sex's shoes and then view things from their perspective. I don't think it's terribly different because I don't think women and men are terribly different.
I agree, but I think there's a similarity and a difference there, and I'm specifically focusing on that difference. Because again, you're seeing Mitsuki and Araya as well sharing this commonality, but there are still differences between them, in my opinion.
My only problem is that think a lot of those focusing enough on the male side to draw the distinction or to explain the distinction. Like, yeah, we all agree there's got to be a distinction, but I
think your audio went weird. You sound a little.
Oh my
yeah. God, but just as an example, Ada doesn't like fighting, and she wants to just have a comfy pillow talk with Sarada and Sumire, as opposed to someone like Mitsuki or Araya, who's literally just gonna fight for their love. They're gonna defend that love. Gonna do action over words, even. And that's not to say that that's exclusive. Obviously, again, there's similarities and differences, but I think you could just like juxtapose that as a concept.
Well, I think a lot of this, well, because like Yoda was willing to fight, and so was Sarada for her love.
And Yoda wasn't talking about it that much.
Like and for me, like Mitsuki's are just one of the girls, anyways, to be honest. But like, yeah, like you get it from like Araya, like you said, Mitsuki, the love of a father and a son through Shinki and Gara. Even like through like the targets from the Shinju, like who they pick, it's all linked through love. That's why I had like a video saying like the reason why Juro wants Naruto is because he loves him. Now, of course, I'll link that to Kaguya, and then Indra Nashra, and then the Ten Tails.
Yeah, I saw that clip. It was a excellent video, my guy. Yeah. Phenomenal job. I don't think it's true, but I love the video. It's a good theory.
It's fun. So yeah, no, I definitely think like love is a foundational theme, and it should be because it's very critical to the human experience.
It's my favorite thing from Kaguya. I love Kaguya as a character. I actually think she's written. I'm not going to say brilliantly, but I love her as a character.
She's written well if you understand the context around like what Kishimoto was dealing with around that time.
There's a lot of depth there.
He did pretty fine. I feel comfortable with. But like, I don't understand romantic love. I don't kind of get it. Like I had like little puppy love or whatever. Okay. But so, and I remember one time I even asked my niece. I was like, I'm not sure if I love you. Like I don't.
Wait. Well, that's kind of crazy, but okay.
Hey, it's the age. Bro. I just can't help it but tell the truth. It strains my relationship sometimes. But like my niece is cool. She understood where I was coming from. And what I was saying was I was never taught to love. All I've ever seen is how it was demonstrated on TV or in media, books, whatever, and how like people claimed it was like or whatever. And then I was like, well, she's like, well, do you care about me? I was like, yeah. She's like, you want me to be healthy, taken care of, right? Blah, blah. Like you get up at 3 a.m. when I have panic attacks. You give me advice. You listen to my problems. You help me out. That's love. And I was like, oh, well, okay. Like, she's like, love isn't some kind of blah, 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 right? So she explained it. But yeah, I never had anyone tell me or teach me that shit as a guy or anything like with my culture or whatever. So,
Yeah.
So just exploring love through like Naruto, Boruto, other mediums. I think it's very good for people's emotional growth, but also like for someone like me, anecdotally, I don't have a lot of that experience. So to see it how it's supposed to look like maybe from other people's perspectives through their art is pretty cool in my opinion. But
yeah, me, Cam, and Kamui talk about love a lot, and not in a goofy way. This is one of the most talked about things that we've talked about, and one of the most things that we've gone in the most depth in like a serious manner, and some of my favorite things to talk about. We sometimes fundamentally disagree on some things, but generally we get the idea, and it's very complex. Love is a very intrinsic thing. You don't have to understand it. You just feel it, and it's an intense emotion, which means you're even more likely to not understand it. For example, kids feel love, but they can't communicate that. They don't understand it, but that doesn't mean they can't feel it. They do feel it, just as an example. But love is a very human thing, obviously, and doesn't matter if you understand it or not. You probably feel it.
yeah, definitely. I just think it's not as
You say?
Yu-Gi-Oh video is fun.
Okay, so you used the D word, Mello. So going back to Sarada's domain, so the reason I think it should be 8, whereas you're technically correct, she can manipulate the 4 orbs to have them be anywhere in the 3D area. She would have to rely on natural gravity, like Earth's gravity, to pull them back down, to go anywhere down. She could only pull them up, unless she puts the orb beneath them, but again, that would be moving the orbs, which is why I think you need all 8 to have a cube around them in order to control them in any which direction. And if she can do that, which I'm hoping will be her max potential, that's going to be, you've seen Demon Slayer, it's going to be like that season 1 demon who could like use those arrows to like move the people.
Real quick, Oodie.
Yeah.
Just real quick. For a cube, you only need 6, not 8.
1, 2, 3,
No,
4,
you need 8.
5.
There's
1,
6
2, 3.
spaces to a cube.
Yeah, there's
2,
8
3,
vertexes
4.
or whatever. There's 8 points.
1, 2, 3. No, Oodie's right. You need 8. Yeah.
This is the most basic.
You don't need 8. 8 would be better, but you could.
Well, you need 8
technically
and
do
then 2
everything with
lines to
6.
connect the 2 squares. So you draw 2 squares and another square, and then you draw 1 line, 2 lines, 3.
No, because
right.
they'd be faces. Yes, they'd be where the faces are, but they're not flat. She can't move it anywhere in that area. She would have to move the sphere itself. But like, for example, she couldn't move it to the top left if there's not a top left there. She couldn't move it to the edge. It would be like the topple toy.
I don't deny that if you had 8, like I think at her apex it would be like kind of like she would create like a sphere, a perfect sphere full of like those little orbs for whatever number, and then like they'll be within that sphere levitating together, and then like that visual would be 100% perfect control. Because it'll be like almost omnidirectional.
It'd be infinite points, yeah.
So she'll pull you down, she'll pull you up, she'll pull you left, right, omnidirectional. Like, yeah, so like if she controls you like that, then sure.
Circle.
But based upon like what is presented now, she could, I think, technically do that. She could position 2 along your left and right flank, but slightly behind you, and then like position like 1 beneath you, or maybe even 2 beneath you, and that way she can like lock you in to those 4 and control you from up, down, back, and forwards to a degree, depending on if she positions them. But my point stands. It's about the positioning of them and how she uses it. But yeah, she's OP.
Well, real quick, I want to get your thoughts on this, Mello. This is technically a point against you, so you're going to probably inherently disagree. But just in general, let me pick your brain on this. So generally in Monster, generally in Naruto, ninjas can be considered monsters almost exclusively based on their abilities alone. They can have a monstrous ability, and that would just scale them up to be monster tier. This is mostly like in part 1 Naruto, but applies to part 2 as well, especially with Kekkei Genkai. But so with that being said, let's just say, for like sake of clarity, let's just say, for simplicity, let's just say that all the Shinju besides Jura are relative in terms of like being threats. They're all relative in terms of a threat. So they're all like monster tier. Hypothetically, if we're gonna say that Mamushi is a monster because of his raw stats, he's able to like speed blitz Boruto or whatever. And then if we're gonna say that Ryu is relative in terms of a threat, because Ryu's threat is almost exclusively in his ability, then that means that his body itself wouldn't be all that strong in comparison to someone like Mamushi. And so therefore, it's possible that Sarada's black spheres would work better on someone like Ryu than Mamushi, just based on that alone. Like, it might not work on Mamushi, to where Mamushi might be like overpower it, just as an example.
If I were to grant that that's the case, you still wouldn't be able to measure any kind of distance between Ryu and Mamushi to say otherwise, or to say like which one would be more affected or not. Like how would you ever even do that? You wouldn't be able to. And then also, I think this mistake was made by Mitsuki during his battle with Shinki, where he thought because of his Kekkei Genkai abilities, he wasn't a close quarters combatant. And Mitsuki dropped his guard purposefully to allow Mitsuki to get close, and then he just cooked him in hand-to-hand combat. So, assuming just because you're a mid to long ranger, your like physical, like close quarters prowess, or like your physical durability suffers for reasons, I guess, is indeed an assumption that I think would prove to be deadly if you went forth with that. I wouldn't make such an assumption.
I mean, with the Araya sword situation, he kind of like, I mean, it's Araya, but Araya's faster than Sage Mitsuki, apparently. So he like blitzed Araya.
And you did say with the sword earlier, Mello, I do want to clarify, the feats are after he loses a sword. It's last chapter.
What feats for whom?
For Araya. He has better reaction feats than Sage Mitsuki without the sword.
You know, I don't think the sword does anything in terms of boosting Araya. I agree. The only reason why the sword's effective is because Araya is of level. If you gave the sword to Yodo, that sword's worthless, in my opinion. She just wouldn't be able to like perceive or react fast enough to do anything with it. So yeah, no, your Araya is that strong all on his own. Now, sure, the sword makes for an interesting matchup, but I think his reaction speed, his movement speed, like all that shit, is all him, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Just to clarify, I was only mentioning the sword to say that Ryu blitzed him to take the sword.
I think that was like when Araya. I mean, I think Araya was concerned about Yodo. He's a little frantic because I was like, that was like kind of bad strategy by Araya. Like, isn't he like a puppet master? Why is he so like close quarters?
That's what I'm saying. Okay, so I wrote this down in podcast topics. I'm sorry to cut you off there, but that's so ridiculous.
You're
okay,
fine.
just
We're
okay.
Conversation.
We've been complaining about this for a while.
No, I wrote this down, and I think it was Naruto topics. What was it? This might have been Boruto topics. Okay. I'll even share my screen.
Someone?
This could be more proof that Ikimoto doesn't watch the anime, because another thing is Yodo has Sonic Blast in the anime.
Mm-hmm.
She's able to whip her hair around in order to disorient. Hard word to say, but, you know, make people's ears hurt and go ow ow. She never even attempts to do this in this fight at any point. And that could have been a nice thing to test to see if the Shinju would be affected by sound-based abilities. She never even tries.
I think the her sensory perception was linked to sound or something she was hearing, but I think that's about as close as they got.
No,
they didn't give her like her directing.
That's explored in depthly in the anime. That is true, but they never have her display her sound-based abilities. And Araya is not a puppet user. I know Kodachi watched the anime. Ikimoto, I'm not too sure.
Yeah.
Well,
wait, Araya is a puppet user. She fought Sarada in the tuning exams.
Exactly, yeah. And he lost because he was weak.
The puppet was never displayed
Unlike
in the
Mitsuki.
manga. In the manga, most of that fight's anime original. In the manga, Sarada just whatever the ending fight was in the anime is what you see in the manga. No, Sarada does fight. No, only Inojin fights Araya. Yeah.
You know, Sarada fights the Cloud Ninja girl, just whatever her name was.
See, I'm not crazy. I'm not the only one who thought it. Okay, real quick, Mello. I don't know. I hope you were tuning out. Just not focus. Mello. In the Boruto movie, who did Sarada one-shot in the tuning exams?
It was the Cloud Girl.
I'm pretty
You're not that
sure
low.
it was Was it Yodo?
That's what.
Or was it that girl with the long hair?
Exactly. I thought the same thing. It's not Yodo. It should have been. I don't know why it wasn't. It's the craziest Mandela effect of all time.
Why did you ever think it was Yodo?
Everyone thought it was
I
Yodo.
really did think it. I kind of thought it was Yodo.
I'm asking Ood that. How did you remember it as Yodo? I always remembered it as the black hair. Okay.
Yeah,
I've seen the Boruto movie many times though, so I mean,
it was a combination of
ones that I do.
It was a combination of the character was just fodder, so nobody really cared to pay attention to the details of the character.
Well, I don't even think it's fodder.
Really,
I think it was just showing
had, like,
Sarada's immense strength there.
She just punched a person with blonde hair. That's all I really saw. And then like you didn't even see the person's face really. Like, you just saw was like the fist, but I'm looking at a clip, so
let's keep in mind when the Boruto movie came out, right around Naruto Gaiden. In fact, I'm hoping it came out like right after, just to make my point even stronger. Who is Sarada? She's the combination of both of her parents, their greatest strengths combined. The Sharingan and Sarada's strong fist punch chakra thing. That's exactly what she did. She the culmination, combination, perfection of the power at the end of that arc, and she took that forward, going forwards, into the tuning exams, in which case that's what she demonstrated. She demonstrated that she's continuing that. So that's what she used to one-shot that person.
So what do you guys think is going to happen next chapter? How the fuck is Boruto dealing with Jura?
If he shows up.
He has to run.
Well,
right? Yeah, if he shows up.
What do you mean, how? How does he not deal with him? He has flying Raijin. Like, unless Jura's gonna appear behind him and snipe him, which I don't think is gonna happen. I think he's gonna appear in front of him. Boruto's gonna see him. Why wouldn't he teleport away? The only thing that Jura could do to keep him there is threaten to kill Konohamaru or Mitsuki or someone else.
So I talked about this yesterday with like Rain and whatnot.
Well, but then again, Boruto can teleport others away. He would just do that. Jura can't do anything.
So he got enough skill to teleport others.
So my thing was kind of like either Boruto, I don't know, because like if Jura does come, he can. My guess would just be Boruto teleport Konohamaru with him to Mitsuki's location. But then, like, what does he do after that? He doesn't have the ability to teleport everybody all at once. He doesn't.
Well, he just holds on to them, just grabs them in his arms.
Exactly.
This is what he does. Okay, he shakes Sarada violently and begs her to get up and save the day. That's what he does. Because that's the only way they're gonna fucking win. He better get on his knees and beg. Well, God help me, wake her up, please help me. Or run. Those are the only two options. Wake up Sarada and run. That's it. Go get Himawari.
I think at the very... It's like... Because, like... He's not just going to teleport and leave. If Jura does come up. Because he'd be worried that Jura's going to kill his friends.
Kick him in the nuts. It's the best strategy I got for you, son.
I was kind of like, okay...
Works.
One of the possibilities is, like, Jura beats the crap out of Boruto and then Kawaki saves him last moment. I was like, I don't really think that's gonna happen.
Ooh,
like, how would Kawaki get here so fast?
Arma teleportation.
Bro, Kawaki's not.
How does he know
Kawaki?
People need to give up on Kawaki.
He would have to know the coordinates to get here.
Maybe he shrinks Earth and then just walks there. And then rescales it to size. Yeah. There you go. I can see all the Earth. Yeah, and from Hiruzen's crystal ball. Okay, it's within my field of vision. Good luck.
Actually, Saran, Kawaki could just ask Ada for the coordinates.
Yeah, he could. He could.
Do you think when Kawaki?
Why would he go? Maybe Ada tells him. Yeah.
Well, he's agreed to work with Boruto.
Yeah,
but like he can't though, because are we thinking he's gonna do something without karma? Can't use karma around Boruto. So there's.
I mean, he might just use it and let him know Shinki.
Mamushi, Mitsari, Hidari, and Ryu, all at once. She got 4 orbs for all they ass. I think she would beat them all at once, all 4. I don't see nothing they can do against her.
You like, okay.
Like nothing. Like I see nothing they can do against her. Like absolutely nothing. Like break it down, right? Mitsari's kind of like a mid to long range, right? And we already saw how that works with Ryu. That shit not working. It's just instead of sand is wood. Okay, cool. Hidari's at close quarters, and so is Mamushi. And that's not the way to fight her. So like what the fuck are they actually doing?
So I think one of the possibilities, you know how like Drua can just spawn like a massive like tree? Or like a massive like wood style right under Sarada. So if all of them are doing this stuff at once, you have Matsuri, she's using her Earth style. Jura, Sarada's not gonna have enough time to actually like be able to react to them from all 4 angles, especially if they're coming at her at once. So if Jura tries capturing her into a tree, Matsuri does her Earth style around Sarada, and then I don't understand I don't get how she's just gonna be able to react to all of them at once. Like I don't think
he got 3.
I think they would just completely overwhelm her.
How? I mean, sorry, you gave me a how. Okay, so I guess I'll give you my counter to that. So you're saying that they're within her domain and they're doing all this?
Wait, so you think okay? So my thing is like okay, Sarada, MS activated, right?
Mm-hmm.
As soon as the battle starts. Is she going to be able to get all of her jutsu off by the time that they're able to? Like, I just don't think so. Like,
what is all of her jutsu?
Like
all
start
she has
activating
to do is
her jutsu.
So you're saying they're going to outspeed her before she manipulates gravity within her domain?
Yeah, before she's able to activate her jutsu.
And what would lead you to believe that? Like, what's the reasoning for that conclusion? Seeing as how she outsped Hidari with 3 Tomoe Sharingan, and I have like really no speed feats from Ryu over Sarada, Mitsari over Sarada. I have some speed feats for Bug, but that's relative to Boruto, who I have Sarada over. So,
do you have Sarada over Boruto because of physicals or because of abilities? Just in general.
Both, I guess.
I don't know what physically about Boruto would be over Sarada. If anything, her physical strength should be over his, per the lore. But
no, like physical speed and whatnot, reaction speed and whatnot.
Oh yeah,
you have her over him in general.
Yeah, she has better feats than he. She has better speed feats than he does, and she has better like hack feats than he does. Yeah, so in both.
Interesting.
It's not my opinion. I can show you.
Now I'm trying to focus on this thing. What do I, bro? He could have given me. I guess I'm just gonna ask for a reference for this because I don't want to just put pictures on the screen. But this is gonna be the worst editing I've ever done.
Okay, well,
Future, you said she killed 1 Shinju and passed out. Do you guys lack vision? Fuck. Look, the amount of time she took to kill 1 Shinju, why are you excluding the possibility that she could do that to all 4 of them at the same time? What do they bring to bear that would stop that from happening? Like, fucking think. Like really think about it. Like, a 2 close quarters combat. Like, what are they going to rush her? She's faster than Hidari with 3 Tomoe. She'll manipulate gravity. They won't even have a fucking foothold to move in. They can't fly. Only Jura can do that. So then they'll be forced to launch projectiles, which she'll bend and curve via the gravity. And then she'll increase the potency at her own leisure, as we saw that she did against Ryu, to the point where they can't even move a finger or escape or use any techniques. All they can do is scream or die. Do we not watch the same material? Do we lack vision? What's happening? Like, I'm super confused. Do I have a different interpretation of this ability than like you guys? Like, what the fuck? GG. Like,
I haven't.
Like, what about the interval of time that she killed Ryu makes you think that she couldn't do that to all 4 of them simultaneously? Like, what are they doing that leads you to believe that that wouldn't be the outcome, given her feats in TBV? Like, I'm super confused by that. I'm genuinely asking, like, you guys, the chat, anybody, like, you guys
We'll know her limits when we actually get to see it. So
yeah, but until
far,
that's specified,
I don't think what you're saying is
then
like
I'll start adding.
I don't think it's super unreasonable what you're saying right now. I just think like the story's just not gonna go that way. So, like obviously, there's gonna be like limits to her abilities. We just don't know what they are yet. So we can take them to the moon for right now. Like this is her time.
Well, no,
showcase
sorry,
just
that
how
would break the no limits fallacy. We can't just scale her
All
infinitely.
I have is right now. All I have is right now.
Yeah, we can only go based off of what we've already seen. We just don't know if she can do more than that.
Yeah.
I'm not giving her anything extra. I'm saying what's presented, that's all you need. She can beat them all 4 at once. I see zero reason why.
Mm-hmm.
So why do you think she did pass out?
Well, she probably ran out of chakra.
Out of chakra, interesting. I disagree, and I don't think that's unreasonable. So there's multiple ways you could go. You could go emotional distraughtness over the fact she lost her comrade Yodo, not Yodo. I don't think that's it. I don't think it's like Sasuke passing out after Itachi. You know, the man he's lived for to kill. I don't think it's like that.
Basically, like emotional distress. Or
yeah,
like
it could also go.
Like
it could also be her change of emotions from a high intense moment to a moment after victory. Like she passed out because the fight is over and she can now relax and she knows that. And so like all at once she's just passing out because of that, almost like in relief. That's possible. Like hypothetically, if she saw Ryu wasn't defeated, just hypothetically, then maybe she wouldn't have passed out there. But more importantly, I don't think it's because of necessarily chakra. I think she just ran out of like energy, like stamina.
I mean, that's fine. Like it's her first showcase, and it's not even like an EMS. It's not even like no Susanoo, no Byakugo, like any potential. Like it's just her first showing. Like if she was deactivated and kept walking, I would have been like, yeah, we're doing too much. As it stands, this was an OP broken fucking showcase. So to have no drawback would be insane. Like I wouldn't even like that. So I have zero problem with the side effects. I just think when she's monologuing and like fucking slow gliding up into the sky and shit, that interval of time that she spent doing all that could have been spent cooking all 4 Shinju at once. I'm not giving her absolutely nothing that she didn't present already. I'm just removing the filler. I'm removing the inner monologue, the flashback, the time it took for her to think about that shit. I'm removing all the external dialogue. I'm removing the escalations. I'm going straight to the source. I activate Mangekyo. I'm using full force, pulling you towards it, and I'm blowing you all the fuck up. GG. Within the same interval of time she cooked Ryu, minus the talking. How is that a problem?
Do you think it takes chakra to manipulate more things inside of her domain?
I would imagine so, yes. I think whatever she does, it has to come at a resource cost, yeah.
Okay, so like hypothetically, let's just say that Ryu, his body was just made of diamond or something. It just wouldn't blow up. The best Sarada could do was just hold him against the gravity sphere, and he can't lift a finger, but she can't blow him up. Let's just say she can keep that active for 10 minutes without like anything else. So that's just Ryu by himself. Then let's just say for whatever reason she decides she wants to affect herself as well, to where she's also flying. Do you think it's 5 minutes now, or do you think it's going to be like some other thing dependent on something else?
I think having an opinion on it is irrelevant because whatever answer you arrive at is pure assumption. There's no specificity in the series, so I don't know. So it becomes pointless to think about.
Well, yes, but that was my argument earlier, and then you said, well, what's even the point?
Can you reiterate it? I don't remember. And I don't remember what I said either. But I can tell you what I think now.
Well, it was the thing to where you said, we should move on.
Okay. I don't remember, but you know. I'll take your word for it.
Okay.
But in your hypothetical, we're in your hypothetical. So you're obviously steering me towards the conclusion you want me to reach, which is yours. So right? Like you're giving bro like fucking Diamond Head Ben 10 durability. Okay, I guess. Well, sure. I guess if she can't blow him up, I guess if I'm limited to she can't do a thing, then yeah, sure, I guess. But if we go to the canon material, then it's a different story.
I don't know what conclusion you were thinking I was wanting to reach there, though.
Well, that was an assumption on my part, to be fair.
Okay.
But like, I think if you remove the Phoenix Flower Jutsu, the Fireball Jutsu, the mental strain nerf of the fucking romance shit, I think you remove the Chidori Strike. I think if she's fresh, I think if she's not aura farming and focusing her gravity on herself for whatever reason, because it looks pretty, I guess, to be floating up in the sky, you look like a boss. You didn't need to do it. So like, there's a lot of like things she didn't need to do. She didn't need a monologue or daydream or fucking talk out loud. So I'm removing all the shit that she didn't need to do, all the chakra expenditure prior, because we never even seen her at her apex with Mangekyo for said reasons. And I'm saying full power Sarada Mangekyo, given the time, right? If I'm just taking the time she spent beating Ryu, if I eliminate all the extra shit, that's even more time, right?
Yeah.
Why
So
isn't that a reasonable conclusion?
I agree she wasn't fresh, and I'm glad you brought that up because that's something I was going to mention, like everything that she did. That being said, just presenting the other possibility. It's possible. I mean, it is described as she awakened her Mangekyo. Not used it, awakened it. I don't know why they're describing it like that, but that's how they describe it. It's possible she got essentially a reset, quote unquote, of chakra, so that she was essentially fresh in a way. Almost like a power up.
I don't think that makes sense.
I think
chakra has to come from somewhere.
I mean, if you could quantify the quality and say, hey, she spent 10%, so this makes up for 10%. Maybe it only makes up for 5, maybe it makes up for 8, maybe it makes up for 11. Until you're able to measure and quantify it, it's just speculation.
Well, just as an example, and
at best you could say she's a plus, but you wouldn't be able to say it's a big plus or a small plus. You just say it is a plus, but is it significant to even be measurable? Who can say?
Yeah, I'm not going to say this is similar, but just like a concept that is like this, Naruto, whenever he uses a Ninetales chakra, gets extra chakra. He makes up for whatever he had done beforehand.
Yeah, the problem though is that's coming from another living being as a source.
Yeah, so whereas she is powering her Mangekyo,
is what powers.
Yeah, she powers her Mangekyo, but at the same time, her Mangekyo gives her power.
It depends on what you believe. I know, like a special condition releases chakra from the brain, special chakra from the brain that will go to the optic
it could be
nerve.
like 8 gates
so that special chakra should be a plus. Yeah, it should be like a plus on top of your normal chakra if it's being released from some place that it was stored. If you think the Mangekyo is using more of that special chakra, I have to go back and look at the lore. It's been years.
And even
that would just mean she gets more power via the Mangekyo.
Even something like
what you believe.
The Gentle Fist, it can block chakra points, yes, but at the same time, it can also amplify chakra points. So it is just your body can just make more power, just essentially out of thin air, essentially. But you can,
if you can, like, even if you just like bypass your limiters with the gates, you can just because like your body has more power than you're using, right?
Yeah.
So that type of thing. If you're saying like, oh, she used like the inner gates, then she would like reset. Then yeah, that makes sense. But
that's a small side note.
A reset fully.
We absolutely should have seen Neji like using the 64 palms on himself, but to enhance his chakra flow to like power himself up. That would have been so cool.
So stupid.
That's the stupidest visual.
I don't care. It's hilarious. It's awesome.
That's how we should have continued with Ninetales Naruto.
My gosh.
That's what Toneri should have done to give him that chakra mode.
Yeah, screw the Tenseigan.
No, Neji with Tenseigan would be raw as fuck. I actually think if Neji lived, Toneri would have gone after his Byakugan instead of Hinabi's.
Now let me correct you. If Neji had lived, Neji would have gone after Toneri's Byakugan.
No, that's crazy. That's savage, actually. No, that'd be crazy. I didn't know you existed before now. I'm going after you. That's crazy. I like it.
It's possible, but that goes back to the thing I was saying earlier. People are threats, like monstrous threats, because of everything they are in totality, which includes their abilities. So Neji just was good. I don't know if his Byakugan was inherently better than someone like Hinata's. Similarly, you could...
It's kind of implied in the novels, at least, that Hinata's Byakugan... Well, granted, I mean, Neji never got to be an adult, but Hinata's Byakugan seemingly just is, at least currently, is better, but Neji himself was just better.
I mean, Neji's eyes can see through truth. Okay, they said Naruto or some shit.
Well, but then again, Naruto's eyes are even better than Neji's.
Wait, I thought there's something along the... Am I, like, making this up? I thought there's something about, like, pure Byakugan versus non-pure? I don't know. Did I make that up?
Well, I think that's why they have a branch family in the first
Gentle
place.
Fist. Where's his Byakugan, bro?
Like, I don't think he actually would have been able to use Neji's Byakugan, Toneri.
Branch family nonsense? I don't know.
Bro,
Yeah,
Future,
I think that's what it is. I think that's why he went after Hanabi.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I think Mello got donations.
This is the hardest video.
Actually, let's see if we got any more.
Oh, yeah.
This is the hardest.
Let's see if he ever actually asked us a question.
Yeah, like 3 hours ago.
Brilliant gamer who says, WW subbed, forgot to write a message. Laughing emoji, laughing emoji, laughing emoji again. For real. And that's all.
So he still hasn't asked the question.
Yet.
Okay.
Sarada goes blind if she spams her MS. Boruto makes me think we're all still under the infinite Tsukiyomi. Do you have any ideas as to how Hidari could counter Sarada's ability, since it would be necessary to make it close fight, because all I can think about is him somehow awakening him under Shijikara.
No, I like this idea. This is Naruto's infinite Tsukiyomi dream, and he truly, from the bottom of his heart, wishes that Yodo dies. Dreaming about Yodo dying.
What do you guys think Naruto Hinata's reaction will be to missing years of their lives and children? Well, if I know anything about Naruto, he's just gonna be like, oh, hey, what's up, guys? Good to be back. Aha, looks like I was never done.
Bro, fucking Kamui's little avatar gave me a jump scare. I was like, what the fuck? Oh, I forgot for a second. Yo, relax. Bro's incognito.
Well, that is Mamoru Uchiha.
Hey, chat, can somebody tell me why Baryon Mode Naruto beats Sarada? 21, please. Thank you.
I didn't realize how hard this was gonna be.
I didn't either. I just thought it would be pretty simple.
Yeah.
I mean, he's a close quarters combat and taijutsu fighter, so he has to get close to a person who can manipulate gravity, and he's on a time limit. So
I meant editing a video that I've never seen a series.
Oh no! I figured you weren't talking to me. I used you as a springboard to cook the hypothetical critic. Yeah.
I love it. So Mello, we both agree Sarada, because of her Mangekyo, is on a whole new tier of power because of her ability. I don't think, and again, I think you have Sarada a little bit higher than me in terms of stats, but that's okay. I don't think, but I think you would agree. Both of us would agree that regardless of where we have Sarada, because of her Mangekyo, I don't think her stats have changed because of her Mangekyo significantly.
Doesn't your reaction speed get better because of your Mangekyo? I'm pretty sure.
What did you say?
Well, regardless of that.
I mean, are you talking about like her visual? Like, okay, so you believe that her Mangekyo gives her an extra boost of chakra, right?
I was just presenting it as a possibility.
So you believe?
I mean, you've absolutely taken that stance.
Well, what are you talking about?
I'm not trying to do like the debate bro thing to where I corner you into a position so I can get some epic on. That's the corny shit. I'm genuinely want to know what you think.
My answer is I don't know. I'm just gonna wait for the story to tell me. That's how I watch stories. I don't like theorizing much.
Yeah, but Oodie, you've absolutely, like, we've had discussions. Don't ask me the specific context, but you've absolutely, I know for a fact you've brought it up a bazillion times, the extra chakra, blah, blah, blah thing. And whether or not, earlier you said this significantly, I don't know whether you think it's significant or not, but you've definitely
taken the stance that it is amping their stats.
What is
to some
it
degree.
though? I don't
The
know what
Mangekyo.
extra
You've
chakra
definitely
thing
taken
you're
that
talking
stance.
about.
Well, let's say Mangekyo doesn't amp her. I'm fine with that. I just find it strange that people are saying that characters who have to move through a space that she can freely manipulate the gravity of are going to be able to match or surpass her in physical stats, when she can literally lower their physical stats via the force that she brings down on them by positioning the orbs correctly and so on and so forth, which she has confirmed that she knows how to do via the knowledge of all things chakra, apparently, that automatically uploads via the
Did she?
simulation of the chakra.
Well, actually, now
Ones
that I
and
think
zeros.
about it, can she move those orbs? Do we know that?
We know she can manifest them in locations.
Wait, do we know that?
Yes.
Why?
It's
Because she
possible
I feel
that
like
she
manifested
just
them in
can do like
locations. Like, do you think
northeast,
they just manifest
southwest, and that just
randomly?
was convenient spots. But
Wait, I've
I don't know.
we've kind of talked about how strong she is right now. Currently, at least Mello has. How do you think they're gonna get around how powerful her abilities are? Because she's going to be. They're gonna have limits. What do you think the limits are gonna be? Like, what do you think Hikamoto's gonna do to limit her abilities?
I think the more she uses it, the weaker her eyes are going to get. They're going to trend towards blackness or blindness, and that's going
Mhm.
to diminish her power until she gets like another boost. But they'll probably just write her out the series like they did Boruto. It's like Boruto's like super powerful. But or even like, to be honest, they've written Jura out of the series. He's a better example actually. So they write him out of the series. He just kind of like lounges around, no explanation, just hanging around, I guess. Mamushi, Hidari. So you just do that with Sarada. Write her out the series. You don't seem to need to provide an explainer, but I would hope that you would. And then just bring her in for like the big boss fights. The same thing they do with Boruto, the same thing they do with Kawaki, kind of. And the same thing they're doing with Jura. The same thing that they're doing with Himawari. Right? So that's all you gotta really do.
But how do you, if we take her ability from what we've seen so far, how do you write around how powerful her abilities are? Because she's going to have challenging battles. Like,
I
she's
think
not
you just
gonna
don't have it
win
be as
every
strong.
battle.
Well, okay. Do you? I think that Ryu couldn't lift his finger because he was as close as he could be to the orb. I think he could move his fingers away from the orb when he's not touching the orb. It not because the orb was weaker yet, but because he's farther away from it. That's just sort of like how gravity works. And so I just think other people just aren't going to get sucked into the orb because they're going to anchor themselves to the ground. Like with Matsuri's cloak thing, she's going to like launch it in the ground and like anchor herself or something, some tether.
Mm-hmm.
It just Sarada
Well, I mean,
increases
Ryu
the,
did try
she
that,
turns
and
the
did she
dial.
get like kind of pulled up anyway?
What are you talking
What you
about?
say?
I remember Ryu doing the anchor thing at some point, and I thought Sarada kind of just
I don't think
Anchor
so.
thing?
yeeted him out anyway.
Well, no, because remember, I
What's
thought
it?
he jumped.
Anchor.
Was when he started floating up.
How are you gonna anchor into like?
Yeah,
first
he
hand?
tried to anchor
Oh,
himself, and she just
No,
made
no,
him
he
float.
attacked her. No,
I disagree.
he attacked her. I think we're talking about two different things. But there's a moment where he's levitating. He tries to attack. He's like, "Why are you yapping?" or whatever. And his sand just like gets bent by gravity. Is that what you're talking about?
No, hold on. I'll just go look. Okay. Let
I
me share my
refuse
screen
to read
again.
the chapter until the official thing comes out.
Okay. So he's yeeted up in the sky. He then anchors himself in the ground, and then Sarada just yeets it out of the ground. And so he's back in the air.
Can you
Or
show
she
it
like
again?
yeets the sand out anyway.
Can you show it again? I wasn't looking.
You have a panel, or
So he's shooting into the ground to anchor himself.
are you showing your screen?
Yeah, I'm sharing my screen.
Oh, no.
Okay, I see.
Yeah, this
That
is him
pulls it out.
attacking her, and his sand bends. He wasn't trying to anchor himself. He was trying to attack her.
That's what I thought as
You think
well.
so?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
she
what I
just
thought.
bent his sand down. That's why I keep telling
agree.
people mid to long range attacks won't work against her because she'll just bend them. They
I
won't even
thought he
touch
was
her.
trying to keep himself from flying in the sky, and then she just pulled it out anyway.
No. He was trying to attack her. It was futile. He was desperate, but no.
Mm-hmm.
So his one of the most powerful KK Genkai just wasn't even able to be used. Bro tried to use his claw mark. Imagine what he would do to Code. Jesus, all he has is close quarters and teleportation via claw marks. Like you can neg your best attribute, you're fucked, bro. Like,
No, that's a good point. Could she just suck out claw marks out of the ground?
I don't think so.
So you can suck the ground that the claw marks are on. So effectively, yeah.
Well, maybe she can only suck like Daikokutin things, like unnatural things. So
She's
possible.
sucking Ryu.
Yeah, but Jigen's ability works on
You
himself,
gotta be
so
careful with
it's
this
nonsense
sucking
anyways.
stuff, man.
Okay, but
Let's say
Jigen can't use it on other living
pull,
things.
Yeah. Whatever.
Attract it. Come on.
I think Jigen was lying. Just doesn't make sense.
He's not.
Hey, Oodie.
What's up?
Why can Jura beat Sarada?
Well, if we see that these orbs.
No narrative stuff.
Okay.
Just
that wasn't where I was gonna go with it, but I will say generally, I think narrative surpasses feats anyways. Okay. Anyways, back to okay. We see these orbs must have physical form or mass or something because Ryu doesn't just get sucked into it. He touches it and is like stuck onto it. Like he's not being absorbed into it. It's like a bowling ball almost. He just can't like get away. Like he's stuck onto it. So it's physical. So I think Jura should just be able to blow it up in the same way that Itachi and like everyone else Naruto was able to blow up the planetary devastation core.
Blow it up with what?
Biju bomb, just any explosive.
Okay, so what if she like stops the attack with then like how she stopped his Iron Sen? Bends it.
Well, like one of the
orbs.
weaknesses of planetary devastation, at least, was that if he shoots a Biju bomb into it, it just got attracted towards it. The problem though is the Iron Sen just kind of like disappears here, and it's not really explained why.
No, what I'm saying is, well, that's an element too, but also like there's two orbs, and his eye beam laser flies in between both of them and gets stuck in their gravitational pull as they pull on each side. Something akin to that.
So, whereas, yes, I do
orbs.
think that is how Sarada's flying, because I don't think Sarada can pull herself in a direction where there isn't an orb. I also don't see the story doing that, but that's, again, not what you're asking for. So, do you think that Jura can just manually detonate his Tail Beast bombs in midair?
He does it.
Does
Oh,
it?
like detonate it versus shoot?
I don't know
Like
if he
after
has
it's already
control
shot.
over that. I think they detonate on impact. I don't think he can detonate it mid journey. Like from point A to point B, and then in between those points he can detonate. I don't see any evidence for that.
Okay.
Unless you have some, that's fine.
Yeah, I don't think there is anything.
So no, I would say no.
Okay, so then
that's my point. If you break down Jura as a combatant, he's close quarters, mid, and long. He's like a 3-level scorer. His mid to long range not touching her. His close quarters is just going to be devastating for him because he's going to be under the effects of her gravity. So like, what unless he's so much more powerful to where he can like absorb like fucking Vegeta in the time chamber, which I see no evidence for so far. So
I'm not sure what you're referring to, Vegeta, in the time chamber. He absorbed something, or he just more powerful?
His physical body was durable enough to sustain like 300 plus times normal gravity. So unless like Jura is a being who can survive that much under that much gravity or under sustained gravity, because I don't have a percentage, so I'm not going to assign a number value. But unless he's a being whose durability can exist within that force,
okay,
which I see no proof for, then
yeah, that was a time chamber, wasn't it? I was thinking about hyperbolic time chamber, obviously not, but no, that was a time chamber, not just a gravity chamber. But then again, Goku's spaceship on the way to Planet Namek
I would have called it a gravity chamber. My bad, but yeah, you're right.
Oh, is it not a time? Okay, now I'm confused. Is it a time chamber at all?
No. It's not a time chamber.
Okay, it is just gravity. Okay.
Talk about.
Okay.
Yeah. But so unless it's like that, then then he has like a physical form that just directly negs the best attributes of her Mangekyo. But then like she has another eyes ability, Susanoo. But these are things that she doesn't have. Just focusing on what she does, right? So I want to branch out too far. Outside of that, which I would like need to see some evidence for, but that could be a good way, since you asked the question, Saran, a way to like bypass it or like neg it. Just make a person like so exponentially durable to where like it won't work. But even then, right? Like there are, just because it wouldn't like stop, like kill him, you could still slow him down to where his physical stats diminish. If he was
Probably
greater than
not
you,
how
to
they're
begin with.
gonna. It's probably not.
I got something really cool for you. You're gonna love this, Mello. I forget the answer, so you're gonna have the answer. Terminator 3. Towards the end, the female Terminators
seen
like sucked it. Oh, you haven't seen it?
Nope.
Oh, okay.
I haven't seen any of the Terminators. All those
Crazy.
80s movies, I'm kind of like going back and watching.
Crazy. Oh, you gotta watch it. Okay. Well, it's Terminator, obviously. It's a robot.
I see Aliens. I just watched Aliens, and then I watched Aliens, the second one, whatever the fuck. But I still need to finish it. The little girl got kidnapped, so I haven't finished it yet.
See, I haven't even seen Aliens 2. I only saw the first one. I also saw Prometheus. That one's crazy.
I watched that when it came out. Aliens 2 is way better than the first one, but the first one's like a horror movie. The second one's like a action movie. It's so good though.
Okay, so kind of like Dead
Space.
Space.
What were you saying?
Oh,
I played Dead Space with my friend. That was some of the
so good.
That and Destiny are some of the best experiences I've ever had playing video games.
I love
that game was so good, bro.
Yeah, and the Michael Scofield, the same director of Dead Space, went on to make Call of Duty World War II Zombies.
Oh, I hate Call of Duty. The time to kill is too much for me.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, anyways, back to how Jury can do this. Okay, so Terminator 3, obviously the Terminators are like robots or whatever. In Terminator 3, it's like I forget the word. What's the word for like the liquid metal? There's like a word for it. What's the material?
Mercury?
Yeah, I think it was mercury. I think she was like made of mercury. And they activated like a superconductor at one point to like stall her so they can get away, and it worked. Whatever she did, I don't remember what she did. She did something to like deactivate it, turn it off, or whatever. Because like it didn't destroy her, but it did work. It did keep her conductivified onto it. But she did something to deactivate. So I'm just gonna say whatever Terminator 3 did because that's cool. I love it as a reference.
Okay, I'll take your word for it.
Just being realistic with how I can just imagine the story playing out as a story. What I think Ikimoto's going to do, if hypothetically Sarada ever does fight Jura, I don't think Sarada's going to be the one to take Jura down in the end, even if she does like affect him. So I think the way that Jura's going to escape is going to be through his tailed beast bomb. He's going to be casual about it. It's going to be absorbing him, sucking him in, or whatever. He's going to get out by shooting either at it or at the ground near Sarada. And it's going to like blow her up, and it's going to like deactivate her eye or whatever. Because I do think whereas her gravity's strong, and yeah, like Rue wasn't able to lift a finger. I do think, first of all, Jura probably would be able to lift a finger at the very least, but I'm not even going to grant him that. Let's just say he is as strong as Ryu.
He increases the pressure. Yeah.
I don't think she can do that infinitely, though. I think that there is a limit there.
I don't think she needs infinite, but
yeah, well, yes, but I think her limit would be below whatever Jura would be able to move against. But either way, again, that doesn't matter. Let's just say Jura can't move. Jura is stuck just like Ryu. I think that him shooting the tailed beast bomb is going to be a lot quicker and probably a lot less mass than the sand. I don't think it's going to be diverted enough to where whatever the explosion radius just is going to be enough whenever it hits the ground. Because I think if he's shooting it at the ground, I think, because yeah, Sarada can manipulate the gravity a lot, but it's like a bullet. It doesn't matter if you're in space or on Earth. If you shoot a bullet, it's going to go pretty far. Like, yeah, that 9.8 meters a second, it's going down, but that bullet's
his trajectory got off target from a bump from Chocho in base.
Yeah, but that was moving Jura's body.
So she'll move his body with gravity.
But you're talking about moving. You're talking about moving the bullet itself, though, not Jura.
No, I'm talking about whatever. That was one context. If he's within range, she takes him. Yeah, like if he's in range, it's even worse. I'm thinking he's like maybe trying to snipe or something. Like he's out in the outskirts, she can barely see him, type shit. Like I'm giving him an advantage. But if you want to say like he's in her domain, then he's just fucked. If he's in her field of vision, he's fucked. There's just nothing he can do. I'm outside of narrative stuff, like you shoot projectiles. Okay, I'll give you multiple examples of projectiles being bent, redirected. I've given you an example of like base Chocho's body hitting him, which redirected the trajectory of his blast.
But
Like-
that's the trajectory, not the blast itself.
Yes, if she redirects the trajectory of the blast won't hit her.
I'm-
The blast has to travel through space manipulated by her gravitational powers.
The
She can
difference would
curve and
be
bend that bitch as much as she wants.
a straight.
She
Well,
can
I don't
slow it
think-
down. She can flip it around. She can play with it. She can put it in her hair. She can look real cute with it. She can send it right back. I don't think people understand what the fuck going on here. It's like a lack of imagination. I'm super confused, bro.
Okay, well. So
Like every scenario, like every long, like I'm at a loss. I don't even, maybe you're playing devil's advocate. I don't know, but I keep giving example after example after example, and they're all canon. All of it's canon. And people are like, yeah, but like, what about this? I'm like, bro.
well, but
it's
wouldn't
the
saying,
same
but what about
conclusion,
this?
just a
Be
different
creative.
context. Sorry.
Well, you're saying it's not creative, but wouldn't be saying, but what about this? Be creative. Inherently so.
No, I just want people to like understand what gravity is, understand what her powers are. Like the fact that you're still even making arguments, A, is a problem. B, you're making these specific arguments is a problem. Projectiles mid to long range cannot touch her. It has to travel through space that's manipulated by her gravity. She will curve, bend, redirect, pull towards other objects that aren't her. And I have no idea why people can't grasp this concept. You should eliminate mid to long range combat against her. And then you should eliminate close quarters combat, because if you get close, you have to be in her domain and you're under the influence of her gravitational pull directly, which we saw what happened to Ryu. There's no winning.
But you
Maybe
have
in chapter
to
22 they'll write a weakness. But in chapter 21, time of recording right now is fucking OP as shit. They need to write a weakness, to be honest, because it's nasty.
Well, as of right
Nasty.
now, it's not that there's no weakness, it's just that we don't know if there is a weakness.
Well, I ain't got prescience, so I don't know about the future, but
Yeah, I mean, it's
I don't know
possible
about the
there's going to
present.
be no weakness. Kamui would disagree. I'd agree. There are jutsus with no weakness. It's possible this might be one of them.
Do you mind if I read this question from
Yeah,
the
go
super chat, or I can go
No, you're
deaf
fine.
or mute or whatever. Okay. Rogue, thank you for the $5 donation. Rogue says, watch Amato turn Kawaki into a god. I don't know about that. His strongest erection?
That's
some
probably not what
creation.
it says,
Okay.
Mello.
I had some dirt on my
Yeah.
screen. That's what it was. My bad.
Erection. Yeah.
His strongest color. What? It made it look like an E.
The
His
strongest
strongest
erection.
his strongest creation, and watch Juro walk through that gravity with his hands still in his pockets. Also, W stream. Like I said, and thank you so much for the support. If they write it to where he has a body that can endure it, then sure. I'm not gonna sit here and like go against the facts. That would be dumb of me. Since when have I ever tried to do that? But yeah. But thank you. And no, Kawaki's not going to be a god. And if Juro slow walks through Sarada's gravity and like Garlic Juniors her, like grabs her by the head and slams her or some shit like Momo did Sasuke and Naruto, that'd be pretty boss. That'd be some badass shit. And he should do that against a 15-year-old. Yeah, no, he probably should be doing that against like the local 15-year-old girl. Yeah. With all of his like ancient fucking tailed beast powers and probably Ishiki powers and all his fucking inherited Otsutsuki. Yeah, probably. I think maybe. Yeah, but maybe we give her a Susanoo. Maybe we give her second ability. Maybe we give her a Byakugo. So maybe we see where she goes next. I don't know, but EMS we'll have to see. But just currently standing is pretty nasty, bro. But thank you so much for that support. Thank you. But yeah, sorry. What were you saying, Oodie?
Oh, what was it? Okay. How strong
There's
do you
no
think,
shot you
based on
remember.
chapter 21, based on what we've already seen, not the future, right now, how strong do you think Sarada's gravity is, or can be?
All I can do is go based upon the material that's presented, and they said that it's gravity and she's controlling the targets. So I just take it as presented. So she has gravity and she can. So gravity will be all encompassing, and encompassing the totality of what gravity and gravity manipulation could entail. So I see no limits right now. Outside of like her reserves or whatever, which I can't quantify or measure. So unless they specify a weakness, I'm not going to assign one to her.
Okay.
Yeah. It's like creation of all things. Or even omnipotence. They say it's the will to make anything real. That is omnipotence, period. So that shit should be damn near anything in every verse imaginable, unless you're like fucking Sun Wukong or some shit, right? Like it's really just that simple. That's why Shibai is just at the top of the list, because they said they gave a description, said he had that shit, and they gave no weaknesses. So you just take it as presented. Yeah. Same thing with her gravity.
Okay. So obviously that what you just described, having no limit, it would just scale up infinitely. But we see in this chapter, like Ryu,
well,
he's not able to lift a
possible.
finger or whatever, but it is pretty slow. Like Ryu's able to think and react multiple times. He'll do a lot of things before his body gets sucked in.
She's monologuing, she's talking, she's doing unnecessary things, she's aura farming, she's using her powers on herself for no reason at all. Yeah, I already addressed this. She's just
what
doing
Kamui has on
shit.
his screen right now. Ryu is actively thinking himself. Like Sarada's not monologuing, Sarada's just sucking him in. But Ryu's able to do a lot of things. He's able to think, he's
What was
able
she
to
doing
move his hand.
before, and then what was she doing after this?
Kamui?
Was she talking before this, and was she talking after this?
Is this a screen?
I don't think it matters
that
because she's not talking right now.
No, it would matter because this would be the context, like chronological order. She's talking, but while she's talking, he's having a personal conversation with himself. It doesn't mean she's stopped talking. It just means we're viewing things from his internal perspective. And then if we go back after this, past this point, she's still talking. Then that pretty much confirms that my perspective or interpretation is valid or more valid. It doesn't guarantee. It's not a fact. But it's just an interpretation in comparison.
Well, obviously, characters can think on the same panel and page as other characters can talk. So unless we're saying that it's being implied that Ryu would be just ignoring whatever Sarada would be saying here, which if that was the case, then I think we'd be missing context. Like there would be a beginning and end of what Sarada says, and we wouldn't understand what Sarada said in the middle, and that would be clear to the reader. I don't think that is the case.
So what I'm saying is, Sarada's in mid dialogue. We're talking about intervals of time here. Like how long is he going to? Is it taken for X, Y, and Z? He's having whole conversations, blah blah blah. My entire point, on a foundational level, is that she isn't going all out while she's talking and using her powers on herself and flying upwards. Like she's just yapping, just talking, right? So you're making a time argument. She wouldn't have enough time to do X, Y, and Z. I'm saying I'm eliminating all the filler extra shit. I'm saying she's no Phoenix Flower, no Fireball, no Chidori. No yapping, no internal monologue, no powers targeting myself for no fucking reason, none of that shit. All of her reason, like no superfluous thoughts, okay? She's on Baryon Mode time. You gotta get the shit done and get it done quickly. Go from 0 to 100. She's cooking.
Okay, well, hang on. Wait. I want to elaborate on she's cooking. I'll give it to you. Let's say she does do that. How quick is her gravity?
Am I supposed to be able to measure that? Like, you're asking questions I can't possibly answer.
Well, we do get to see it, and obviously we get her panels of her talking. So, like, if we hypothetically just remove whatever time is slowed down or whatever, how quickly is Ryu sucked in? Does he have time to think?
If that's the question, then let's go to the panel and see what, like the art, because that's all we can do, right? So
yeah,
pull the panel up here. Then it would be Sarada. Give me a second. So before he touches that orb, where was he? What was happening? Right. So I see he's quit your babbling. He launches an attack. They zoom in on her eyes. In the very next panel, he's at the orb. So if you go back and see the last time the orb was at his back, so you can get like maybe some kind of perspective, he seems to be a distance away. And then like I'm showing it on my screen on stream, but it's probably a delay. I think it's page 36 or 38, where he's like, I'm floating. He's being pulled towards it. His dialogue, and then you.
Oh, you're on Twitter. It's definitely not page 38.
Okay. Yeah, it just seems like once she revved it up, it became so fast where he was just instantaneously there. So I would say pretty fucking fast. Yeah.
So, okay. Would you also explain that's the reason that Mitsuki's not only able to like monologue everything, but like literally be able to perceive it with his own eyes, especially in base?
Yeah. I've already explained this. Sarada is not going all out. I explained she escalates 4 times. Yeah, I've already explained all of this. I just remove the 1, 2, 3 and go straight to the 4. In my hypotheticals, when she's fighting like the Shinju or whatever the fuck. Like if I want to say Sarada, full power, bloodlusted, I'm skipping the monologue. I'm skipping the we're floating. I'm skipping I'm getting closer. I'm skipping the no. I'm going straight to the where she zooms you straight to the orb and blows you up. Yeah. Fuck all the other stuff, because that's just narrative stuff to build towards the climax. But I'm not a writer, right? I'm just trying to like see who wins the fight. So I'm just going to take what they can do at their absolute best and then apply that to the scenario, which would be her zooming him towards the orb and then just cooking this dude. Yeah.
Okay. So, speaking of narrative, getting to
Although,
that.
can we even technically do that since we haven't seen Jura at his best? Best
I
of
haven't
what
seen
we've
Sarada
seen.
at her best.
This is her
I haven't
best.
seen Sarada. This is not her best. This is not her peak.
This is her peak.
She
Sarada
Chidori,
disagrees.
Phoenix Flower, and Fireball before this. And she was mentally nerfed before this. This is not her
Okay,
peak.
so what do you think it means when she was mentally nerfed? So what do you think it means when she says that she was like mentally nerfed before?
Exactly what it sounds like. And however that's applicable for her and her subjective experience, which I wouldn't know.
Well, how does that apply?
Only thing I can go by myself is her dialogue.
Because
what do you mean, like in terms of how it affects her like power interaction, or how it affects like
her
approach?
So I'm gonna make an assumption based on what I would assume you would think. It's like, for example, her Phoenix Fire style is not as hot as it could be. Her Chidori isn't as fast as it possibly could be, etc., etc. I don't think that's the case. I think those are as strong as they could be. What she's referencing is the power that she's not using, which would be the Mangekyo.
Well, really, I would just want to. I need the official release, first of all.
That's fair.
With that, with the specific dialogue with that, yeah, I guess like we can look at the translation and say, okay, well, this is probably generally around what they're trying to say, which is what I'm doing. But when we're talking about like this level of specificity, yeah, I need the official release.
Okay. And okay. This is where I'm gonna make a little bit of a reach here, but just hear me out. So it's possible that whereas you could play it as she's mentally nerfed because she doesn't want to use her Mangekyo, knowing she's not going to use her Mangekyo, she's mentally resolved to not have to use it. It's possible her Phoenix Flower Jutsu is hotter than normal because she was like mentally amped in that regard, or her Chidori was even faster because she's trying her best to not have to use it because she's reserving it for Boruto. Now she has no bars, she's just willing to use anything willy-nilly.
So the only reason why I brought the mental nerve thing up was in reference to it maybe diminishing her even in her Mangekyo state, is because I think there may have been some kind of like stress that maybe negatively affected her through this entire ordeal, even though she's come to a realization, a certain conclusion, an awakening. I think all of this is like very stressful for like a teenage girl. Like this would be very stressful for me, or like I can imagine just from my anecdotal experience, right? So I think that stress has an effect on her. So I think that aids in her not being at her apex, combined with Phoenix Flower. Now that's pure assumption, but I think the Phoenix Flower, Fireball, and Chidori is just facts. They're just resource expenditure. Sharingan activation, Sharingan maintaining, that's just resource expenditure that would make her not at her peak when she uses Mangekyo versus Ryu. As a fact. Not
Oh, no, I wasn't talking about this fight in particular. It would obviously include this fight, but I'm talking about for like the past 3 years or whatever. It's like in the Hidari fight, she was mentally nerfed in the same way.
Yes. She's just so much powerful than him. She just blitzes him and fatally wounds him and makes him run away.
that
resort to sneak attacks.
wasn't having anything to do with it. Okay, well, what I meant was when she's mentally nerfed in that fight. I think it's simply only because she wasn't using Mangekyo and she wasn't allowing herself to. I think in every other regard, she wasn't nerfed. I'm assuming you think, based on her hesitation or whatever from her mental nerf, her grief or whatever, that she's holding herself back, like, physically.
Not necessarily.
Okay.
I don't think her mental nerf affects her state outside of Mangekyo. So like the one that fought Hidari, I think she was at the peak of her powers as a 3 Tomoe Sharingan user.
Mhm.
I don't think she was nerfed at that state
Okay.
as a 3 Tomoe Sharingan user. I think the nerf was resulting in no Mangekyo, so no advanced state, no tier jump. So that's the nerf. But no, 3 Tomoe Sharingan Hidari fight Sarada, that's not a nerf. No.
Okay, we actually agree on that. That's cool.
In the way I explained.
Yeah,
It's a nerf because she doesn't have access to her prime, but her Mangekyo, but yeah, you get my point, yeah.
Yeah, that's fair. So, getting away from power, looking at it from a writer's perspective, it seems like, and this is just the impression I'm getting, I could be wrong, but it seems like you are looking at feats primarily for your power scaling and then like the narrative like secondary as like to support the feats.
People keep asking me this. I really operate on instinct. I don't give this process too much thought. I just go by what feels natural. So you guys are like breaking it down more than I do, but probably, yeah, I guess.
That's fair. I think because it's a story first and foremost, the narrative is what matters. I do think there is a connection, especially since it's a battle shonen. There is a connection between the physical fight and the narrative fight, as there should be. In fact, it's a testament of good writing. We should just assume, or at least at the very least, not assume. It would be most preferable if there was like a direct connection between the two, just to better exemplify the themes. That being said, I do think the writing should come first. How that would play out. What do you think, first of all, before I go any further?
About the writing coming first over the feats?
Yeah.
I don't think there's a set way to do things. I found that when I entered this community and I started doing debates, people would say, we don't debate like that. So that's why it confused me when you said X, Y, and Z. And I was like, number one, who are we? And then number two, what do you mean like that? Like, you guys have like a system or something? Like I never structured. It's just pure instinct with me. So, but that's like on the side, I think.
Based on that, it seems like what you would be saying is that there shouldn't be necessarily a writing structure, or that there shouldn't need to be one. Writers should be able to just write this.
You said there shouldn't be a writing structure.
Or there shouldn't need to be, is what I'm assuming that you would go for.
Yes. I don't think that there is a supposed to. I don't think there's a guideline or anything. I think you do it the way you want to do it. And so I prioritize the feats and the analysis over the story, because oftentimes when I do the analysis is rooted in like logic and sound reasoning from my perspective. I don't know what the fuck anyone else does, but I always try to advocate for what I genuinely believe in. I rarely play devil's advocate, and I rarely argue points I don't believe in for like rhetorical effectiveness or whatever the fuck. I rarely, if ever, do that. So I'm not a writer of this story, and I'm not interested in the story when I'm doing analysis. I'm trying to figure out, can character A beat character B? So the narrative serves a role in terms of context, which I must take into consideration because that's just more information. To not do that would be disingenuous to me, which I can't do. So that's why I take the narrative into consideration. It's just prudent. But yeah, I do prioritize the analysis because it's directly rooted to logic and sound reasoning, whereas the writing is subject to whatever the fuck the writer is, what time they're on, which I do not know. So, and there's a lot of inconsistencies with the analysis and the narrative. Kaguya being one case in point. Or even when I'm talking to Sauron, there's been multiple times through the years where he'll just arrive at a conclusion to where like he'll just get away from the analysis part of my argument and just say, well, I don't think the story's going to write X, Y, and Z this way. So to me, that's usually true. Yeah. Well, probably, but to me, that just like kind of defeats the purpose of even having a conversation if we're just going to do that. But So yeah, I value analysis over narrative. Certainly, I think. Yeah.
Also, the tier list I was thinking about was not the tier list that you ended up posting. The one that I saw was, you had Damon above, you had Code above Damon, and I was like, oh, I wonder why that was. I am curious about that. Like last night when I went to go on your stream, I was watching another video. I just wanted to see what you were doing. So I was like, oh, let's pop and see what Mello's doing. Okay, tier list. I just left. Why did you have Damon higher than? Why did you have Code above Damon in that first initial?
I think I don't remember, but I can tell you why I would have him now. So when I take a look, when I ask myself, okay, why is Damon so high on everyone's list? It's because of his reflectability and his physical stats rank God tier. He's over Jigen. Those three things specifically, right? You agree?
Yeah, and
You
just
disagree?
how easily he destroyed Code. Yeah.
Okay. So yeah. So post part 1, you have several characters, multiple characters introduced beyond Jigen confirmed. So that I removed that third one as a spectacular way of scaling him up. I'm like, okay, it's not that special anymore. Time passed, it makes sense. And then the second one is his reflectability. Now it's described that he needs to touch somebody. Despite what we see, that's the description of the ability. So I'm going based upon what's presented in the material. So if it's a 1v1, say Code or Sarada, I'm like, he can't even use his best attribute. I mean, maybe you can come up with a scenario where he does like some b-boy shit and then like ends up on your back and holding you or some shit. Maybe, right? But that's highly specific.
The Sarada thing I could understand. It was just the Damon over Code over Damon thing.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Never mind. Sorry, the Code. Okay.
No.
So then it's
I
like, okay.
Yeah, Code versus Damon. Yeah.
Yeah, Code versus Damon. Fuck Sarada. Okay. So so then the last one was, okay, well, he beat Code. No, his physical stats are like, yeah, he's a physical beast. I'm like, okay, cool. That's fine. But he's not so much of a physical beast to where he could speed blitz Code and knock him out with a single hit. Code was he was getting his ass beat, but he was tanking those hits. Now, I think I have a different definition for tank. I play MMOs. Just because you tank don't mean you don't take no damage. You do take damage, you just heal from it. So tank, at least the game I play. DC
a lot of people
Online.
use tank in a different way though. Like
yeah.
Some people say tank, that means you took it and you didn't take much damage. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I just say like, yeah. So we have a different little, so maybe I'll call it something different just to make sure I don't differ from the community. But
the way I use the word tank is like,
yeah,
you take little damage or no damage.
Well, but also it doesn't matter
Code was
who
able to
did
have
it.
a full conversation. So real quick, Code was able to have a full conversation with Bug after this. He was also able to outspeed Damon in his escape through the claw marks. Damon just couldn't match his speed in the claw marks. And the claw marks are not confirmed to increase speed once you jump through them. That's just him jumping through them with another person. So he's not so much out of Code's tier to where he's just exponentially powerful. The data does not point to that. So they're relative, even though Damon's above him. The same with Baryon Mode and Ishiki. Yeah, Ishiki getting his ass beat, but they're still relative because Baryon Mode's not speed blitzing him and killing him with a one-shot. Given the context, that's exactly what he would have if he could. He didn't, so he can't. So now I'm like, okay, well, why the fuck is he over him? Because now I have him, Code's matching post time skip Boruto's physical movements with the sword. He blocks, he grabs the arm. Now people make assumptions about Boruto's intent, but that's assumptions. Oh, he meant to, fuck out of here. That's your assumption. And then he tanked an Uzuhiko to Boruto's surprise. The only reason why Code lost to Boruto was because of the vertigo side effects. We know the damage outside of the vertigo internal side effects did nothing to Code because when he got the Uzuhiko rescinded in the Ten Tails dimension, he was perfectly fine. No fatigue, no huffing and puffing, no scarring, not even a scuff on his clothes. He was even hee-heeing as he escaped the Ten Tails dimension, leaving Boruto stranded. So all of this says he's relative to Boruto. It just is what it is. And if Boruto is up tier post time skip, right? I'm like, Damon has no confirmed training. Damon has nothing. The best things that he has, he can't even use reflect, and being beyond Jigen isn't what it used to be. So that's a reason why I would put him over under Code. Is because I think Code has improved. Certainly through his fight with Sasuke, that is a fight, so you could say it's a plus in his like progression. But definitely when he's fighting, it's really the Boruto fight which shows his growth and progression, in my opinion. But yeah.
Okay.
So that would be like the logic.
I was just really interested in that. Okay.
So the only reason why Damon and Jura are up here is just because of narrative, really.
Mm-hmm.
The story is implying that they're the apex,
So for me, I was just kind of like, what do you consider a speed blitz?
what Sarada did to Hidari.
Okay, now that's an
Okay.
example. How would you actually
So
say it?
the reason why I am asking that, I'll take a break from editing for a second. But the reason I am asking that is because like when like Code was fighting Damon, Damon was fighting Code. Like I would say that he did speed blitz him like multiple times. Like the only time Code was really able to like properly get out of the way of one of his attacks was like
I don't
when
disagree.
he was of a pretty far distance away. Yes, you don't disagree with that, right?
I think you think I said I don't want to put words in your mouth. What I said was he's not speed blitzing Code and knocking him out. That's all one thing. He's not speed blitzing Code. He's not speed blitzing him. He's not so much more powerful. He's not a tier so high that he can't to the point where he's unable to speed blitz him and knock him out. Because then I would say, okay, you're out of his tier. But the fact that he blitzes him and hits him and he's tanking that shit, and he's taking multiple hits and he outspeeds him in his escape, they're clearly relative, even if he's losing.
I guess I just wouldn't consider what you described like relative in my mind, and what I just wouldn't consider that relative. But
Relative to Damon's output, because I know he doesn't like go all out. I think he made that statement to Boruto.
yeah,
So
no, he
relative to
said
the
that
output that he showed.
he said somebody who could like truly push me, right? Code couldn't push Damon. He couldn't push him to the point where like Damon needed to actually go all out. So clearly, whatever Code tanks in this chapter, Damon can output even further than what he had showcased before.
So what am I going to say
showcased here.
next?
Yeah.
What am I going to ask you next? Can we quantify or measure whatever percentage that he's holding back and apply it? No, we can't. So
No.
we can say it's a plus, but we can't say it's a significant plus.
Yeah, all we know
We can't say it's
that it is a
significant.
plus, but you also
Yeah.
can't quantify how much stronger Code would have gotten between the 3 years, because sure he had a
agree.
fight with Sasuke, but like
Yep.
he had
I agree.
clearly lots of help there. How much benefit would that actually truly be to him? Especially
Lots of
because
help from
Sasuke
who?
was significant. The claw grinds were everywhere, weren't they?
The below base
that chapter?
Chocho claw grinds?
Yeah, but that's still a distraction for Sasuke to have to deal with. Like it is a lot of numbers, and if you have to worry about getting bit, you also have to worry about Code, and then at that point, Sasuke is significantly below him, so it's more like you're fighting someone who's essentially fodder to you. We don't know how Sasuke like stabbed him in the eye or whatnot, but
the reason why I think Code maybe got
Sorry.
a plus. No, you're fine. The reason why I think he got a plus boost from that fight is because there's visual indications of fatigue and damage on him and Sasuke. That's the whole reason why I have one-eyed Sasuke so high, is because he took damage, and I suspect it wasn't from the grinds because they were like lesser than base Chojo. If anything, they would have got more powerful over 2 years, I would imagine. So in my mind, Code is the one that damaged Sasuke, and if Sasuke can tank that shit, then Sasuke is pretty nice. Although it was without karma, I suspect. But getting back to Code,
I would like to look at that. I'm looking at the chapter.
It's
I
when
don't
it's
remember
like,
that page.
damn you, Uchiha. He's holding his eye. Like you can see like little scuff marks on his face. Like he's been through some shit. So I think he's had some strain, and of course the eye, of course. But I think he's been through enough significant strain to like warrant a plus boost. I can't quantify or measure it, but I'm not trying to.
Excited.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get Code to a point where he's like plus his part 1 stuff.
So I get that part. I just don't know how you make enough of the jump. Like there's not enough to like say that Code makes up the gap in order to get him above Damon, based off what you have said so far.
So what,
like
what
sure
gets
there
him-
is a jump, but is it enough to get him above Code? That's my only thing. Like how did you get him above Damon?
So it would really be his feats versus Hidari and Boruto.
And Hidari? Okay.
Yeah, like when he like ducks Hidari's thing, like post Uzuhiko hit. And then, which again does nothing. But and then again, minus the vertical effects. And then of course his feats with Boruto. And Boruto's a plus Jigen tier combatant. So all I have is that like Damon's plus Jigen, and so it's Code. and then Code's a plus, and I can't quantify or measure it, but I just know he's something more than he was before, so that's enough. Yeah.
How do you then backwards track to get Boruto stronger or relative to Damon? Because Damon took a look at all of the attacks that Boruto was doing, and he saw what he was doing, and he was really unimpressed by what Boruto was displaying. Could that be super cockiness, arrogance? Sure, maybe. But how do you backtrack in order to then like probably scale Boruto to Damon, other than they're all stronger than Jigen, but at that point, like everybody's stronger than Jigen at this point. So it's like it all just neutralizes itself. Like it's all just a neutral playing field. So, but we know we know Damon is significantly above somebody who's significantly above Jigen, just based off what he does in part 1 alone. So I don't know
how are you getting to significant? I don't know how you get to significant.
Because if Damon was able to speed blitz Code, Code was struggling to tank. He was heavily damaged by what Damon was doing to him, and if he can help put even higher than
Code was
that,
fine. After this, remember what he did? He immediately was having a whole conversation with Bug. He went over to the Ten Tails and created the Claw Grimes. Like immediately after this fight happened. Like he didn't lay down. He wasn't like he didn't rest. He just went off and did some shit. Like Code's a tank. I don't like Code.
I
He's a
was
monster.
mentioning it like in the moment. He was clearly very damaged. But he does endure it later on after he leaves, right?
Yeah, like he wasn't so damaged where he couldn't like outspeed Damon and escape or endure his attacks. He was fine.
He was already midway through his claw mark, though. All he had to do was just move his body a little bit further. It's not like it's not like he was on the ground and jumped into the claw mark.
Yeah,
his
but you
body
gave
was
him
already midway through
significant.
it.
You said Damon is significant, so surely significant should be able to. Yeah, I think so.
At least
significant.
At least significantly stronger, based off of because Code wasn't able to do anything to him. He didn't actually land a single strike. So it's just like it's hard for me to not say that is significant. If you can't land a strike, if you can't properly block an attack, you're getting outsped. It's hard for me to say that that's not significant, especially if you can go even higher than that. In my mind, that's how I consider that pretty significant.
Significant to me would be you have an ability to like measure and quantify something to even provide that descriptor. I don't even know how to like. I can't say significant. I can't say exponential because I can't measure or quantify. It could be a 0.1 increase, or it can be a 1,000-fold increase. Because I can't measure it, I work in pluses and minuses.
Yeah,
that's it.
All I can go off of is just the word push. Right, that's all Damon said is the word push, and to me, it's like if he thought that Code didn't push him even little bit to say the word that he was pushed, it's just like, oh, yeah, part 1, yeah.
Part 2 is Code plus.
Yeah, it's just getting him over that gap.
Guy.
It's just like getting him over that gap.
But you speak about the gap as if you know the width of it. It's as if you've been able to measure the gap. You don't. So like you're already assigning a big value to a thing you can't even measure. That's my problem.
Yeah.
How are you doing that?
I just can't really measure Code's thing either, unless I take him to Boruto, but I can't backtrack Boruto to Damon currently either.
It just seems like an emotional appeal. Because like facts based, I don't know how you're measuring any gap between these characters to even give the descriptor of like significant. That's just my only point. But we can move on if you want to. Do you have like a further point or another point? Or are you good?
I'm trying to think about. Well, they're not actually get back to editing, but I want to. What was the other thing on your tier list that I was interested in asking you about? I'm gonna go back to your stream real quick. I want to ask because you clearly did revisions here, so I want to ask. Wanted to ask you about your former takes. It's nice, man. Having conversations on Twitter, you're so easy. People just get so angry and they start insulting you.
You don't ever have to worry about that for me.
My goodness, this is so cordial.
Yeah, I'm off that energy, bro. I can't.
I can't have the energy to like insult someone in front of their faces like that. It's just that requires
Nope.
effort to think about.
I absolutely can, and it's my default. I have to take. It takes effort not to cook people. I swear to God, but it don't take so much effort to where it's impossible, or you can make excuses for being an asshole. So, yeah.
This is the tier list from yesterday. Put him above Matsuri. I think I understand that one. Anything else I found weird here? Not weird, just like I wanted to ask you about. I wanted to ask you, Himawari above Damon. I think yeah. Isn't this the same line of thinking with the other stuff you said so far?
Yeah, and she has the highest feats in the verse amongst the protagonists against the strongest character, antagonist post time skip. And his dialogue towards her and what she brought out of him or makes him want to do or whatever the fuck he said. That's better than Sarada's feats. It's better than Boruto's feats. And Damon has no fucking feats. All he has is like hype from part 1, which is increasingly less impressive as time goes on. But, yeah.
I completely disagree with that, but
clearly I don't agree with that, but I understand your line of thinking, and that's what I wanted to understand. So Ryu above. Oh yes, Ryu. I guess Ryu above Boruto, Himawari, Damon.
I had Ryu in between Mamushi and Hidari.
Yeah. So I was like, Ryu above Boruto, Himawari, and Damon. I was like, I'm curious about that one. Ryu's not even on your new tier list, is he?
Yeah, it didn't save it for some reason, but I put Konohamaru behind Mitsari, I think, and I put Ryu where I put Ryu.
Did it not? Did you add Ryu to the tier list?
Yeah, I had to add it myself because it wasn't on here.
That's why it didn't save.
Yeah, Ryu and Konohamaru just weren't on here. I was like, what the fuck? Like,
that's why it didn't save. So I did the same thing. I made a tier list. I added characters to a tier list. I tried saving it. It removed all the characters I added. So the tier list was ruined. It was ranking Boruto, Genin, Chunin, Genin, and no, just ranking Boruto Genin with Naruto Genin, and basically how they scale to one another. Yeah, so I took all the classmates, I added all of Boruto's classmates, all of Naruto's classmates, scaled them together along with like Rain. That was really fun. Tier list was completely ruined because it didn't save.
Did you guys record it at least? Because
No.
Rain's always fucking recording. At least
Rain maybe recorded it. I definitely did not because mine was already lagging. So I was already having issues because I had so many tabs open.
By the way, for chat, God level and the strongest are what I'm like pretty confident in. Demigod, it could go either way. Like I'm open to interpretation with that, but just to be clear.
So I do want to have a slight discussion about the Ryu. Ryu.
Okay.
Above Himawari. Okay. You have him above Himawari, Hidari, and Boruto.
Boruto, Code, Mitsari, and
no, the code is fine. I understand that one. I have Ryu above code as well. And then it's just the Daemon, the Himawari, the Hidari, and Boruto. I don't want to debate here. I just want to know, like, I just want to know your line of thinking.
Okay, so the Daemon stuff stands pretty much consistent with every character on here.
Yeah, you don't have to explain Daemon anymore. It's just the other characters now.
So Himawari, I don't know. I think maybe because she's so young and poorly trained, because of Cho's her master, and she seems like very raw. So I wanted to give her a little bit more time to cook, I think. And I think somebody with a Kekkei Genkai like Iron Release could be somewhat of a problem for her, in terms of keeping her out the close quarters combat, which seems to be her advantage, and making it and keeping her in the mid to long range battle, which I think would be beneficial. So I think it's just a matchup problem for her. If I had to say anything about it, but on my new list I have her above it. But we're talking about the old one, so yeah. For Hidari, for me, really, it's the Kekkei Genkai matchup is a problem. Really, I feel pretty confident in Mamushi being over him because he like defeated Boruto. And he has like no other bad. He has zero negative feats. He just has all positive ones. He just wins his one fight against Boruto when Boruto runs away and begs code for help. He's over Hidari because Hidari he's an incomplete product. It seems to be. He doesn't know how to use his Sharingan.
Well, he's never going. Then he's never gonna know. He doesn't have it.
You don't think so? I think at
No,
some
I don't
point he
think.
might.
I don't think Hidari is ever gonna have a Sharingan. I think he's always gonna have that
I
weakness.
disagree. I think that's why they set that
Oh,
up.
Yeah, I think so
interesting.
too.
How would he ever develop a Sharingan though?
I
Well,
don't know, but I think they'll
the
do it
Rinnegan
regardless.
Why wouldn't
evolved
he have
from
just
the
bonded with-
Sharingan. I don't see why he couldn't go the other way back.
I don't even think that's a real Rinnegan. I just think it's like a construct of one.
It doesn't. They don't have any Rinnegan abilities. They don't use
I
it.
think it.
I
Okay,
think
well,
their real Rinnegan is on the sword, Soul Thorn. I think that's a real Rinnegan.
It feels like
I
a
think.
projection of a Rinnegan. Like their eyes are
Yeah.
just rather than
Like
the actual Rinnegan.
they're not even really humanoids. They're just like in that form. Yeah,
no, I do think it is a
not
real
fat.
one because it's described that Juro was sensing Matsuri's feelings rather than like looking at her through like the linked eye Rinnegan, which is what Pain did. It's what Obito did with the Edo Jinchuriki. So I think they each have their own unique individual set of Rinnegans, distinct from one another, making them all real.
I hope that's the case. That'd be cool. I just haven't seen any indication of that so far.
I would hope that that's the case. As
Also,
well.
the fact that one
Um,
random claw grind was able to just make a Rinnegan. So yeah, they're probably real if that thing can do it.
Yeah.
It's like Kage. Like if you shot Kage in the head, are you killing her? Is that really her head? Are there brains in there? Is that her eye? She's like a tailed beast molded in like humanoid form. It's like, are you really this form or are you something else actually?
Yeah.
I don't know. So it's like they're weird, like clay mold creatures. It's fucking strange.
Mhm.
Yeah. But did I answer your question? I think I did.
No, you did. I wasn't gonna really push you on it. I just wanted to know what you thought about it.
Yeah. Like Himawari and Hidari are like little babies, and I think they had room for improvement and growth. That was the logic
Mhm.
at the time.
Mhm.
And everything else is just like matchups. He cuts
And
code. You understand everything code and down. And the Boruto
yeah,
thing is just a bad matchup for him. I don't think he'll be able to just sit down and charge up Uzuhiko. Teleportation is a bad matchup for like a defensive power like the Iron Sand, which can be both offensive and defensive at the same time, which makes it so fucking
Oh.
OP.
Mhm.
Boruto has been shown to have problems with the Grimes when he's fighting like a top tier Shinju. The Grimes kind of distract him, and Ryu has shown that he's more than willing to do that. So much he actually floods the battlefield with them. It's actually kind of insane. So I just think given all of that, he'll just tax Boruto out, and Boruto doesn't scale to be able
does
to defeat
Boruto struggle with
Shinju.
the grinds?
When he's teaming up with Sarada, yeah, like with all the claw marks on the ground and like they're like popping out, and then like they distract as Hidari uses them as misdirections, and he sneak attacks them.
I need to reread that fight.
Ryu does something similar when he spams the claw grimes from midair, and then he uses them as a misdirection to like attack the characters once they're like distracted or overwhelmed with the flood. So I think Boruto can be overwhelmed, and without Uzuhiko, he just doesn't have the means to like defeat these Shinju.
So do you
who
think
are
that
on guard.
Jojo could have just been like wrong?
Why isn't Boruto doing giant Rasengans?
It's a waste of chakra, I think.
He
I
should
think
have more chakra than Konohamaru.
I think these Rasengans
Why?
won't scale high enough.
Why
I think the only
wouldn't
reason why Konohamaru did it was because that fight is not a good fight to scale them up or down. It's just such an ass fight, quote
It's not a
unquote fight.
fight.
It's not a fight.
It's not a
I
fight.
consider all this
That was
off-guard shit.
self-defense. It's all off-guard stuff.
consider it-
Every single bit of
it's
it.
all off-guard.
And we
It's
know
off-guard
in
shit.
Naruto, we know in the series, if you're off guard, your defenses are lowered. Like that's
Yeah,
just
like-
true. It's
So like Mitsuri is
it's a nothing
still,
burger.
to me, Mitsuri and Konohamaru are still like question marks in terms of like true scaling. And like the feat,
Yeah.
like Boruto's chopping her up off guard, like that's not a feat to me for anybody. So
Mhm.
yeah, that's just my
I
position.
absolutely freaking agree with that. Somebody in the Discord server that I'm in disagrees with that. But,
Yeah,
you know,
I would personally
he-
disagree.
you would disagree that off guard. You don't think off guard matters?
Well, that is
what is
absolutely
you
not what I
disagreeing with
said.
here?
First of all, I don't think Matsuri was off guard. She saw Boruto and screamed his name.
No, Konohamaru. And Boruto, I would say she was still kind of off guard at that too.
I mean, she was literally
Unprepared.
She was mid naming him. She's like Boruto.
Yeah.
She couldn't even get to the toe.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah,
clearly
her
she was a
mouth
little-
wasn't able to
Well-
finish it. She
While
thought
also
it.
having her while also having your little tendrils things lynched into Konohamaru's body. She would have had to take
Okay,
those
though.
It's not really fair.
They're
It's
also
not fair.
lynched into
She
the
was not
ground.
prepared to fight him.
It's not like every single one of them is lynched into Konohamaru.
Okay,
And then
so
bro,
she
bro
she
teleported to her too. Like he
so
didn't even
she
need
would
to do
have
that.
she would have had to take those things out
so
of the ground.
3 different chances. What do you mean take them out? They're the thing holding her up. That's like saying, oh, if she just wasn't blown up, that's like saying, oh, she'd have to move her
Okay.
feet off of the ground
So
because
she
she's
has
standing.
to take the stuff out of Konohamaru before Boruto gets there.
Why? She is more.
She can just she's using all 4 of them, isn't she?
Doesn't she have 8? No, I guess she does have 4. Yeah, she's 2 in the ground and 2
No,
in
it's just the
Konohamaru.
4, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Okay,
She has
whatever.
2 in Konohamaru, has 2 on the ground. She would have had to take those things out, then
Why
prepare
does she have to take
herself,
them
and
out?
then
She
fight.
can still move.
She can still she can move, but
Yeah.
her movement's compromised. It's no matter
So
what, and the fact that
it
he
doesn't matter if her
teleported, no
movement's
matter what,
compromised.
it's
It's not off
fair.
guard.
Yeah, I'll be back real quick, okay?
Okay.
She's not in good condition. No matter what, it's not in good condition.
Yeah,
Like, she
neither
was
was Ryu.
unprepared.
So why is Ryu a feat for Sarada?
Did I say it was?
Okay, bro.
Okay. I haven't even fully read that chapter, as you know. I haven't. I
Did
haven't
you read
fully
last
read it. I
chapter? Because that's
refuse.
all you really need. The whole point is he's been
Yeah.
fighting and he's been hit. So Ryu's injured too. He didn't go back to heal.
You would not say to the same capacity Matsuri's injured. You don't believe that.
It doesn't. Well, no, we don't know how much. First of all, because Matsuri's
Okay.
legs don't do anything. All of her offensive power is in her 4 tendrils. All of it.
Would
from
you
what we've
say
seen.
you wouldn't say that her movement's compromised at all?
Does her movement matter for her fighting? Because her tendrils is what matters.
I would say that it matters to being as proficient as you could be without it.
It doesn't matter as
Like her
long as anyone
movement.
is within 5 feet of her. And also, she might just unironically, she
Was
could
Boruto
probably
within 5
she
feet
could
of her?
probably run faster like Dr. Octavius using her tendrils than she could running. I think so. Why not?
That's a fantastic visual.
Thank you. Isn't that cool?
No. Yes, that is actually really freaking cool.
That's what I'm saying.
But yeah, Boruto wasn't within 5 feet of her. He was quite far, and then she would have had to. I guess she could have moved backwards a little bit, like just a little bit, but like he literally teleported in front of her face. She
No,
wasn't
bro.
prepared.
Boruto did 4 different things. The first thing he did was teleport to the small piece of metal. The second thing he did was throw the shuriken at Matsuri. The third thing he did was teleport to Matsuri. The
But
fourth
she
thing he did
didn't-
was cut her up.
She didn't notice until last moment, though.
Okay.
Like you're not saying that this would have gone the same way had she been fully prepared, are you? Like you don't think that.
I
do
think
you?
it's the same as Ryu with Sarada.
I don't know what you'd be referring to.
So
Like
okay.
what moment?
Wait, what?
What moment are you referring to? Same as Ryu with Sarada.
Whenever Sarada kills Ryu.
I didn't read that.
Okay. Well, when you do,
So I need you to
then I'll hear
describe-
your response to that, I guess.
Okay. I didn't want to read the chapter via screenshots. I'd rather read the chapter via actual scans.
I mean, that's fair.
Yeah.
But hopefully Mello can come back so he can hear this. But I do think the fight is what I'm just gonna wait for Mello. So
My computer's threatening to crash. I don't like these threats. So I'm looking at his old tier list. he had Shikamaru buff Kashin Koji. I was gonna ask him about that next. And then Mitsuki above Kawaki, even though Mitsuki admitted he was weaker than Kawaki.
I don't think either of those really matter.
No, they don't, but I was just curious.
Okay.
I was curious.
When does Mitsuki admit he's inferior to Kawaki?
He implies it in the Mitsuki fight, does he not? Did I remember that wrong?
The Mitsuki fight? You mean like in Two Blue Vortex against Boruto?
The Mitsuki chase sequence with Boruto?
He implies he's weaker than Kawaki. I don't remember what you're referring to.
Yeah.
Wow, that is a lot of comments. Alright, so yes, let's see. Sarada should have been a Genjutsu utter monster. I feel like we already got through to Itachi. I'd be fine with something new. What does Sarada do? I guess she does a lot of the same thing anyways. Let her use her Mangekyo. Imagine Sukuna's natural affinity for Genjutsu and precise chakra control, and then augmented by a Sharingan, inherited directly from an Indra reincarnation. Well, I do want to see Scientific Ninja Tech and all the new things the old Jin does, and how they revamp old Jutsu in particular. Like, for example, I think the Mirai manga did that very well. Mirai combined, what was it, Asuma's Wind Scythe with what Tamari taught her to create a new jutsu, the combination of the two. It was really cool. I want to see more stuff like that, or even like the Lorentz gun that Sasuke taught her. Just things like that could be really cool. But Scientific Ninja Tech, but also staying with the heart of a shinobi because it never changes, even if the times do. So, do want to see some old stuff, maybe some revamps on them as well. Reincarnation augmented by the Sage of the Six Paths themselves. But no, instead Sarada makes holes in space. Sarada's high up because she just ate up a Jubi dino. This podcast been crazy. Oh, well, hello? Okay. Last time this podcast was unhinged, I am surprised Big Brother YouTube didn't kill us. Hi, Hidari! The tool was shown in... am I showing this? Yeah, okay. The tool was shown in one of the previous chapters when they arrived. That was just a flashback to remind the readers it was within relative proximity to the battlefield. Is that his... What profile picture is that? That's cool. Oh, hello? Sorry, sure. That's good. Nice. Are sure? Yeah, exactly. I just made the same mistake. Relative proximity to the battlefield. Yes. Why do you think it makes no sense? He teleported because of that. Oh, yeah, exactly. I agree. The one in front is a shuriken. Literally is a Matsuri's shoulder in the left panel. Yes, right. Where? Shogun
Are you
bird.
talking to yourself?
Did Mitsuki even have a pin? I thought he just saw it. Well, here, I'll pin that.
Alright, I'm back.
Welcome back. No, I wasn't talking about... Well, technically, I was talking to myself. I was reading chat, which technically is talking to yourself if you consider it that way, but not really. And shout out to members. Thank you very much. Specifically, FBK. Thank you very much, FBK. Thank you. Can I do something with this?
So, in regards to Damon, I did want to continue that because I don't think Mello fully addressed the whole how does code make the jumps thing that I was talking about, but I was like, fine.
Well, okay. It's so something that I was explaining to Kamui last night is the difference between a debater and a scientist. First of all, have you seen Dr. Mike on YouTube?
Yeah, I like him.
Okay.
Which Dr. Mike?
I'm assuming the one? Is there more than one?
There's a black-haired Dr. Mike who's like a doc, and then there's another Dr. Mike who's like very bald. He's bald and muscular.
Okay, well, it's the black-haired one. He did a Jubilee video recently to where I'm gonna stop watching your screen because I'm scared.
Anyways.
Yeah, I'm glad I stopped watching your screen then. Okay.
Anyways.
Yep, exactly. Okay, so... Yeah. So, okay. So, in Dr. Mike's... so Dr. Mike did a Jubilee thing to where he did like a 1v20 debate against anti-vaxxers. And he like did the debate or whatever. Like a week later, he made a video like in retrospect, like going over their arguments or whatever, his thoughts on the debate and all that. And I didn't write down the exact quote. I'm going to go back to do it. But He said like the difference between like a debater and a scientist is that debaters try and prove themselves right. Scientists try and prove themselves wrong.
Like, why wouldn't they be correct?
Exactly, yeah. And when it comes to certain arguments made by certain people that rhyme with schmella.
I think, I don't know. Like, obviously, I don't think Mello knows that, like, Sarada's ability will have limits. It will have counters.
Were you here
and
when
that
I was
she's-
like describing that?
I was here. I think Mello's aware of all of that. It just doesn't matter to him in the moment. To be honest, I'm gonna be honest. If Sarada was a different character, he might not even go this far.
It's just no limits fallacy.
Yeah, it is really what he did. Because there's no limits described in the chapter, we can't give her limits. And it's like,
Not at all.
that's just really silly to me.
Like, he's taking what was said at face value, and also just as if Mitsuki would know, instead of Mitsuki's interpretation of what's happening anyways. Yeah, it's gravity. She can control gravity of anything, her target.
Which could mean
infinite.
Yeah, but it could also mean to a degree. That's
exactly.
You can't say that us applying limits to it is wrong. I also can't say that you not applying. It's just like you can't just go so far in your direction and then get annoyed when people go in the other direction.
And say that nobody's given you an argument in 3 days.
We are giving you arguments, but you're applying no limits right now because there aren't none.
And then saying that he's
currently.
proved it.
Like,
come on.
What were the limit? Like,
he's done the work, as if we aren't also watching the same series for the exact same amount of time, engaging with his argument, looking at the same material over and over.
But yeah, he has to know, like, and then he said the 4 Shinju thing, and it's just like, ooh. And I described, like, Jura using wood style to keep her in place, either Matsuri using her jutsu and Jura using their jutsus at the same time. If everybody's just fighting her at once, it's just really silly to say that she could just, like, outspeed every single one of them coming at her from 4 different directions to activate her gravity abilities. It's too far stretched for me.
But he's going with the facts.
And then he says the monologue thing, and like literally all that was probably done in order for Sarah to get to the strength that she was. She was like, I kind of see that as like coaxing herself up, like she's amping herself up.
That's
She's
what I
resolving
said.
herself,
Yeah,
which
but
means
apparently she just
had
can't do her ability
she
and that at the
had
same
to
time.
do what she did in order to continue. Like she's solidifying that this is absolutely what she needs to do.
Like it's
None of
the
that-
narrative. It's
also-
what the author's trying to convey, and that comes first. It's literally the whole point of her character right now. The whole point of the arc.
And she was doing all of that while setting up her abilities. She wasn't just in slow motion. Like, she wasn't just standing there.
Like she's
letting
doing her
me-
ability
like-
at the same time. It's not like she's stopped her ability or is making it slower for some
Otherwise,
reason.
Ryu would have taken advantage of that.
Exactly.
Unless he just thinks that he was just so enamored by her aura. I don't know. But the reason why I didn't push further is simply just because I didn't fully read the chapter. So I'm not gonna push that hard because like maybe he's right, but like I don't know.
Well, no. I think this chapter makes it very clear. You can say whatever about Matsuri was injured. It took the entire chapter for Sarada to kill Ryu. Boruto did it in 2 panels.
And this was against abilities that Ryu did not expect her to be able to do. This was the unknown.
Like, I think that's what they're trying to say. Like, Mello can say, it's so clear, it's so clear! If it was so clear that, if Ikimoto wanted us to know that Sarada was above Baryon Mode Naruto, then why wouldn't they have Boruto say, whoa, she's even stronger than when my dad fought Ishiki?
No, a
Like-
Mitsuki statement. He's had Mitsuki mention power levels before. Like,
Which
we
power
literally
levels are you
just
referring
read
to?
it. We literally just read it. We had Mitsuki
Okay,
mention power
okay.
levels.
Yeah, that's fine.
So it's just like, whoa. Her level might be on the level of Boruto now. Or just like something like that. He likes Dragon Ball.
Like, it's so
Being very
clear.
Dragon Ball-y.
It's so clear. 3 Tomoe Sharingan would have lost to Code, in my opinion, in Chapter 1.
She's losing to Boruto too. I don't know how
Exactly.
because she what because she was able to take advantage of like Hidari's tunnel vision to like speed blitz him, and like that must mean that like
Bro, he uses
she's
that one feat
stronger than
insane.
Boruto. I'm
This
not
is what I don't
understanding.
like about debaters, though. They'll form their entire ideology around one singular feat. It's just like Virtue arguing for Minato with the Flying Thunder God.
His Mamushi point, I cannot completely understand. Even if I don't think it's entirely fair, I do think I can understand that. I think Mamushi's, I have him as one of the strongest Shinju. Let me go back to this. Like, let's see, against Hidari, are these even like remotely comparable situations, like with Boruto in regards to Hidari? Like, he just like completely reacts and clashes. He's coming from above. There's literally, yeah, he's literally coming from above. Okay, there's literally no way that okay, anyways. Now the Sarada moment, it's like, chapter, I have no idea what chapter it is. 8? Like, how do you even compare these situations? Like, can you compare them like this?
I don't understand why he would think Sarada would be above based on this. Because
No,
at the very least,
that alone is not enough to put her above Hidari. And if she could, like, clearly we literally saw like 3 people fight Hidari. She's clearly not stronger than him. Wait, and he put Hidari, hold on. He put Hidari above Boruto, didn't he?
let me check.
He did, and it's
Yeah.
based off of the Hidari
feat.
versus Boruto fight.
Yeah.
So why, and because, why is that such a negative for Boruto, but not for Sarada? I needed to ask him about that stuff. I need to know his line of thinking there. I should have asked him about that one. I wasn't fully, like, thinking about it. Like, I'm not gonna say that this isn't impressive. This just isn't enough to get her above Hidari.
Like, she
Like,
barely
both
moved out of the way.
Boruto and what's it called?
Like, Sumare's reacting to it too.
Like, Boruto and Sarada, they both react to Hidari here.
Yeah.
Like, they both literally do.
And it's like the same exact instance. Neither Boruto nor Sarada were expecting Hidari to pop out of the claw mark and instantly attack, and that's what they do in both instances.
So here's he sees this guy and is like, "Whoa, what the heck? That guy looks like Sasuke." and then he gets attacked, and then.
In fact, I'd argue Boruto's thing is more impressive simply because he's using the sword rather than the Chidori thing. Like his sword hand.
What do you mean?
Because Chidori, he can only move it at the speed of like his arm, whereas the sword hand is obviously like longer. He can just move that like distance over time quicker.
Oh, he attacks with his hand first and then does Chidori.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then like they like equally clash. We don't know how Sarada.
Oh, also the fact that Boruto already has his Rasengan formed before Hidari can launch forward. To be fair, Hidari does do the sword thing, so but whatever. But then Sarada can't have her Chidori until she's ready to strike. Don't know if you want to count that, but
Yeah, like we.
oh,
This
also
is
the
like a
fact that
reaction.
Konohamaru is reacting again. It's like,
This is a reaction thing, right? Like this is an impressive reaction feed. Power-wise, nothing here. You can't get them to being relative in terms of actual power here. Like she reacted to him. It's a very good reaction feed. You can't get them relative to power here, just based off of this alone, where you can here because
like
they equally clash.
keep in mind she's having to duck down, which would just be speed of gravity. If you want to count that, like she goes from standing to like squatting. If she lifted her legs up at the speed of light, she would still just fall at the speed of gravity. So I don't think Hidari's moving all that fast here.
Yes, so she like fell, and she fell at her hand, pushes her hand forward. Yeah, she literally like wow. She like literally lifts her hand up, uses Chidori. I'm like,
I don't understand why Mello's also saying Sarada's like the star of her generation because everyone else is cheating when she's doing the exact same thing as everyone else. She's relying on her own genetics that was given
how
to
is
her like anyone
Mitsuki
else.
cheating? Mitsuki was given genetics, and he's using them.
Yeah, like Sarada's
He was
using
just
her
given
Sharingan.
very good genetics.
Exactly.
How is Mitsuki cheating?
Sarada's using her Sharingan. It's the same thing.
He was just born with it. That's not fair. That's not fair at all. Hold on. Just want to see the Konohamaru thing, because like real quick, because if he's using that Sarada thing, because he stops Konohamaru at a certain limit, and I'm like, okay, interesting.
It's just the way he words things, as if Hidari was forced to use these underhanded tactics to trick Sarada because Sarada was stronger than him. That's not what's happening. But he's saying it as if it is the case, not just this interpretation, which would have been fine, but like it's the facts. It's
so
clear.
here she is off guard. So I'm not gonna. This doesn't matter too much to me. So Rasengan, he teleports. This is like. So would you say that the Sarada thing is okay? Would you say that the Sarada thing is way more impressive than this, or no?
So, are we just gonna count the fact that Sarada just has the Sharingan like intrinsically with her? Or are we gonna like compare it to like hypothetically if Konohamaru happened to have a Sarada's Sharingan here? Or like if Sarada was in base, hypothetically.
Well, if he has a Sharingan, he reacts even better.
Exactly. That's what the Sharingan's whole thing is. Especially with Chidori.
So here, he comes from right behind her. Oh, wait.
Well, she's already half turned around.
She is literally already half turned around.
Kinda ducking too.
Yeah, okay. So he has to go like this. She's already half turned around, which means he's like almost very clearly in her line in her line of sight. Whereas he goes straight for here, Konohamaru's completely around.
Yeah.
Like, he's completely turned around. Which means he's in an even worse compromising position than Sarada is here.
His momentum's also moving forward, like lunging forward with Rasengan.
Exactly.
Which is what he's focused on, whereas Sarada's focused on Hidari.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because, like, immediately he's, like, straight into her line of sight, and then she has her Sharingan on. She ducks. Which is like, okay, she just let herself fall, and she caught herself with her hand, right?
Yeah.
It's not like she can duck super fast. No, she just, like, ducked. Like, and she caught herself with her hand. Konohamaru had to... And plus, they're very close. This is very close in proximity to one another. Like, this is very close. And Hidari in both of these is clearly going for the kill. Wrong chapter. He's clearly going for the kill in both. Konohamaru has to stop himself with his foot. Turn him... How far out of the... Yeah, and he's as equally out of the claw marks as he is on both of these pages. He has to stop himself with his foot, completely turn himself around, 360, change his Rasengan to apply Wind Nature to his Rasengan, to then make it the Rasen barrier to equally... to then clash. Not equally, I mean. Then to clash.
Like, it's so clear to me.
Feat is more impressive.
It's so clear to me.
Or
if a character is being
comparable.
like, if a character is like having a relative fight when it's like a 1v5, the 5 people are just below the 1 person. It's so clear. You can't, like, if it's relative, then it's just a 1v1. They'd be going back and forth.
Mm-hmm. And you have to... What was the what was the reason why Boruto needed the help? He wanted to make sure that he would, what's it called? Hidari would be, like, completely destroyed and annihilated by his Uzuhiko. Just, like, completely deal with him.
Yeah.
It's not like... I don't think that Boruto would... That doesn't necessarily mean that, like, Boruto can't, like, counter him every single time. It's just, like, he would keep, like... He has a lot of endurance. He can endure a lot of Boruto's attacks and whatnot. But
because, like,
doesn't
hypothetically...
necessarily mean that Hidari is stronger than Boruto.
Yeah, hypothetically, let's just say that Mitsuki and Sarada were both relative to Ryu. Then that's 2 Ryu-level opponents versus 1 Ryu. Obviously, the 1 Ryu is just gonna get bodied because it's, like, double the amount of power fighting against them.
Mm-hmm.
So Ryu just has to be stronger. It's pretty similar here.
Not only would I say that these are highly comparable situations to me, and I don't understand the counters I've heard to this before, is that, like, Hidari was clearly not trying that hard to kill Konohamaru. It's like... Maybe, but it's just like he's clearly trying to kill them both here. Like, he's trying to just kill Konohamaru.
I don't
here.
necessarily think he was trying to kill Sarada because he was doing a palm.
A palm? Oh, that's interesting. Okay.
And keep in mind, Sasuke punched Naruto in their final valley. Sasuke also does do a palm in, like, one of the OVA cutscenes
Well, he is
or whatever.
doing a palm in both of them. Like, I don't think that's fair. Like, this is a palm.
Okay.
Here.
But yeah, obviously Chidori is like a single strike through your, like, fingertips or whatever.
Mm-hmm. Well, this is also a palm strike. Do you think that he made this to counter Chidori?
That's interesting. I would have liked it if he said he made it to counter Boruto's jutsus in particular. That'd be really the best way they could do that, since he uses it to protect Boruto.
It could also be that he felt betrayed by Sasuke, so he wanted to make a
True.
jutsu that could counter Chidori.
Especially since he's Naruto's rival.
Mm-hmm.
He'll be the one to fight Sasuke. That's cool. He'll leave Boruto up to anyone else.
Mm-hmm. Man, I wish we got more of Konohamaru's character. Anyways. But yeah, he stops at a certain... I would like to ask him these questions, but he stops at a certain limit with Konohamaru, which is, you know...
Just talking to some random guy from his chat,
but
whatever.
But he puts Sarada above Boruto with just Ritomo, and mentions this situation, even though I think that these situations are comparable, but he stops at a certain point with Konohamaru.
I just don't know why he only looks at, like, one individual feat rather than the obvious fight holistically. Because if anyone's on their level, then it's basically just going to be a 1v1 with assistance. So it's like basically, which was Boruto here. Konohamaru's just not on his level.
Let's take a look here. Yeah. Like, to me, especially because it's like Sarada and Konohamaru are clearly the helpers in this fight.
Yeah.
They were the helpers. Boruto was the one with the main thing. Like, he was the one who was going to be able to deal with the situation. I don't know how you get... The scene's clearly not trying to portray that Sarada and their Tomo is stronger than Boruto. And at a certain point, narrative does matter. I'd say.
I agree.
Straight attack, Boruto completely counters.
To the point that I think it should be the
One-style
primary
Galpon.
thing and the first thing that people discuss in power scaling. But
Mitsuki does his jutsu with his mouth. It seems like Wind-style breakthrough is stronger than Gale Palm. So I guess he upgraded from Gale Palm to Wind Breakthrough. Actually, no, never mind. They are slightly different jutsu. Because with Wind-style Gale Palm, he strikes with... Like, he strikes the Wind-style while hitting you. Like, he hits his hand with the Wind-style. Here, this is more like a push. Anyways, so he pushes him back. He counters him he just counters him. Okay, was not much pushback. Alright. And Boruto's doing a lot of, like, carrying here. Like, he had to go all the way to Himawari, save Himawari, come back. It doesn't love. Anyways. Let's see. Clog rhymes. So that's the deal. Sarada, I'll cut down the numbers since they're the target of the Hokage. Also, he said that Boruto struggles with clog rhymes, even though didn't he just demolish a bunch of them in Chapter 3?
yes. Chapter 2. Yeah. And the fact that Sarada and Mitsuki are freaking out because they're being surrounded by clog rhymes, but he's using the Chocho statement to say it doesn't matter.
Yeah, he demolished that clog
When
rhymes.
Chocho in the same chapter saw the clog rhymes just be strong and almost like beat them.
Wait, I don't
The
understand him
Kawaki
struggling
doesn't
with a clog rhyme. He would strike. Obviously, Boruto can't do this strike here.
Yeah.
Like, collateral everywhere? Sumire, how did you even get up? How did you even get up from what Hidari did? Whatever. Anyways, collateral, a bit of a problem here. You would say so, right? You think this is a bit of a problem? Okay.
Like, Hidari is being obviously portrayed as an idiot, and that has to counter in as well.
Since you're the target of the hood guy, you just fight the ones that come for you, Roger. Sumire, okay, you keep her protected, okay. They come at him, he just completely... Like, this is a complete nag. Like, this is so casual. Sard is dealing with them very well, obviously. Hidari comes out of the thing, grabs her. What is this? Boruto uses blind raging.
Shuriken, yeah.
Hold on. What happens to Sarada here? No, Sarada's still right there. Okay. He grabs Sarada by the foot. Boruto comes in to help her because clearly she's in a very compromised position here. Uses her Sangan. Blasts a hole right through Hidari. He teleports away. Okay. And he regenerates, right? Yeah. Okay. Neither one of them know where he is right now.
Yellow, you guys still alive?
Yeah.
I am, yeah. Mello, have you seen Dr. Mike?
Dr. Mike, the fitness guy with the fat head?
That's
you see?
hilarious.
He knows the other Dr. Mike.
That's the only Dr. Mike I know. I watched a video. He did a collab with that guy with the neck tattoos and shit. Yeah,
Dr.
that's the only Dr.
Mike.
Mike I know.
Like, there's multiple Dr. Mike.
Something
The Dr. Mike.
or something.
This is the Dr. Mike he's talking about. The Dr. Mike had an interview with Dr. Mike. Hold on, let me.
Mike.
You know this Dr. Mike. Let's see. Let's go to Dr. Mike.
Excuse me.
That's Dr.
Not
Nick.
you. Heck, not you.
Mike.
Oh, my bad.
Not the Mick.
My
see.
bad.
I looked it up. The dark side of steroids and the problem with that Dr. Mike is Sterel.
Is this the Dr. Mike you know?
On screen.
Oh, you got a screen? Let me see.
Because the one on the very
That's
left
the one,
there.
yeah.
So
the one you're pointing to. That's the one.
Yeah.
The guy with the glasses, is that the other Mike?
Yeah, this is Dr. Mike number 2.
I like Dr. Mike. I like the fitness Mike. I like that guy.
We need to have a strong layer of
pretty intelligent actually. When I listen to him.
Both of them had a really good conversation with one another. I enjoyed it immensely. They're both doctors, different types of doctors. And mics. And they were talking with mics.
Okay.
This is Mikeception right here.
Yeah, it is Mikeception.
I wish I was a Mike. Might do me some good. Nah, but yeah, I like Dr. Mike. I think he's kind of gay, but it's fine. Like he's super gay. Like I don't think he's actually gay, but I think he's like hiding it. I think just based upon like what he says. Oh, you watch Peter XO? I like Peter.
Is there a reason you mentioned that he was gay?
Oh no, because like he was like, oh, that's a beautiful man. Look at that. Oh man, he is. Oh man, if I was like, he like his humor is like that like gay guy humor, but he says he has a wife, so I think he's probably like pan or bisexual.
I don't know about that.
But,
I mean, just because you say beautiful
fact,
doesn't mean you mean they're like conventionally, literally attractive.
I don't know.
Fun fact, I named my channel Mello XO because of that guy, actually.
Oh.
Peter XO.
Who's Peter XO?
The guy on your screen. Go down. Go up. Go up and then over to. Yeah, the Asian guy. Peter XO.
Him?
Yeah. I used to watch his channel a lot.
That looks like a 5D to me.
This is a different channel. He used to have a channel called Peter XO, but I think he like quit and restarted again. But
yeah.
So the XO for me, I was like, oh, I like that. I'll take the XO. But to me, I just turned it in like kisses and hugs, like XO. So I always try to like add something positive to my names, like the Dreamer, that type shit. So.
Yeah, I remember that's one of the first things I asked you what the XO meant, and you did the kisses hugs thing. You did not tell me this part.
Yeah. I was like, I don't want to.
This would have been the way more interesting answers. Kiss and hug, that's conventional.
I used to rock with Pierre. Not you watching Yu Hakusho. Okay.
No, I'm looking at the animator's work.
Oh, never
I'm
mind.
looking for a clip. He just did stuff for Yu Hakusho.
Well, he must be peak. I mean, it's a little dated, but still good. Oldie but goodie.
See,
that's a show I'm conflicted about. I'm like, yo, do I want them to remake that like Hunter x Hunter or keep it a classic? I'm not sure how I feel about that. There's an OVA that was out earlier.
But either way.
Anyways, I do think we should go to bed at 7 a.m. This was probably a mistake, but I had fun talking to you.
It was a good time. I like talking about all the things we did. I'm glad we did it. Yay.
All right, peace out.
Okay, bye.